is the final day here before we move on to the Wizink Center. And what a group of matches we have in both the Queens and the Kings League. We are, of course, going to start off with the Queens League, a couple of matches that are just mouth-watering before we get into 3 quarterfinal matches in the Kings League. Hello, everybody. My name's Danar Lucas. I am joined by Spencer Siegel. Spencer, it's a pleasure to have you here. And how lucky are we to be here at Cooper Arena for this showdown of matches here this afternoon?
Well, Dane, first of all, good to be working with you, man. We've worked with just about everybody else, but so far they haven't put the 2 crazy people together, so I'm glad that they finally managed to make that happen.
Saving the best for last, baby.
Yeah, of course. Well, we've got 5 games today, which is a little bit below our normal threshold, but we'll take it. We've got 2 games in the Queens. We've got 3 big quarterfinal matchups in the Kings to figure out who's going to join Aniquiladores in the semifinals at the WeThink Center. But as far as the Queens League is concerned, which is our focus for the first couple of hours of this program, there are 4 teams vying to make their way into the WeThink Center, and only 2 of them are going to get the opportunity to do that. So we've got the first matchup coming up now.
Sí, escucho. Hola.
And here we go. Well, it's already beginning to start.
Yeah, no time to waste here as we get into the presidential
yo la vi calentar al principio. No sé si ha pasado algo. A mí no me han dicho nada. La vi calentar hace un rato. No sé si es que ha pasado algo. Espero que no, la verdad.
Ultimate Móstoles Troncas matchups because
sí, Kautar lleva todo el split con molestias, pero vamos en confiar en que hoy es el día importante y hay que arriesgar con todo.
Listen up to Pershita, who is just giving his
yo lo veo bien. Y de camino al Cupra lo pensaba, digo, pase lo que pase hoy, tanto en Kings como en Queens, yo estoy orgulloso de las chicas y de los chicos. En Queens tenemos la posibilidad de volver a una otra final, ser el primer equipo que juegue 2 finales de la Queens, de split, digamos, de split. Entonces, es que, claro, como esto es el Cupra, parece todo menos, ¿no? Digamos, oye, pero es una semifinal de Queens League, es una semifinal de un split y no somos conscientes. Entonces, pase lo que pase, yo estoy muy orgulloso y ya te digo, con ganas de poder estar en Madrid con al menos uno de los equipos.
Pershita with the possibility of returning his Queens League team to the second final, and boy, is that a possibility there. What's a chance for him? He knows how to handle these nerves, and certainly 9977 with some butterflies in the belly as well.
Bueno, contábamos con Mar porque nos lo había dicho la Liga. O sea, nosotros ayer dijimos en el directo que era el último partido de Mar y hoy la Liga nos ha dicho por correo, no, os queda un partido más, podéis inscribirla. La hemos escrito, ha venido Mar y ya está. Pero ahora cuando va a empezar el partido nos han dicho, no, ¿qué tal? Pues bueno, pues ya está, si es que había jugado 7, o sea, pensábamos que había sido un error o nuestro o suyo y por eso venía a jugar. Que no, pues no hay problema, así que es lo suyo. Si ha jugado 7, pues no puede jugar Mar. Y nada, pues no está Mar, pero está el resto, que ayer hizo un auténtico partidazo. Está ahora Llorente calentando también para el partido de los chicos. Es un día que voy a estar de los nervios. Ya me pasó contra Aniquiladores con esa final, con ese pase a la final en Málaga en su día, que fue el día que peor lo pasé. Y hoy estamos un poquito en las mismas.
Yeah, DJ Mario just talking about both matchups here. Of course, they got Fernando Llorente as their 13th player coming up in that big match against los Troncos. But before that, Mark Quijada not going to be around for this match because they did reach their 7-match limit for the 13th player. And
Troncos es un equipazo, los chicos también. Entonces,
pues
nada, Perchita, Violeta y nosotros hemos hecho un gran trabajo y pase lo que pase, pues creo que los presidentes vamos a estar
El Barrio Mellado had a hat trick to push them through. It was a bit of a surprise as the 7th-ranked team in the split took down the second team, El Barrio, second-place team, El Barrio, and it was all the Pichichi, Miss Pichichi, coming into this semi-final matchup. 21 goals in the split. That is a new Queens League record.
Yeah, this matchup between these 2 teams, Dane, we said, there's a surprise in it, and because El Barrio was the team that, on paper was supposed to go through in the quarterfinal. Now you get to the semi, and Ultimate Móstoles are going to be playing a little more freely because they'll believe, hey, we might not necessarily have been predicted to be in this position. So what do we have to lose at this point? And Alba Mellado doing what she did in the quarters, 3 goals in the first half. That is enough to give her and her team the confidence to do something special today. And, well, we also know that, a trip to the WeThink Center is on the line, so not too bad in the end.
Yeah, big stakes here in this opening game, obviously in every game that we have coming up for you today. All 5 matches. That is Fernando Llorente, just getting a few touches in pre-match. He won't be playing in the Queens League. He will be starring, debuting in the Kings League. That'll be later on as Ultimate Móstoles host Los Troncas in a very busy day for Perchita, DJ Mario, Noe 9977. And how about this? Because after the match, Mellado, after her first half hat trick, she had some headline statements in the post-match interview saying, we want the Troncas to win and take Porcinos in the round of octavos, and we want them, in the quarterfinals, and we want Porcinos out, we want Troncas in the semi, and maybe just tracking back to that final match day of this split where they lost 4-3, and it was a penalty from Cristina Gonzalez from the spot that dictated that game for Las Troncas. So ultimately looking for a bit of revenge here, and that is what is on the menu for this first match here from the Queens League semi-final. A ticket to the WizInc in store, at stake, up for grabs. Who's going to take it? We got 40 minutes to find out. Exchanging some pleasantries at the very beginning of this match, but it will not be too pleasant of a 40 minutes between these two teams who know each other very well. They will get to know each other even better here today in Cooper Arena.
Well, Dane, we can say as well that at times when you play an 11-match season in a regular season, you get to the end of that season, you want to be playing your best football. Your best football is typically going to do you better when you're at the playoff level. But both of these teams having met on match day 11 really changes the game because there aren't many secrets. Both teams needed that game for purposes of seeding, and it's not like they met on match day 1 or 2 where they were still trying to figure themselves out, let alone their opponent. So now this game is sort of more about tweaks and fixing what they didn't like from the last game than actually thinking about, all right, are we in our best form? Both of these teams are ready to go.
Well, you talk about recent form, and actually, the Ultimate Móstoles, they sort of backed into the playoffs, didn't they? Although they got the win over El Barrio yesterday, lost 5 of their final 6 matches, including that final one against Las Troncas. So that was a good performance to kind of put all that bad stretch of form in the rear view. And here tonight, they're coming off of a win flying high. But of course, let's see how much of a factor that extra day of rest is for, well, it'll be against Kuni Sports because Las Troncas actually had to play last night too against Porcinas. And we are underway in match 1 of this semi-final Monday here from Cooper Arena. Ultimate Móstoles with the ball, with possession. And right off the bat, going from left to right on your screen, defending, that is Sara Ismael, and into the middle, just pacing across the top of the box, it's Dunia Jimenez. Bit surprised to see Alba Mellado not starting off, but maybe we'll see her. Can't imagine it's going to be too long before we see Mellado.
Now, one thing that we have to remember, as we see Perchita with with a couple of moves that he's putting on, I don't know if he just stepped on a thorn or what, but we know that these one-on-ones take the wind out of you, so you've got to have the legs for it.
That's not a bad in-and-out move from Ismael, but she's got to track back as the counter is on. Jimenez into the second minute. Jimenez! Oh, it's blown wide of the target. That was a great chance in the opening minutes por Jimenez and Ultimate Móstoles. Look at DJ Mario 9977. They knew what a chance that was.
Yeah, and that was almost like a penalty shootout in a way,
Yeah.
right? She was released straight down the middle, needed to beat the keeper, and missed the target.
Well, for those
Look
of
out.
you who may not be too familiar with Maria P in goal, she is fantastic with the ball at her feet, really plays that distributing role from the top of the area. Took the shot on right there, and it was a nice save from Ultimate Móstoles Vilaseca, who had a very calm day yesterday, if we're being honest.
This is one of the big moments in the early playoff atmospheres, is can you take advantage of these little 3-on-2s, 4-on-3s as it's likely to be.
Mellado with her first touch into the area, and it is shepherded into the hands of Maria P. Let's see if she does just take a little meander outside of the area, because she is so good, so dangerous. But of course, you got to be careful leaving the goal wide open on the other end. No chances, no room for turnovers, no margin for error.
And for that reason, staying a little bit further back, the keeper.
Yeah, they'll let their 3v3 go to work here. Mascaro, of course, coming off of a hat trick of her own. So we had 2 hat trick here. Nice turn in this small area, and that was Antonella putting one on goal. Vilaseca there, standing strong and forcing a corner kick. Oh, that's nice.
That was a nice move,
isn't it?
Antonella. He thought that perhaps there was a chance to bring that back in towards the far post. It's a nice save, though. And this is going to be a big test for Vilaseca throughout this game.
As soon as there is a change of possession, both teams go breaking to the other end of the pitch, as they know the space is open, and we are quickly approaching the 7v7. No surprises just yet. It was Ultimate Móstoles and Jimenez that had the best chance early on that 1v1, but she did just blow it wide, like you said, Spencer, on that makeshift shootout sort of situation between her and Maria P. Cristina Gonzalez, 16 goals. She is the top scorer for Las Troncas. And obviously, Mellado with the 21 after her hat trick yesterday, setting Queens League history with 21 goals. It's the first time that's been done in a split in the Queens League. So she is looking to add to her tally here today.
And she's not just a goal scorer either. 5-time MVP of a game, 2-time matchday MVP, but she's also got 6 assists to her name. So she knows how to distribute when she's being crowded, because once you've scored 21 goals, the other team's going to take notice pretty quickly, and there might be 2 or 3 players surrounding you.
Well, their teammates or coaching staff, they know exactly who to have with the ball at their feet if they want creation in the attacking third, and it is indeed the number 10, Mireia Vera, the coach of Ultimate Móstoles. They did get away with it, but she kept a secret weapon in the pocket for the entirety of the second half last game. Yesterday, that was against El Barrio, and it almost cost them. Ball into the area, and it's sent away. Good defending by Clara Dueñas.
It's a nice run by Ismael. Let that run through.
It was a 4-minute sanction card that was held on to until the 38th minute. The whistle blew, and once it came, they couldn't use it. DJ Mario had a very sinister-looking stare to the camera after finding out that they just wasted a secret weapon. But you know what? Ultimate Móstoles, it turned out they didn't need it. So here they are in the semifinal, and probably with just a bit of strategy, a bit of a conversation on when exactly to use those secret weapons here in such a big, important match late in the playoffs.
We're going to get our first real look at Mellado now that we're fully set up in a 7-on-7 format.
And Spencer, look how deep she comes to help out her defense, help out Vilaseca in goal. She's the last woman back in the defense, and really that's gives you a bit of an idea of just what she does. A little bit of everything. Oh, that's a sprawling save from Maria P. The rebound was flashed wide, and Mario and Noe can't believe what they've just seen. What a save it was.
I think that might have taken a shot off the post. I don't know if P got a touch to it or not. Hard to tell.
You might be right, Spencer. It might have, the woodwork might have come into the rescue there. Gonzalez off the 1-2 at the top of the area. Vilaseca claiming a goal kick, and she will be correct. That was actually Mascaro, wasn't it? Mascaro, the hat-trick hero of yesterday for Las Troncas over Porcinas.
Well, nobody seemed to touch it in that moment, so hard to tell whoever touched it before. That's a poor turnover. Look out.
Yeah, getting back, sparing her blushes, Pati Ruano. That was a terrible, dreadful ball back, and almost taking advantage, stepping through Sara Ismael.
Don't think there aren't a couple of nerves flying around with these players out there today. They understand the significance of this semifinal matchup. They know what's at stake. They know that if they can make their way, as I think the ball's going to be seen out of play.
Well, we saw it yesterday in the early going, you're right, Spencer, and today even double with the match being that much more important. Medina all the way to the far touchline. This is a chance to square her options and chipped over to the top for Clara Martinez. Always rising, always skying over that crossbar, and Vilaseca thankful not to have to make another save after watching Maria P almost get beat on the other end. How about that little
That's
flick
a silky little flick by Carmina Veas.
Veas had one of the plays of the day yesterday for Las Troncas in the win over Porcinas, where she won a ball in the defensive end, played a brilliant 1-2, and then a ball into the box that was intended for Cristina Gonzalez, who actually whiffed on the shot at the top of the area, but it did fall to Mascaro, who buried it for the hat trick. And really, that was that after the goal, and a beautiful play, decisive play from Veas. Here she is on the ball again. That one was a bit looser in possession, and now Mellado with a couple defenders in front of her, but she's keeping possession, so strong on the ball.
And this first half of the first half, Dane, has been a little bit more chess than checkers. It's been a case of trying to see what the other team brings and not try to make too many mistakes so as not to lose your chance. Here's a chance.
Through, and Ultimate Móstoles get the first goal on the board here, 10 minutes in. It was a flash of brilliance. The vision from the middle of the park, in behind the defense, and what a finish. It wasn't easy, a tight angle, but look at this. It was Dunia Jimenez. She let one slip through her fingers in the opening minute, didn't waste that one in front of the face of goal.
That's an excellent goal from Dunia. And, you know, something that if you're not as familiar with the Queens League, maybe you've been watching a little bit more of the Kings League, 6th goal for Dunia. But what these women do very well is when they get into a space and they've got even the slightest amount of space, they make really solid contact in terms of what they want to do next. And Dunia knew exactly what she wanted to do at that moment, put it on target, give their team the lead.
How do Las Troncas respond here after taking, well, Ultimate Móstoles take the first lead? Mellado got a touch to it, and it will be spared. Maybe she didn't get a touch because that was spared from going out over the end line, and perhaps a corner kick was to come, but instead Mellado to throw it in deep, and a lot of times we see the throw-ins work out a little better than the corner kicks in the King and Queens League. Play on, says the referee, after a potential handball. This is Mascaro. Another handball called for. It'll return to the number 19 at the top of the area. That is a altogether timid shot from the hat-trick hero from yesterday. Vilaseca won't mind grasping that and seeing a few more of those attempts on goal if they're going to come in that easily.
Yeah, and this is the second time that we've seen a chance for Troncas to bring the ball back to the weak side. I saw a run being made by Clara Martinez at that moment. We had it earlier in the game too. They need to find those switches. It's a lot easier said than done. What you need is your teammate to talk to you, to tell you that there's a run there. So far, they're missing out on those opportunities.
Yeah, there was just a bit more space, it seemed like, when they were playing against Kunitas yesterday. But, well, we do know Ultimate Móstoles, it's a club, both in the Kings and the Queens League, that puts a priority on defending their goal. And that's what they've been doing so far. 12 minutes in here in this semifinal matchup. A chance to go to the Wizink. Up for grabs here. A ticket to Madrid will be stamped between one of these two teams in the next 28 minutes. Who is going on to the Spanish capital? That remains to be seen. Esther into the center circle, back to Esther. Nice play back and forth through the middle of the park. Mellado goes down, play on, says the referee. No, we're going to bring it back. And yeah, I think there might have been advantage. Yeah, you can hear it. Déjanos seguir. Let us keep going. And yeah, she's got a point right there. But ooh, oh, look at that. Ebis Medina with some words to the referee.
Yeah, this seemed like a pretty obvious foul, and I think that Ultimate Móstoles have more of a claim to just listen to the referee. The referee's upset that he was essentially being withheld by Los Troncos afterwards by Medina, who committed the foul. But this is more on Móstoles. Can they take advantage of this spot now, because they were moving forward with some ferocity?
It's going to be Mellado with a big run up here, three-woman wall, and let's see the hat trick here. The Pichichi! Oh, Maria! Sprawling the ground and keeping it from going over the line. It was tight, but Maria P saw it the whole way. To the far touchline, it's Olivo. All the way back, Ibis Medina might be feeling a bit fortunate that she didn't get shown the yellow card after that tackle on Mellado. That's a great touch from Mellado again, but just ran out of space there as Ibis came all the way back. The captain's band, Donner here today for Ultimate Móstoles. That's a little easier for Maria P. The shot from long distance.
Next test for the remainder of this first half for Móstoles is, can they maintain this lead without doing anything silly?
Oh, wonderful look over the top from Gonzalez. Body's filtering into the area, but that is a bad ball to the back end. Just sprayed diagonally into the area. Almost fell for Mellado, who stretched for it. Would have been 1v1 with the keeper had she got a touch.
Of course, in 3 minutes' time, Dane, the ultimate wild card, no pun intended, is coming into play with these playoff games. If you get 5-on-5, it doesn't change the game as much. If we go to 2-on-2, 1-on-1, 1-on-1 without a keeper, who knows where this game is headed?
No, you can be in complete control and lose it in the blink of an eye. That's just how the Kings and Queens League works. And really one of the more fascinating parts about this different take on a sport that we know and love so well. And the excitement is, well, unrelenting, really. Ferreras, Marta Ferreras into the center circle, checking her run. Defenders getting back into their position, and, well, a couple substitutes to come perhaps for Los Troncos here. before the 18-minute mark, but Ultimate Móstoles not allowing those changes to be made. Maybe some tired feet. Oh, lovely dummy by Esther to the end line. That's back. Oh, flashed wide and high of the target. It was a brilliant build-up there and a chance for Marteta.
There's another player in Barcelona who wears number 8 who's got a Marta-type name on her back, but this one, it just needed to be thrashed down instead of up. You hit that down, and it's got nowhere else to go.
How about the lead from Esther on the touchline? Just knowing that she had the pace to catch up, let it go through her legs, and the ball back was brilliant for Marteta. Final minute before we roll the dice here in Cupra Arena. Ball into the area, high arcing, sent away by Ultimate Móstoles, and right now that seems to be the policy for Noe 9977's squad at the moment. They just want to get to halftime with the lead.
Yep, exactly.
Another nice distribution from the back from Pete, the keeper. Gonzalez wanted it back instead. That's a bit wasteful, and Villaseca hasn't had to do much other than that, really.
No, we saw yesterday in the quarterfinals, the scores, they were lower than we're used to, at least. With the exception of Las Troncas, who put up 5. Everybody else seemed to play it a little closer to the vest, and I think that's what we're going to see today. These are more like finals than anything else we've had all season long.
Yeah, and it really, yesterday, individual brilliance made the difference in each one of those games. As ExBuyer's Alex Giro, it was obviously Mascaro and Mellado doing it for their teams, and that's why they're here. And we've got a 3v3, so that could make things interesting here for the final 2 minutes.
Certainly will. And you see the look of angst on Perchita's face. This is likely to bring, if not goals, at least a couple of chances.
So let's see. Obviously, you've got the option to have a keeper on. You can swap her out. We see a lot of changing, a lot of going back and forth, and let's hear if we've got anything to say.
Sí, a ver, creo que hemos empezado bien, pero nos han, pues eso, nos han ido encerrando y han ido ganando el partido, así que va a ver si aquí salimos y volvemos a recuperar un poco de terreno.
Suerte, chicos.
So 2 more minutes till halftime. It is 1-0 Ultimate Móstoles with a beauty of a goal from Dunia Jimenez. And of course, no surprise there to see Mellado waiting to come onto the pitch, but it is going to be 3v3 with Mellado. And I think that's Mascaro with the taped thigh. So 2 of the top scorers will be waiting to get in, but instead it is Esther Soler winning the foot race to the center circle. Ultimate Móstoles with the opening possession. Quickly onto the pitch, it is Mellado, and Villaseca, does she come out? Does she stay in? Will she stay? Will she go? Looks like she's going to stay at the moment. Ana Servina. Servia. Mellado. 2 defenders in front of her. Mellado drawing defenders like a magnet, and good defending so far. Took a bit too much time, and I think what that happened right there was she went back in her track of towards goal, and well, that'll be enough to turn possession over back to Las Troncas. Watch Maria P here. Such a luxury to have your keeper be so useful in the attacking third, and watch her. Nice distribution. That's a chance. Cut back from Sara Ismael.
It's nicely defended. This is a game of possession. When you get to 3-on-3, having that extra player up there is so important, and I'm not quite sure what Móstoles wanted to do.
He going for glory, but that was just rising high of the crossbar, and Pershita yells out a squeal from his president's box here at Cupra Arena. 3v3.
Now they've got 3 out there.
Yeah, there you go. Mellado. Oh,
that's nice.
Tucked home beautifully. Going with precision on the inside of the foot. Ana Servilla.
And this is quality, precision, class. You call it whatever you want, but that's why you put 3 players out there, Dane. 1, 2, 3, there's nobody in the middle, and all you've got to do is hit it sweetly. Easier said than done. That's a beautiful strike. Boomerang into the near corner, and here we go. 2-0 Ultimate Móstoles.
Well, Móstoles doubling their advantage with a beauty of a goal. The 6th goal for Ana Servilleta, and Ultimate Móstoles coming into the playoffs as the 7th seed, and they are in the driver's seat at the moment for a ticket to Whizzing Center this Saturday. Mellado running past the defender. Oh, that was a chance to add to the lead. You wouldn't bet against her with a 1v1 after racing past the defender. Pershita looking awfully nervous. Well, this flag stayed down there. Moscato, she was finishing that last night, but she just couldn't tuck it home. And with that miss, the whistle comes to end the first half. Great ball through the middle.
That's an excellent chance, and there were a couple of chances for Troncas in that first half that they weren't able to take advantage of. I'd say this is a pretty deserved scoreline. 2-0 Ultimate Móstoles, and playing from behind Troncas.
Están pegando un baño y, o sea, la verdad, a ver, sinceramente, partido muy igualado, se merecen ir por delante, pero bueno, lo veo muy igualado, la verdad. Hemos tenido aquí una ahora mismo para ir con el 2-1 y ya está. Ya te digo, hemos empezado bien los primeros 5 minutos, luego nos han ido encerrando y ganando el partido. Pero bueno, es un 2-0. Queda mucho aún.
No, yo… Hombre, obviamente he dicho esto antes de la ocasión que han tenido ahí delante de la portera. Pero es que hemos tenido un palo y Dunia… Es que Dunia ha fallado sola delante de la portera. Hemos tenido un palo… hemos fallado, pero no lo digo por Troncas, Perchita, lo digo en general, que siempre nos hemos dejado puntos porque hemos fallado ocasiones clarísimas. Es que venimos con 2 penaltis fallados que nos hubieran dado 6 puntos. Por eso lo digo, no lo digo por otra cosa, porque al final fallamos ocasiones muy claras y es lo que me fastidia de mi equipo, que fallamos. Pero bueno, justicia digo en general con el equipo del Split, no en este partido, ¿vale? Que quería decirlo. Que no, coño. Digo justicia con el equipo en el Split, que fallamos al final siempre en momentos clave. Hemos seguido fallando en momentos clave hoy, pero han metido 2 goles, así que muy contentos.
Oye, mola mucho, la verdad. Yo votaría porque nos pusieran a todos aquí a pie de campo. Sí que es verdad que
portamos bien, ¿eh?
Que hay que portarse bien para estar
porque
aquí.
No decimos nada al árbitro ni nada.
También corre tu vida un poco peligro porque ayer en el partido de los chicos no, aparte del balonazo, se estamparon contra la valla y nos tiraron todas las pantallas y todo encima, sí. Nos empotraron contra la pared, pero estamos bien.
Puede pasar,
Mola
puede pasar
mucho, la verdad.
Gracias.
Venga, chicos, suerte. Hablamos.
DJ Mario with his own little hookup in the Cupra Arena after making the trip up from Móstoles to Barcelona, and obviously with 2 teams in a deep playoff run, why not come and show some face here before hopefully for him, he'll be crossing his fingers that he returns to Madrid with 2 teams booking their ticket to the Whizzing Center.
Let's drop the ball, Dane.
Open that cage up and let's get going. Here we go. Las Troncas with some work to do after a late goal in that first half. Doubled the advantage for Ultimate Móstoles. 20 minutes to go. Can Ultimate Móstoles hang on? Will there be any drama late on from Las Troncas? 3rd ranked team, 3rd seeded team here coming into the playoffs. And, well, we saw some surprises yesterday. Are we in store for an early one here in the opening match of this semifinal Monday in the Queens League?
Yeah, so the first question that I have to ask of Las Troncas for this game is, can they find a way to break through what has been the stingiest Móstoles defense? Just like that, winning the ball back high up the pitch. And that's not only going to give Móstoles opportunities to score.
Oh, that might be a call for a handball right there. It was Esther sliding forward, and Ibis is in the crosshairs of the referee yet again. A yellow card. Oh,
well, it went off.
Well,
I don't know.
It went off the ribs first, didn't it? It's worth a. Spencer, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking it's something that has to at least be looked at a second time, because it did come off of the rib cage, as you said, and it's very close proximity. We chalk it up to more bad luck than anything else if it does get given.
Look at Pershita, Ebis, they're both saying the same thing. Ebis Medina. I'd be surprised if they didn't look at this. I mean, you got it, why not use it?
Pero un balón que va a las nubes.
Tú piensas lo que he visto yo, que es el brazo levantado y
Sí, tú ves lo que
claro, si va más abajo, más arriba, el ojo humano pues no distingue, pero es para eso está el VAR.
Pershita,
The fact that
listening
it's
to the referee.
Para eso está, sí es lo bueno.
Taking this long just to have even a thought tells me that I just don't think there's anything she can do about that.
Si hay que pitarlo, se pita, pero para el tiempo.
Ok, confirmamos penalti. ¿Sí? ¿Confirmamos? Okay.
A ver.
Well, how about it?
Will be a penalty.
A ver, es que Evin no se queja mucho. Si se quejara un poquito más, yo estaría rayado. Es que no se queja.
Today, I should say, this afternoon, here from Cobra Arena, and it's going to give Mellado the green light from the spot. 21 goals to her name this split. It's a record in the Queens League. She's got a chance to add to it here. The number 10 for Ultimate Móstoles up 2-0. And we're going to make it 3-0 with Mellado's 22nd goal of the split. The Pichinchi adding to her tally.
Nothing like another goal to add to that tally. Because you're in the playoffs, you might as well continue to rack them up. That is an excellently taken penalty. Nobody is stopping that. Nobody on the planet. So 3-0, and plus the yellow card now, which is going to sanction Medina and give Móstoles an advantage. This is looking ugly at the moment.
Yeah, it's getting out of hand in a hurry. Obviously, both secret weapons in the pockets of each team, each coach. But right now, Las Troncas look a bit lost, don't they? And we talked about maybe just some fatigue setting in back-to-back days. And is that what we're seeing here from Las Troncas?
Well, fatigue is certainly a part of it. That's why you want to work to get into the top four.
Yeah.
Or in some cases, in this case, we're talking about the top one because Kunitas will be playing next, and they haven't had to play at all. So
that's when we're really going to get an idea of fatigue. Oh, what a bad ball through the middle, and Mellado again with a chance for a brace. Rebound is bounced away, and Las Troncas survive a scare. What a chance it was from Mellado, and this ball was disastrous. Maria P keeping her team alive.
Well, and how Mellado didn't score that is beyond me, because she had the entire width of the goal mouth to aim at.
Yeah, she went right down the pipe, didn't she? And if she had a chance again, she probably tucks it away 9 times out of 10. But Maria P, thankful for the lack of direction, the lack of position from Mellado, but give her credit, the goalkeeper for Las Troncas. She stood wide, took it off the chest, and did well to at least keep the scoreline relatively reasonable. Villaseca with her first real test of the day, and it took a short hop in front of her.
Let's see how difficult that was. Yeah, that's the uncomfortable, awkward bounce that no keeper really likes to deal with.
No pressure right now, and really that's been the difference, I think, Spencer, is you look at the pressure that Ultimate Móstoles apply really through every single part of the pitch, and there's just been none of that for Ultimate Móstoles. The defenders have eased the ball up the park and really forcing no mistakes, no moments of discomfort, I should say. Ismael into the corner, taking a touch that falls gently, beautifully for Ana Mayoral, who had a beautiful look at goal. And Perchita with the raise of the eyebrows, knowing maybe it's just not our day.
Madre mía.
Well, at some point you've got to put some of these away. Even if you just strike the target, you got to have something, because putting up a goose egg at this point through 27 minutes just isn't going to cut it.
And, I mean, you think of a goal right there, and you're right back into this match, aren't you? I mean, you obviously got the double goal in the final 2 minutes of the second half, but they just need to see a goal go in, and I'm just wondering what the secret weapon for Las Troncas might be, because if it's a penalty, if it's a shootout, if it's a real good chance at a goal, just take it now. You need something on the board.
Yeah, and you can't rely on that double goal either. What you have to do, and
right.
I was thinking, we're trying to think about what the secret weapon might be for both of these teams. If you're Troncas at this point, if they had some kind of penalty, I would have thought maybe by now, just to get some momentum, just to get something on the board, they would have used it. It doesn't appear that I mean, I could be wrong, but it just doesn't appear that that's what they have, and that's going to make
really
it a lot tougher. They need something to score.
Any secret weapon, really, if it's a penalty, a shootout, a 4-minute sanction, you got to use it quickly, because soon you're going to run out of time. And the way things have been going so far, it just that one just banged off the top of the woodwork. A half chance for Las Troncas that almost caught Ultimate Móstoles and Vilaseca off guard.
That's one of those, it's a cross, it's a cross, it's a cross. No, it's a shot.
Yeah, exactly. She'll claim it was a shot. Mellado racing down the other end of the park and just maybe ran out of steam, ran out of gas, or took her eye off the ball. Olivo.
I mean, that's just putting it into an area and hoping that something good happens, and it almost did.
Something great almost happened for Olivo, and here now a chance for Martinez, looking over to Ismael. Defender going down, back to Martinez in all sorts of space. It's Olivo on that left foot. Olivo might have had a chance with the right foot, but she prefers that left foot and tried to slice it through the area. Vilaseca again, and it was Mascaro with the nod on at the edge of the small area. Secret weapon to come. Had to be aware of her surroundings there, Vilaseca. It is Las Troncas who will use it, so no surprise that they're... that was a big collision in the defensive half for Ultimate Móstoles, and a team that's been defending so well. It's the goal scorer of the second, I believe, Servieta. There was a heavy clash of bodies as the communication just wasn't there for Ultimate Móstoles on the back line. They've been playing so well and a bit of friendly fire. Oof.
Yeah, it's more the impact below than anything else, and this is just out of necessity. So here you go. This is exactly what we're talking about. You've got 10 minutes, but you got to get something.
Will it be the leading scorer, Cristina Gonzalez? Will it be Mascaro? That is the real question, the real balance of decisions that it will be pondering through, crossing through the mind of Miki Rodriguez as Servi gets back to her feet, and it's just going to shake it off a bit. It was a collision with Esther Sola, wasn't it? And you can see the difference of size between those two, but it was Servi who goes tumbling to the ground. You can have a bit of a chuckle about that now that she's back up and to her feet. It's Sara Ismael. So have a look at this now. 1 for 1 in the shootouts. Cristina Gonzalez 2 for 3 this split. So, going for percentages, I suppose. The number 10 for Las Troncas, needing this one with 10 minutes left. Pershid's off his feet in the president's box. Here comes Ismael. She's got 4 goals on the season. Going around the keeper, Vilaseca, and he rolls it in just in the nick of time. Back in the match.
Just in the nick of time.
Tranquila, va, suéltala, tranquila.
Vilaseca being ordered to let go of the ball by Pershita from the president's box. And
that little roll took her just a touch further away from the goal and the keeper than she wanted to. And you've only got 5 seconds to bury it. She needed to get it done. I'd say we were at about 0.17 when it got towards the line.
And that extra touch just made the finish a little tougher. It closed out the angle a bit. And now the pressure from Las Troncas is being applied. You can see just a bit of energy starting to turn up for the girls in green. And I think, well, if you weren't listening last night, Spencer, I'm a big fan of these Las Troncas jerseys. I think that's a beautiful color. And they're almost setting up a beautiful another goal-scoring chance. But Vilaseca, again, with the reflexes on the goal line.
If you like the color scheme, Dane, then I also urge you to become a fan of Los Aliens in the Kings League Americas because they are similar in hue.
Love the aliens. Love the presidents for the aliens too.
Talking about Castro.
Castro's the man. He's hysterical.
There's nothing to do with the fact that he's the lone American representative in this competition, right?
Yeah, as we got 2 American accents here on the airwaves in the Kings League Spain semifinal, Queens League Spain semifinals. But hey, you gotta love a little bit of representation. It is the Kings League America, so hey, why not have a little American accent in there as well as a little bit of Colombia, Puerto Rico. You got Venezuela, I believe, in there too. So every part of that section of the world being represented. You're the expert on well, all things King and Queens League, but certainly you've been doing quite a bit of the league over the pond, and it is fun, isn't it, watching those guys, and it gets a little picante, doesn't it, sometimes?
It does get a little picante, and you know, so as those of us who do that competition from Spain, it's good fun at 6 in the morning.
Oof, yeah. Make sure the Red Bull and the coffee are brewed and chilled in the refrigerator, I suppose.
It's prime energy, my man. Prime. It's got to be.
Oh, there you go. This is it. That's exactly it. Dropping the sponsorships, and hey, I'll tell you what, Las Troncas looked like they might have just had some prime energy drink as well over the last few minutes because they have really stepped things up, but they've got to defend. Their priority is attacking, but they can't let up too much space on the back. And Mellado, that was a wayward pass that will be taken back by the girls in green, and no time to waste. Quickly back in, Clara Martinez.
Yeah, and this game woke up, by the way. I know we're joking around a little bit, but as soon as that shootout was taken, that penalty shootout, both sides are locked in because now, as that runs through, if you get to the 38th minute at this scoreline, the double goal then requires just one Troncas goal rather than what they were in before, which was a deeper hole.
Definitely seems to have just opened the eyes of Las Troncas a little bit, and you wonder maybe if that playing of the secret weapon would have been a bit more handy a little earlier in the second half. But hey, Las Troncas, they still got plenty of time, but they are down 2 goals. Mellado now into the middle, dinks one over the top. Think she was expecting a diagonal run, but instead it's Maria P. Look at the distribution from her own area. Does Patricia Mascaro have any heroics? It's only her 4th match with Las Troncas. but she has been insatiable since coming on for Violeta and Pershita's side.
Sí.
5 goals in just 3 matches coming in, and
Well, first of all, we've got a secret weapon alert. Second of all, it looked like that was at least worth a second look. I don't know if that you're going to call that a penalty.
Be a bit hard pressed this late in the game, I think. And well, tracking back, that was a nice block off the line and clearance by Ruano. Continuing with it, it's Cristina Gonzalez, and look at them going back and forth. A bit of chippiness here late in the match. You'd expect it, wouldn't you, as each team is playing with their lives on the line. Secret weapon coming. What does? It is going to be a shootout, so this could turn the tides a little bit in the favor of Ultimate Móstoles.
And this is a very, I would say, planned out attack for Móstoles, because they waited to see what Troncas came up with first. They used theirs, they got their goal. Now the pressure is on Mellado. This would be for number 23, right?
Hey, 20, let me see here, 22. Yeah, this is for 23. She's got 5 seconds and a chance to take a big lead. Mellado 23. Pichichi. Alba Mellado, she goes over to the presidents and she gives them up some zap as they are stepping 1.5 foot inside the Whizzing Center and inside the final.
Well, I don't know about you, Dane, but I'm from Chicago. 23 means a whole lot over there. And in this case, on these days, in these playoffs, Alba Mellado is looking like the GOAT of the Queens League right now.
Very, very nicely called, my man. She is unstoppable. And oof, that almost did just bounce off the head of Mellado. And, well, she's got a knack around goal. You wouldn't have been surprised if she did just get a touch that might have slid by Maria P. The Michael Jordan of the Queens League does it again. And it's called by Spencer Siegel. You heard it here first. Gonzalez. It's been a disappointing afternoon for Cristina Gonzalez, the leading scorer of Las Troncas. You got to work a little quicker if you're the side trailing by 3 goals, but it's been all Ultimate Móstoles. What a bring down. Beautifully done. Perfect stuff by Clara Dueñas, and it will stay with Ultimate Móstoles as she gets crashed in the boards like we're the Chicago Blackhawks, man. That looked like a little bit of NHL sort of stuff right there.
I mean, this sport, for me, this league, I should say, it's also, in a way, in its own way, a different sport. It has so many crossovers, and you can just take so many different elements of this sport and relate it to other factors, because it's unlike anything we've ever seen. And I'm not trying to oversell it. I just really enjoy the fact that you have so many new strategies, and for somebody who likes to be a thinking person, someone who likes to think constantly strategically throughout this games. This is a great example of that.
What about those of us who aren't thinking, Spencer? We can still like this one too. I'm not too much of a thinker myself, but I love it here in the Queens League. But I exactly get what you're saying, man. It's a bit of,
if you got the monkey banging the cymbals up there, that's fine too, my dude. There's no problem.
So we are going to the final 2 minutes, and Las Troncas need at least a couple goals. Ultimate Móstoles have a chance to book their ticket, book their train ride to Madrid. The Whizzing Center calling the winner of this game And at the moment, it looks like Noe9977 and DJ Mario's side, who will be awaiting a winner of our next game. That is ExBuyer and Kunitas, the top seed coming into the playoffs. Defending is the priority for the girls in black and gold. Las Troncas, they've got to put caution to the wind right now. And off we go. Double goal. Oh, man, a big clash of bodies there as Esther takes on a double team of Troncas players.
You can see what they're trying to do there. They want to get around the ball so that the first touch can go back into their own half. It's a pretty obvious MVP, is it not?
I don't think there's any question of it. And if she's the MVP and her side continues winning past this round, then you got to think MVP of the split. Record setter, Pichichi, coming in, 5 goals in the playoffs in 2 matches, and she's defending with her life on the line. Quickly back in and right to the head of Gonzalez, but Esther, look at Esther. She is one of the smallest on the back line, but she's got the biggest heart and plenty of guts for the number 11, Esther.
So we've got only a couple of minutes left of this game, Dane, and it looks like, it's not a done deal yet, but it looks like Móstoles may have booked their ticket to, we think, in Madrid. Now they have to start thinking about, after this game is done, should they achieve their objective, how do they go on and from the 7th seed, from that 7th position, pull off one of the biggest upsets in the young history of the Kings and Queens League, with ExBuyer and Kunitas on the other side?
Yeah, I mean, you ride what's gotten you here, don't you? And it's Mellado. It's been Mellado yesterday. It's been Mellado today with the brace. She's still got a chance for her hat trick here today as well. But right now you're thinking you're unstoppable if you're Ultimate Móstoles. You got a keeper who's stopping just about everything.
Yeah.
And
I'll say too
of the league
that it's not a common theme in football, 11-a-side football, because there aren't really playoffs, and I'm not counting the Champions League because those get played, even the quarterfinals to the semifinal to the final, that gets played over several months. You have to think more, again, we're talking about other sports, basketball, hockey, baseball, for me, for example, those are playoffs that get played in a short span of time. And if you catch somebody who's on a heater the way Mellado is, as that hits the post, big break for Móstoles. If you catch someone on a heater like Mellado, there's no stopping her, and she can just take her team, and they ride, and they're riding this right now.
Exactly, and that's what we're seeing every time she has the ball at her feet. She's either pushing towards goal, creating for somebody else, and it's been brilliant to watch. Really, one of the performances of this young Queens League history that we're seeing. Well,
hostia. Es que al final el gol doble, chicos, es que el otro equipo obviamente te encierra. Es que van a por todas y claro, es lo normal.
1.5 minutes till Ultimate Móstoles make it official and book their place in the final. It has been a complete performance from start to finish, and it got started with Dunia Jimenez's goal off a lovely ball through the back line. And
they've added an extra minute.
Yeah, DJ Mario's not happy. He says 2 seconds of wasting time, and it was worth a minute.
Yeah, I agree, because they don't know. That's the way it should be. Don't tolerate that. We don't tolerate that time wasting here. Not in the Kings League, not in the Queens League, not in the Cupra.
That was a bit unfortunate from Maria P, who just looked to bomb it down the park, and she's upset with herself right there.
Ganando el que gane está en la final directamente, gente, en el Wizzing. Juega en la final directamente. Es que el que gane
Silva had a great goal. Dunia Jimenez had a great goal. Mellado from the penalty spot and then from the shootout. So it's been hard to chalk this loss up to Maria P because there have been 2 golazos and then, well, with a penalty and a shootout, it's really anybody's game, isn't it?
Yeah. This has been really well played in the end, and no, you don't blame P. You don't really have anybody to blame at this point, but yourselves as a team. You take wins as a team, you take losses as a team, and let's see if Troncas, the Kings side, suffer a similar fate. This could be now an opportunity for Móstoles to do the double on the day. There's nothing quite like double embarrassment, Dane.
Well, yeah, I mean, for DJ Mario, he's got the chance for double the joy, but Pershita knows what he's playing with or playing for in the, I believe it's the opening match of the playoffs for the Kings League in the quarterfinals. So what a save it was again. Vilaseca, we said she hadn't always been tested, but when she has been almost perfect. Five seconds left, and Los Troncos out of time, even though they have been pushing up over the last couple of minutes, but it's too late. Ultimate Móstoles, DJ Mario, Noe 9977, and Alba Mellado into the final at Wizink, and they await an opponent in the next game. It was a complete match from start to finish, Spencer, and a well-deserved place in the Queens League Championship next Saturday.
So well deserved. It is all about Mellado, and this team will be thankful for her contributions. Now we'll see if she can get it done in another venue, because they've got We Think on their minds, and they're going to celebrate it too. Look at that.
Much deserved celebration for these queens who are looking to be crowned in the Wizink Center. Heartbreak for Las Troncas, who they had a great slate, great campaign, but they come up just short. Just 1 goal allowed yesterday for Ultimate Móstoles against El Barrio. 1 goal allowed today for Las Troncas. They had 11 shots on goal. Credit Vilaseca. She had plenty to do, but Ultimate Móstoles taking advantage of their chances. And look at that. You got our first team in the final. Saturday, April 20th. That is what awaits us. And who will Ultimate Móstoles be awaiting? Pershita with some comments after the game.
Sí. Nada, voy a decir solo una cosa. No nos han puesto en un puto resumen durante 12 jornadas con unas chicas que han ido líderes más de la mitad de la liga. Aquí tenéis lo que queríais. No entiendo por qué hay decisiones que para un lado se revisan, para otro no se revisan. Esto es la misma mierda de siempre. Pero, dicho esto, no hemos merecido ganar. Hoy las chicas no han tenido su mejor partido. No han estado bien. Creo que hemos empezado tarde a jugar, a arrancar. Y ya está, han sido mejores las jugadoras de Móstoles y nos han ganado merecidamente, y está en la final merecidamente. Pero una cosa pues no quita la otra, que te vas con la sensación de mierda. Entonces, nada, enhorabuena, Noé, Mario, que de verdad, han ganado justamente, no hemos estado bien, no nos merecemos ganar este partido. Y enhorabuena, disfrutad la final. Nos vemos ahora luego en la Kings.
Admitting that they didn't exactly deserve to win, but didn't understand some decisions made on one end but then weren't on the other.
Well, it was just interesting because he goes, first of all, the refereeing was a travesty, but you know what? We didn't deserve to win anyway. He led with the refereeing.
You let what's getting you steamed first go and then give the credit where credit's due. No surprise, Noe very happy with her team and how things played out in that
Pues de verdad,
semi-final matchup.
Que siempre se pone ella a rematar los corners y digo, no entiendo por qué ponen a Esther, pero es que hoy parecía que medía 2 metros la tía.
Ultimate Móstoles get their revenge on las Troncas for their final match day matchup that took place, well, just about, what was it, a week ago. And Mellado, with a big smile on her face, the Pichichi, let's hear from her.
Yo creo que lo merecíamos, aparte estos 2 últimos partidos se ha demostrado que somos un equipo que teníamos que estar ahí y nada, muy contenta por todo, por el equipo, que lo hemos hecho
árbitros ni con nadie, simplemente
nos vamos a jugar a tu ciudad, ¿estás contenta, no?
Desde que empezó esta competición y se sabía que se jugaba en el
que sí, que es muy buena, venga, hasta luego.
Mario, corre.
If Mario wants to celebrate with her.
Kunitas.
En la final, me la pela.
¿Y a ti?
También me la pela.
Vas a celebrarlo, enhorabuena.
Yeah, well, she was asked who she wants, and she had an opinion on it last night or yesterday when she said she did want Troncas, but she doesn't care who they may in the final, whether it's Kunitas, whether it's ExBuyer. Our first finalist has been named. They are on their way to Wizink, but a bit of celebrating beforehand is in store. We've got our second match coming up in just a bit. ExBuyer and Kunitas for that final spot in the Wizink final next Saturday.
Well, no sense in wasting any time to get ourselves back into it. Kunitas and ExBuyer just about ready to take to the pitch. ExBuyer team, Kunitas the winner to, we think, to take on Ultimate Móstoles. Ultimate Móstoles from the 7 spot. You're getting a look at the two teams now. This one, this side of the bracket, it played out a little bit more the way that we would have expected. Of course, Kunitas grabbing the 1 seed.
Alex Giro, que con sus 2 goles trajo a ExBuyer a semis. ¿Cómo estáis?
Bueno, la verdad que después del partido de ayer estamos un pelín más cansadas que ellas, pero con muchísimas ganas de jugar ya, de darlo todo, que queremos estar en Madrid.
No le pega a los macarras poner excusas, Alex.
No es ninguna excusa, es una realidad, pero no nos quitan las ganas y toda la motivación que tenemos para sacarla adelante.
He visto al Presi practicando ahora penaltis, ¿lo va a meter o no?
Claro que lo va a meter, por toda la escuadra.
Lo veremos, mucha suerte, Alex.
Alex
That
Giro
is
talking,
Alex.
Oh yeah, no, sorry, go ahead, Spencer, my man.
No, it's Alex Giro, who, as you may have just heard if you were able to deduce, scored twice in the quarterfinals against Scions, and we were just saying as this was just getting underway, this is a more traditional matchup. It's the 1 seed versus the 4 seed in the semifinals. The 4 played the 5, the 4 won, so here we are. Winner with a chance to make their way to the WeThink Center, and we're seeing Joe on one side and we're seeing the Buyers on the other, and there's usually no shortage of, we'll say, complaints and lobbying from the left-hand side of our screen. We'll see how that goes throughout this game, because we know that the decision-making will likely be, let's see, will likely be influenced by their thoughts.
Yeah, not shying away from trash talk. They never do, but Joe's not just talking a big game. She's going to walk the big game, too, because she's got the jersey on. She's ready to play. 4 matches played, 3 goals.
We do have a presidential penalty today as well.
Exactly. Eric doesn't seem impressed by what's being asked from him or what's being said on the other side. He is usually the one that takes the penalties for ExBuyer.
Look
You
at
see-
the difference.
Yeah. Whoa. I mean, you can understand it. Just one loss in regulation for Kunitas. They came against Fortinas back in the third match day. They lost to Rayo de Barcelona in the shootout too, but since then, they have been rolling. And Jova, what does she have to say about this match? And will she be the decider later on?
Well, we will have a couple of different players to look out for as far as these two teams are concerned. We already heard from Alex Giraud. On the other side, for Kunitas, nobody has won more MVPs in the Queens League this season than the striker Blanca Cross. She's done it 7 times, and she's got some help in there as well. Andrea Martinez has a league-leading 8 assists. So those two linking up should make for some fun. You can see Kunitas have mostly picked out probably the least favorable of all of the secret weapons. That sanction doesn't really do a whole lot for you. They would be better off to get something else today. That's a big part of it.
Yeah, those always come in either handy or devastatingly unsatisfying later on in the matchup. But of course, you set up those moments, you set up those secret weapons with how you play in the first half and into the second half. But let me tell you something right now. Blanca Cruz, don't think that she wasn't watching yesterday as Mellado took the Pichichi from her. After scoring 19 goals in the split, she ended that 11th match day as the Pichichi. Obviously, she'd prefer not to play and get an automatic bid into the semifinal like Kunitas got. But she's got some unfinished business, not just getting her team to the final, which is the overall priority, but she's going to want to have a say at the Pichichi as well. And what a matchup that would be if we see Kroos and we see Mellado in the final. But ExBuyer, they want something to say about that.
Well, Kunitas have scored 50 goals in their 11 regular season games this year. That is not just the most, it is by far the most. Nobody in the league even had 40 besides them.
And a 23 goal differential too, which is almost more than some teams even scored all split long.
So here we go, underway, second semifinal, a chance to do damage at the We Think Center. It's on the line. You play for the title, and right away it's ExBuyer, and you know who's got the ball at her feet. It is, of course, Alex Giraud, who's going one-on-one with Andrea Martinez. Giraud trying to get around Martinez in what's likely her one-on-one effort. To her left side she goes, and that shot is ultimately stopped. A good stop by Mireia.
Giraud got ExBuyer out to a perfect start yesterday, and with a 1-0 goal in the opening minute. Couldn't quite do it here, although she was touching it around, trying her best to slip it through.
And how about that? She's also able to defend as well. And when you play one-on-one, you have to do a little bit of both.
Yeah, that was impressive, almost as impressive as what she's able to do on the other area. But Alex Giraud, fantastic player in both boxes.
So enter the second set of players for both sides, and that brings us to a 3-on-2. It is the keeper Mireia who puts it for Blanca Cross. You just mentioned Mireia wants to take a curler, tried to chop it back. Now she's out of position. You can't do that on a day like today, and that's a brilliant recovery from Cross.
Well, you talk about the top scorers for each side, and defending here is the priority. Defending with their lives. Giraud first, and then Kroos getting back and intercepting that in what was a wide open mouth of goal.
10 seconds before we increase the workload. Mireia, they're encouraging her to shoot. Kroos chops it back onto her right foot, and that's a big-time stop. Fatih Fabra with the denial.
What a stop it was. And Kroos, she just gets past the defender and you think, oh, this is it. This is the first one. This is the opener. But Fabra with a fantastic sprawling save.
So now we can go 4-on-3, and all it takes is one. They are already off and running. Sandra Alberola puts Kunitas on the board 2.5 minutes in.
Well, so much attention being drawn by Kroos that you sometimes forget that these other players are just as capable of bearing it. Look at the placement on the side netting off the left foot.
That is precision personified. And for Alberola, who we didn't mention at the top of this game because in her 11 games, she had just one goal to her name.
Well, you would never tell from that strike right there.
Oh, and not to mention the fact that this team, as we said, had 50 goals, and they might be in again, although that looked like a whisker of offside from Kroos.
Fati just praying for her team to just settle things down a little bit, tighten up defensively. Of course, she had a couple of horrific touches from the back that almost cost them the game yesterday against Science.
Pressure has now been put on ExBuyer to come back with something, and they're going to get a little bit of a gift. It's a corner.
Well, ExBuyer, they had to come in knowing that there was going to be goals scored. I mean, Kuni Sports is almost impossible to keep quiet in the attacking end. So what they need to understand is they just need to keep pace, but they can't let things get too out of hand too quickly.
Well, it's one thing to say that out loud to yourself, and it's another thing to do it. Rocío Lopez. Had that been a little bit more on target, Luzardo was in the middle.
Now the girls on the bottom right of our screen, the Presidentas right there. One of them's answering the phone. I know it's not Jova, but it's the other Presidenta. And yeah, there's no time for phone calls right now. It's the semifinal. We're fighting for a spot in the final if you're Kunitas. Focus, baby. We need some focus here in the opening 5 minutes.
I'm with you, Dane. I see your phone going off all the time because you're so popular. You haven't even given it a look.
Not once, man. It's in the other room.
Chopped into the area and collected by Fabra. And we are fully 7-on-7, full strength until we get to the 2-minute warning.
The boys have been awfully quiet, the ExBuyer boys. Is it just maybe a pinch of nerve starting to show because usually their overconfidence is exuding out of your TV screens or your computer screens, wherever you're watching from.
And wherever you are watching us from, thanks.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah.
See, go on.
Early in the morning, well, early in the afternoon over in the States, maybe over in Asia, late in the evening, but wherever you are, we're happy to be here. We're happy to have you, and well, I'm sure you're happy to have this fantastic afternoon of football action from Coupa Arena, and it's on a Monday. We don't even have to be on a weekend. Weekday football, baby. We love that.
Yeah, did you work today?
I'm always working, man. I'm always on the clock. This is where I come to relax.
I'm with you. And Kunitas are pretty relaxed at the moment, we have to say, with their 1-goal advantage. They've taken over ExBuyer.
And how does ExBuyer respond here? Obviously, it's just a 1-goal deficit, but you know Kuni Sports, they've got more in the holsters just waiting to unload. And who else is going to be stepping up other than Alex Giro? Because she does need some help. Jumped in too much yesterday. She's the second leading scorer with 7 goals. Luzardo, she's more of a creator, more of a defender. She did get hurt. It was a non-contact, scary sort of injury, and did come back just a few minutes later, but doesn't seem like she's feeling the effects of that little scare in the first half of yesterday's game.
It's worth mentioning, just in case you're just joining us, or maybe you're new to the Kings League and Queens League, or whatever the case may be, you see up on the score bug at the center of your screen at the top there are 2 blue arrows next to the 2 teams, and that is significant because that means later we'll have presidential penalties at any point during this game, as this shot has to be tipped over and out by Fabra for what will be a Kunitas corner.
Well, look at this. I think it takes a deflection on the way in. No, maybe not, but Fatih Fabra. A couple of nice saves from the ExBuyer number 1.
And the presidential penalty, just to finish that thought, it's actually going to happen right now, it would appear. We're hearing the sound that is synonymous with the presidential penalty, and Kunitas are perhaps looking to take an early double goal advantage. It is where the presidents step up to the spot and do their thing. Ball has to go out of play, though, for that to happen, and Kunitas would prefer to grab a second goal before they even get there.
Yeah, imagine that. That would be quite the little cherry on top for Kunitas right now.
Cross gets the return, and that's seen out for a corner. We'll stop play for just a moment and enter Joe Valicenti.
3 for 4 from the spot this year in this split, and it's just a great 1-2. Cross, she invites that sort of play, doesn't she? It's not just in front of goal, it's the build-up, and now Jova, 3 presidential penalties. She's got a chance for a 4th, and it would be big here 9 minutes in.
Well, we've seen so many times the presidents step up to this spot in regular season games, but now the stakes are much higher because the playoffs and the We Think Center is on the line. Tie up those laces.
Love the boots from Jova right there, matching the Kuni Sports. Little purple and pink, why not? Look at that beautiful color coordination. And well, let's see if the penalty is as pretty.
Oh, it is. It's put home with ease. Jova helps her own side, and they've doubled the lead, 2-0.
I don't know if Fatih was just not ready for it, but she just got wrong-footed, didn't she? And there was actually a change of keeper quickly for ExBuyer as Marta Roldan came in for the penalty.
Now remember, Kunitas had a corner right before that moment. We pick up where the game left off, and they're going to be right back there.
Yeah, the onslaught continues, and ExBuyer, they just got to hold on. It seems like everything is against them. Their back is against the ropes, and they just got to hold on, hear the bell a little bit, knowing that 18th minute mark could change things.
And they're a long ways away from 18 minutes. It's already seeming like an uphill battle.
Well, when do the presidential penalty come from ExBuyer? Because they really don't have much room for error now, down 2 goals against a team that is just going to keep continuing the onslaught.
Yeah, we say goals change games, and if Kunitas get another one to make it 3-0 before ExBuyer even take their chance at it, then you're all starting to think about, that's a nice ball over the top. You're starting to think about the demoralizing factor.
Yeah, you just start to dip your head a little bit, and the confidence goes. Alba Ortiz with a beautiful ball over the top. That was similar to the first goal that we saw that came from Jimenez with the ball from the middle of the park that was just sliced through the defense.
Can give both ExBuyer and Minibuyer credit for trying to put Jova off in that moment, but there's no putting Kunitas off right now. They are rolling, and that should have been a third from Monica Lopez.
She just doesn't get it all, does she? The dynamic wasn't perfect. She goes for placement, but I think if she just gets a bit more on it, it goes a bit further to her right side. It has a better chance to hit the target, and instead, Fatih Fabra and ExBuyer continuing to stay alive, but holding on by a thread.
We mentioned 50 goals for Kunitas. Now, ExBuyer conceded more goals than they scored, despite finishing 4th in the league this year. Their 37 allowed was the most among any of the top 5 teams, and the second most amongst any of the teams who made the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a team that is a stranger to some big scorelines, some heavy scorelines, and that is what they need to avoid at all costs here. They've got to stay in. We talked about Fatih Fabra and that very, very provocative sort of touches that she had yesterday that just invited Science to have a chance on goal. That was another one. Alex Cross crashing in.
Good effort on target. Would have been on target had it not been blocked. And then the follow-up over the top by Luzardo was high and wide. Good hair action from Luzardo today. She's clearly ready to play.
Love the little racing strips on the side of the bleach blonde hair.
They work in tandem with the kit.
Yeah, exactly. We love a little color coordination. We saw it with Jova. We've got it with Luzardo as well. Bad giveaway again.
Now here come Kunitas.
The passing in the final third, it's just been really impressive to watch for Kunitas. And obviously a team that scores 50 goals in 11 matches, they're going to know how to pass the rock, aren't they? And we see it here in the opening quarter of an hour. It's something that ExBuyer, they're going to have to deal with. It's hard to defend against a team like that because when you do try to fill up those spaces and give them a bit more time, a bit more spacing, that's when they can really take advantage of it. And we saw it with Alba Ortiz just a moment ago. Nice showing from the crowd for ExBuyer above their bench.
Yeah, they always show out, don't they?
Yeah,
and they always come to support.
They do. They'll be sticking around for the Kings League match in just a little bit.
Do they make the trip? Should they get there to Madrid for the We Think Center either semis or finals if they somehow manage to turn this around?
Well, if they do, I hope they've got their tickets already because, well, it was sold out, but I think 150 tickets were still available today. Those might have been sold out in a hurry as well. So if they're not, just go check the website and see if there's anyone's hanging around.
There was a lot of contact inside the 6-yard box. It was Kroos who got in there, I think, starting in an offside position. And credit to ExBuyer to this point because we said 5-6 minutes ago that they had to really weather this storm, and they've kept it at 2-0 for the moment, but it's really 1-0 with the presidential penalty.
Where is Alex Giro? She's got to step up here, and obviously the dice can change this whole thing around, but in the run of play, 7v7, ExBuyer just hasn't been up to task. Look at the defensive shape. I mean, let's forget about the 50 goals for a second. Kunitas, everything. Look at the movement on the defensive end. 3 players in front of Giro, making sure they spread her plenty attention. And yeah,
Luzardo, she can hit them.
That's what it's going to end up being for ExBuyer if they can't get some spacing, can't get a little bit of just pockets of in between the defense, because at the moment they're being frustrated, and when you're frustrated, you settle for those long distance efforts, which we've seen them go in, but you'd much rather something around the face of the goal.
We can't change the rules in the middle of the game, Dane, but if we could, I'd make every goal from outside the box worth 2.
All right, not bad. That's you know, what? How long are we talking about here? How outside the area is 2 goals?
Anywhere that's in that black space that the ball is occupying right now, I'll count it. Or over here in the corner, that's a nice cross that comes all the way through. That's tough to score from out there. It might encourage people to shoot.
I mean, you're the boss around here. Talk to some of the higher ups, man, and see if
I'm not the boss. I'll talk to the boss.
Well, you're the hot shot around here these days, so we know you got all the pull in this league. So let's see if you can, if by the next split coming up, we're gonna have a little bit of rule changing in Spencer terms.
We're gonna have to have a Caesar salad with PK in order to make that happen, I think. Just a minute to go before we get to the 2-minute warning.
Yeah, it would be very welcome for ExBuyer right now. If you're Kunitas, you don't want any sort of pauses or changes to the way this thing is going.
And no sense in waiting until the second half. ExBuyer are going to step up and take their presidential penalty. It's going to happen right now. Eric is on his way.
Look at the old school throwback ExBuyer jersey. And, well, this league hasn't been around long enough to have throwback jerseys.
It's more of a throwback font, if anything. This has to be converted.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is huge. This is huge, and we've seen him come up in important moments. He knows what he's doing from the spot. Little exchange of pleasantries right there. I've seen him mouthing off to some keepers before. Briñones from Portinos, he had some words for after slipping it past him.
The pressure is crunching, and instead Eric meets the challenge, sneaking it beyond Mireia and cutting the deficit in half. It's 2-1.
Well, they needed it, and they got it. The president comes down from the box, helps his girls out, cuts the lead in half. And it wasn't a terrible effort by Mireia, was it? Mireia, she guessed right. Oh, it just goes through the wickets, goes through the hands, and she's got her head in her hands thinking, I was this close, but that puts an added dynamic to it going into the 18th minute.
She's going to be really disappointed because not only did she guess right, but she had a heck of a head start on that too. She was there. Normally when you slot it into the corner, it's a well-taken, well-placed penalty, but she had such a head start, she almost overshot it. So that leaves the door open for ExBuyer, and that gives us a chance to see just how many players will take to the pitch after we roll this dado.
Let's see here who we got in our Magic WhatsApp group. If they give us a little bit of love on who it is rolling the dice. Couldn't find it in time.
Boy. We are into 1v1 with keeper.
So this is always interesting. Whoever gets selected, they got to be like, oh, man, come on, because it is a tiresome affair to go running back and forth up the pitch for 2 minutes straight. Obviously, you can use your substitutions there as well. No keeper can come out of their area, so you can't do a 2v1 sort of situation, but it is tiring, and this is a chance for Alex Giro. She knows that right now. She's got to come up and step up for her team, the leading scorer for ExBuyer.
Gito against Andrea, the same matchup that we had at the beginning of the game. And they're off. Wait, look at the speed of Gito. You know she's getting there first. And she's off to the races right away. She wants it on her right foot. She's got it on her right foot. Gito sprays it wide. Possession ceded.
Well, she just blew past Andrea, didn't she? She's got plenty of gas in those legs, even still after a game and a half almost in the last 2 days, last 24 hours, really.
Now it's Martinez's turn, and Gito's trying to get in there to play some defense. She's actually won it back. Now she's not allowed to go back to the keeper. So she's got to keep hold of it, which she does. And she is proving to be a valuable one-on-one player. She's going to go for the shot from distance. That's a nice save from Mireia.
Huffing and
she's
puffing,
asking for a change.
Go to the sideline. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise you, but Andrea's finally going to use it. And Gito knows she can't right now. She's going to have a chance. Okay, so well played from the referee. The boys want to shoot out for something. We saw it yesterday. There was a substitution without a bib being put on, and the boys now, we knew it took them 19 and a half minutes, but here come the complaints.
Well, we knew it was going to happen, but I think it's being given.
You can hear him talking, hear him screaming. Is it going to be a shootout in the end or what?
Let's see. So we're getting a look at this. It looks like Martinez is off the pitch in the moment. This is a tough call. And the clock's not stopping either.
We saw this happen in the ExBuyer 1KFC match where ExBuyer were up 2-0 yesterday in the Kings League. At the halftime break, they went to change. 1K went to change.
Well, they're going to get the shootout anyway, and they're still asking for a yellow card because the shootout's just not enough. But they're going to get a chance to level this contest. Can they do it? Ana Costa! Oh, yeah! 2-2.
After 17 minutes of absent football in the attacking third in 7v7, it is ExBuyer coming back from the dead right before the halftime break.
It's more of a mental mistake for Kunitas than anything else. Can Monica Lopez get it back? We saw that Kunitas, it looked like they weren't too pleased with the roll of the die. They didn't want this 1v1 because as a team, they just have more firepower and more attacking prowess in them. This has been dominated by ExBuyer, and that is an absolute peach! Sandra Carrasco, take a bow, please!
Vamos! Carrasco, was that serious? It's not just the finish. The cañito here going behind the back, and then the placement. You couldn't put it better if you picked it up with two hands and put it in the goal. Oh.
There is no better goal that you will see this week in the Kings League, the Queens League, the Princes League, the Jesters League, or anything else. That is outstanding. And ExBuyer have the lead at halftime. Who knew it?
You blink in this lead and you lose a 2-goal advantage. It's just how it goes here in the Queens League. And Carrasco, that was an individual bit of brilliance. That's great. This is ingenious, and this is just wondrous. It's the goal you dream of, isn't it? And to do it at this stage in the semifinal, You couldn't ask for a better goal.
Dane, we have been tasked throughout our time here with writing down the best goals that we see from our time. That might be the single best goal that I've seen all year. I don't know if you've seen anything better than that.
And hats off to you, my man. It was a great call for a great goal. So we've got a wondrous highlight, a beautiful moment here in the semifinal. And we're caught up in the goals still. The presidents are talking. They want the yellow card. Of course, they want the yellow card. And hey, I get it. If it's the rule, you want the yellow card because of the change.
No te apetece sacar amarilla y aplicar el reglamento.
Eric saying they didn't want to take up the yellow card, but he didn't take it out.
Porque le hemos dicho a nuestro segundo
que avise
que es amarilla.
They knew
Que
it.
si
They
tienen
gave
que
the
sacar
shootout,
falta por eso, es amarilla, como lo pone en el
take
acta.
the yellow card out as well.
Bueno, el reglamento, da igual.
And
This
so,
is the play in question.
Yeah, exactly.
Y efectivamente no ha sacado amarilla porque no ha apetecido. Pero luego para sancionar
the sideline and put it on as soon as you can. And think about how much that changed the matchup here, changed the game.
I mean, at this stage, if you don't know the rules of the game that you're playing in the playoffs as the one seed.
Si esto es así, vale. Igualmente,
si esto en reglamento ya lo pone, entonces
igualmente ahora me lo pasarán porque, vamos, yo creo que esto es amarilla. Si es porque no toca la pelota, vale. Igual, trae dos arriba. Tenemos unas bolas así de gordas.
No, varios.
Bueno, bolas tengo yo.
They're in belief that their players are playing quite well right now.
Yeah,
roughly
it's a
translated.
gutsy performance is what they've been saying, and not
Yo he visto salir el balón desde la
but
pantalla, no se veía
I mean, if
dónde
you're
iba esa bola cuando he
the
visto
second half, you got it, but knowing you've been the better team in 7v7, so how do you recover those sensations?
Vamos ahí, vamos equipo.
Second half action.
No part of the presidential talks.
And Kunitas, Kunisport, they are conspicuously quiet.
Yeah.
Do they have a response? They're going to need one. And they've pulled out their jugador estrella, which, as we mentioned, is Blanca Cross. If she scores, Kunisport come right back into the lead.
And that's an obvious one right there. It's one of those ones, too, where it's until the 38th minute. So you played at the 20th, and as many goals as she scores, I believe, that counts for two. So sometimes it's not as advantageous, but when you got a player who's scored 19 goals in 11 matches, you put your bottom dollar on them.
Now, Kunitas have scored, as we mentioned, a whole host of goals this season. And the last matchup between the two teams in the first semifinal, between Móstoles and Troncas, took place on match day 11. First things first, let's see if Kunitas can make their way back defensively, trying to win it high up the pitch. Martinez may have done it. Ricardo, who's been whistled for the foul. The last time these two teams met in the league in the regular season, it's the complete opposite. You've got to go all the way back to match day one. A 5-1 Kunitas victory. Cross did score. Decent effort there from who you might expect. Cross scored 4 times in that game, including a double goal late when the game was pretty much already decided.
You start your split off with 4 goals, and you really put yourself in prime position to be in the Pichichi race. But she had to continue for the final 10 match days, and she did exactly that. 19 goals, and now they need her more than ever.
Now, it's worth noting that sorry, Dan, go ahead and finish that thought.
No, Kunitas trailing right now, somewhat miraculously trailing, but they've played their cards right. ExBuyer with the presidential penalty, and then the shootout they got It's turned this game around in a matter of moments. And now we know they're skillful, Kuni Sports, but how is their resiliency? How is their mentality after taking a blow like that in a matter of moments?
ExBuyer trying to put the pressure on. Kunitas with their backs to the wall, though that's a brilliant find and a toe tap that ties the game. There's your resilience. Forget tying the game. That was Blanca. She's given Kunisport the lead, 4-3.
It's just spectacular. I mean, almost out of nowhere, it's a diagonal ball that's put on the laces of Kroos. It's not an easy takedown by Blanca, but one touch, two touch, back of the net, through the legs of Fati, and Kunisport back in control as we go back and forth, blow for blow here in the semifinal.
Welcome to the Queens League.
Fantastic advertisement for the Queens League here. Uy, uy, uy.
From 3-2 down to 4-3 up in the blink of an eye, as this shot from the very same Carrasco that put one in the top deck just a few minutes ago.
Let me just
See,
correct
that goal
myself.
only counts as one goal for
Yeah.
Kroos. Now,
Yeah.
it counts as two in the game. But
Right.
Still, 20 is pretty impressive.
And I must beg for forgiveness. I thought she was going to have that for the entire half, but no. The one goal, that's all that she gets, so it is the double goal, but no longer the star player.
And there's a chance for a follow-up that Monica Lopez skies. Now, in terms of the secret weapon, Kunitas have done what they needed to do. They've cashed in. Now, can ExBuyer do the same? We don't know what their secret weapon is yet. We would guess that it's not Jugadores Estrella.
Yeah, you wouldn't think so. I mean, as the match goes on, you can kind of sniff it out what the situation calls for or begs for. But yeah, I mean, you just never know. And maybe they're just holding on to it. We would have thought they would have played one of their presidential penalties or their secret weapons after coming out and just looking flat for the first 18 minutes.
Chipped up back post. That's really well designed. There's a fluidity to their game.
Yeah, no, it's the build-up that it really does make them stand out. I mean, it makes it obviously it's a team that knows how to score goals, but you don't just create these goals out of thin air. It comes from the back. It comes from good link-up play on the wings through the middle of the park from the back to line, and it's really quite impressive to watch. ExBuyer now, we talked about Kuni Sports taking a blow on the mouth, taking a shot to the chops, but now it's ExBuyer who's going to have to respond after seemingly taking control and having all the wind in their sails. But now, back down, and what do? 7v7.
If we're trying to decipher exactly what ExBuyer would prefer, again, we go back to it. The Jugador Campeón, taking one player off from the other team, it doesn't do them a whole lot of good right now. I mean, it does a little bit, but they'd probably prefer either the double goal or one of the penalties, either from the spot or the shootout.
Right. I mean, a double goal would help, but a penalty almost it doesn't ensure you anything, but it's the most likely to score off of the shootouts. They aren't the easiest to take with the 5-second countdown. A double goal would be great, but we haven't seen them score 7v7. We haven't seen them score in the run of play. It's been Carrasco 1v1, it's been a shootout, and it's been a presidential penalty. So they got to show that they can score, or else they're in big trouble.
Yeah, and they will be kicking themselves too, based on the fact that Kroos was let free and left alone when she was the star player.
Yeah, I mean, it's already a player. It's already a person. It's already the Pichichi of the first 11 games that should be drawing the majority of the attention. And when she's got that green badge on her arm, even more so. But just a dip in concentration a bit, and it might just cost them a spot in the final.
Of course, another one for Kunitas would make life a lot more difficult. Certainly not put the game away, especially with the double goal coming up at the end of the half. Alba Ortiz. Lofted to the near side for Sara Cabollo. Looking for cross.
One of those teams, too, that doesn't mind if the defense just drops back a little bit and tries to keep their shape, because they will find those spots. They'll move it around from touchline to touchline, and eventually they know they've got the quality to string those passes together and find that one that just penetrates the back line and sets up a goal-scoring opportunity.
First time we've seen ExBuyer back on the ball with a little bit of calming presence. Far side it goes, but you can see Kunitas have packed it in defensively. That ball's dangerous into the middle, had to be cleared, was by Ortiz. And an effort from distance is not a harmful one. Goal kick.
Well, it might just take a bit of individual magic that we saw from Carrasco to break through this back line of Kunitas. Could it be Giro? Could it be Carrasco? Will it be somebody else? They've got 10 minutes to figure it out.
They have yet.
Interestingly enough, no shootouts yesterday in any one of the games, and not even a special weapon card.
That was Nuria Yop, which is one of the more fun last names to get after in this matchup. LLOP.
Yeah, if you had a spelling bee for some of these names, it would be quite an adventure for us. But luckily, you're the thinking one in this broadcasting tandem. So I'll leave that to you.
The spelling bee will be reserved for another time. We don't want to bore people.
I mean, there's plenty of events in the final at the WizardCon Saturday. What are the concerts? You got a shootout, a celebrity shootout. You got go-kart racing in the WizardCon as well. So yeah, why not put a spelling bee in there?
We got to give the people what they want, Dane. And at the We Think Center, there are so many options.
Yeah, I don't know if the spelling bee is just going to attract the numbers that we're quite looking for, but hey.
Here come Kunitas again. There's only been one goal in this second half, just one, but it was a double goal, and it has helped Kunitas reestablish equilibrium. Looked like Lopez might have been fouled on that occasion, although I think it was just seen out of play.
Well, Kunitas will not mind one bit that the ball is on this end of the pitch, and every whistle, every dead ball, that is a chance to just waste some time off the clock. And obviously they'll want to add to their lead before going into the 38th minute if they possibly can, but they've been comfortable so far since taking the lead.
Well, you might have seen ExBuyer pointing to his imaginary watch on his wrist, saying, come on, let's make sure that we're counting the time that's being wasted.
Right. It's always worth noticing, and not to mention the secret weapon still in their pocket that could draw this game level, or even better for ExBuyer.
It's all about defending right now for Kunitas, and if they are going to play one of the two options that are a 4-minute long secret weapon, it would likely have to come within the next minute. Otherwise, we can assume that it's probably a shootout or a penalty.
Right.
Over the top, Luzardo cannot get there because the sanction, is that a corner? No. It looked like Luzardo, oh wow, Luzardo was ready to give that up as a goal kick. You don't see ExBuyer complaining about that one.
Yeah, Luzardo's reaction just tells you that it might have been the wrong call, but what's this all about? A little double corner action, short corner maybe?
Back post bound, it's met by one head and it's cleared away. Brought back into the area, Luzardo couldn't set it up for any kind of chilena, and Kunitas will run away with this, but without numbers. It's going to have to be one effort from distance, not so bad. Alba Ortiz again, and we're at that 34-minute mark, so a 4-minute sanction or a 4-minute double goal doesn't seem to be in the cards. Right. Which means they're likely going to get a chance at this with a penalty.
You would think so. A penalty or a shootout, either one is going to be a direct chance at goal. So far, so good for the keeper in the blue jersey for Kunitas. It's been... Oof. That's not a bad effort from long distance.
Trying to face down, and that might be a makeup call because it looked more like a corner than a goal kick that time.
Mireia doing her work in the 7v7 run of play, but she's got to be thinking, what is that secret weapon? What am I up against? What am I facing here to try to keep my team in the lead?
Someone's got to smack the button if you're ExBuyer.
Yeah.
Only 3 minutes to do it. Luzardo for Giro. To the far side, lofted in, the cross. Mireia just has to volleyball tap it over the crossbar, and it's a corner.
Well, she had an eye on it the whole way, and oh yeah, it was very well done. I was just wondering if it was a little shallow on the touch over the bar, but no, she knew exactly what she was doing.
Giro got that wrong, although it actually worked out for them. Xenia through the middle. Can this be kept in? Indeed it can. This is Yup! And I think that might have hit the crossbar.
Well, Kunitas just hitting the pause button right now because the missed shot. Oh, that's great stuff again from Mireia.
Well, here we are. 100 seconds from the 2-minute warning, and ExBuyer waste their opportunity.
You just got to think there's a bit more in this. Obviously, the secret weapon coming, but there is plenty more in this match. But you just got to think, yeah, it was a matter of time, wasn't it?
So now, once the ball goes out of play, although we have to see this play out first, then we get to the big moment of drama. That should be an offside. Surprised that it's not. The ball is still in play, and instead, it is Giro who is fouled. That stops play. We're at the 37-minute mark. And what do we have here?
Yeah.
Is it a straight spot? It is. Straight from the spot to tie the game in the 38th minute.
And who you think it's going to be for ExBuyer? Well, maybe not who we were thinking of.
Well, we talked about Nuria Yop because we liked her name, but now ExBuyer want to like her right boot. Can she kick ExBuyer into a level matchup?
5 for 6 from the spot in this split.
Yop to tie the game. She has 4-4. And would you believe the story we've got on our hands in this Queens League semifinal?
Well, Mireia, she guessed it right again. That's 2 penalties that she guesses correctly, but just couldn't get her hands around. Great penalty. Puts it up, lofts it high and wide into that side netting. And the Capitana, of course, coming up clutch for the final 2 minutes. Golden goal for a spot in the Whizzing Center.
Se pone a titubear con el balón en los pies. Hay que ir a por ella. Salta, da pase a central, banda contraria y a ella. A matarla, ¿eh? Sin errores atrás. No nos compliquemos. Cualquier cosa arriba.
Well, there's not too much strategy to be spoken at this point. It is go get 'em. A golden goal to determine who advances in to the We Think Center final of the Queens League.
Oh, the drama!
It's all on the line. 2 minutes plus of chaos. And if not, we would head to a penalty shootout. 5 players with a chance.
Just
for
think
glory.
about it. They took advantage of their 2 minutes of dice time, ExBuyer, to get their 1 goal in open play. But other than that, it's been a shootout and 2 penalties.
And it looks like Kunitas are frustrated. They didn't get that call. The fans behind the ExBuyer bench understand at the moment this is an upset in the making, and any goal would end the game. Thrown into the middle. Brought back out. Is there a counter in the works? The MVP is tough to say because Carrasco scored that golazo, but Kroos scored the double goal.
This is going to be that one that might just be decided with a golden goal winner.
Pubi. Giro! That's denied, and then it's bounced off the line. Potential claim of a handball, you might think. It's seen out. Well defended. That might have been headed in.
The heart's dropping for Kunitas.
Thrown in, tipped around, and then cleared out. And picked up by Monica Lopez, who cannot release Alberola.
Spencer, can we spare shootouts? I want this to go to golden goal for the next however long it takes. This has been so much fun.
I'm kind of with you. I'd like to see about 6 minutes of added time at this point. It really should be like ice hockey. You play until somebody scores a goal in the playoffs. We've got 3 added minutes.
All right, we'll take 3.
And the team that dominated this league, this competition, this split, Kunitas, are on the ropes after earning a double bye to the semifinals. They now are a penalty shootout away from falling short of their goal. Unless they can find one here, lofted in and cleared away by Yop.
Well, you got to find the balance because you want to push up and try to win it, but you can't leave any space at the back. You can't put on a counterattack for the other team because that would just be devastating.
Giro had stolen it away, and I think she's also drawing the foul. Martinez is whistled. Martinez hit the deck, or actually it was a teammate of hers that hit the deck, and she just got in front of Giro. This is a free kick in a dangerous spot as the clock continues to tick. Oh, it's taken quickly, and Giro's shot is blocked. Almost caught everybody off guard.
I think
90 more seconds.
I think she acted like she wanted to say something to the referee too, because the referee says, "Cuéntamelo, tell me something."
Cleared out of harm's way. Alberola has it stolen off her feet. Carrasco scored the doozy in the first half. It doesn't look like there's a goal in this in stoppage time.
Right. Look at the nerves from both presidents on the bottom of your screen. All four presidents, I should say, but it's so tight, it's so close. Final minute to go. Are we going to shootouts, or is somebody going to the Wizink off a golden goal?
Is there a chance in it? It's lofted over the top by Lopez. Final moments before we get to a potential shootout. Kunitas coming back again, and it's taken away brilliantly. Carrasco on the run, clipping it up over the top. Pubi tries to put it in towards Carrasco. It's not there. Final 15 seconds. It's now or never for either side. It's given away. Carrasco just wide. Hearts and throats.
This is so tense.
Unfair, unjust, and not for the people. We need more of this, but we will settle for a penalty shootout.
We might have been here all afternoon if it came down to the golden goal, because that thing was so tense. It was so back and forth. But you know what? If you told ExBuyer in the first 17 minutes that they'd be going to a shootout after being thoroughly dominated in the first half, they might have signed with you. Kuni Sports, I don't think there's a chance in any way that they would have signed that offer.
Muy arriba, estamos muy arriba. Una ganadora. Pase lo que pase, una ganadora.
They're feeling good about themselves, that's for sure.
Partido histórico contra las primeras. Nadie daba un duro por el equipo. Hemos conseguido hacer lo
Historic game against the top side.
Y vamos a ganar esta mierda. Vamos a ganar esta puta mierda.
We're going to win this garbage, is basically what he said.
We're going to win this flipping stuff.
Well, it's worth pointing out, just so that everybody's aware, that Kunitas, in their 11 regular season games, played to a penalty shootout twice. They won once and they lost once. On the other side, ExBuyer only did it once, and that went down as a loss.
A bit more experience for Kunitas, I think, in the shootout category, but just looking at my stats right now, the shootout, other than the shootout earlier in the day, I don't think ExBuyer has converted on one all split long.
Rojo, chutáis primero, chutáis segundo.
That's a
you
big
gotta
decision
know when
right
you
there.
go up there if you want to shoot first or second. Oh boy, you got to go up there and know.
You can't. Good thing there's no shot clock like no shot clock on the decision making like there is on the shootouts.
There should be. And by the way, you were talking about the conversions and the conversion rates. The shootout for Kunitas on match day 4, they did not score. And ExBuyer lost 3-2 to Ultimate Móstoles, who they would meet if they got to the WeThink Center. Here we go, 5 shots for each team. Everything on the line. Ana Costa will start it off. Costa goes around the keeper, but I don't think that made it across the line in time. Did it? It's going to count for now. That's very close.
That was beautiful. She took her time. She was patient, and the little soul roll around the keeper. It's standing.
Wow, that is
gonna count.
An interesting start, to say the least. 1 for
That
1.
was beautiful. This is who you want to start things off in a shootout if you're Kunitas.
Blanca Cross goes wide, and ExBuyer have started off on the best possible terms.
Blanca Cross, 19 goals in the split, 1 today. It was a beauty. And she just rushed to judgment a little bit there, didn't she? Obviously, with the clock winding down, you have to be quick. But she took it maybe before she might have been ready. She didn't make a single move.
Kenya Royo to make it 2-0. Yes, she does.
Brilliant there. Tucked home, and the Giants are on the edge of collapsing right now. ExBuyer.
The pressure has shifted dramatically, and you see that Andrea Martinez has not missed in a shootout. She needs that to continue. The league's leading assister. Went around, it's a little wide though. Did she put it home in time? Is that going to count?
She did.
It looks like it will.
That heavy touch. It was so heavy, and I thought there was no shot. She gets there in time and is able to get around that. But look at this. Have a look. Oof. Oh, she just got it off in time. Oh.
Once it leaves the foot, it's good to go. And in that case, that was about as close as we've come.
It was a calm finish, too, with less than a second on the clock.
Rocío Lopez to keep it perfect, and she slots it into the near corner. It's 3-1.
No regate needed from Rocío. She saw her space, picked it out perfectly, and slots it home.
All of the pressure is on Sandra Alberola. She started the scoring in this game. Just 3 minutes in, Alberola. Kunitas need her now more than ever. Marta Roldan comes on with a huge save, and this thing could end right here and now.
Heroic from the shootout specialist from ExBuyer. And David has Goliath shaking in its boots right now.
It is all down to Nuria Yop. She has not converted a shootout all season. If she converts this, ExBuyer head to the finals at the WeThink Center. Yop against Mireia, and ExBuyer X out Kunitas. They're headed to the WeThink Center. The upset of the season. They'll take on Móstoles. What a victory.
Oh, Capitana, my Capitana. Are you kidding me with the upset we have just witnessed here from Cupra Arena? And it's 7 versus 4 in the Wizzing as the top seed blows down, and the top scorer of the first 11 games, Blanca Cross, devastated. You would have bet a pretty penny on this Kunitas team getting to the WeThink Center, but ExBuyer, they took advantage of their chances. They put the first 18 minutes behind them, and they come out to stun Kunitas.
And that is how it goes down. Look at that. They didn't just win. They didn't just pull off an upset. They seemingly dominated this one. More shots, more expected goals, and a game that they deserve. They're headed to the final.
Well, the final in the WeThink Center is set. We are looking now towards the Kings League, and you just got to feel for Blanca Cross. She did have the double goal that put her team in the lead, but you think about secret weapons and the round of those last 18 minutes, those last 2 minutes, the first half, they took advantage, ExBuyer, of their chances, and they really pulled off one of the upsets, one of the more memorable upsets of the playoffs in this short, very short Queens League history.
They are loving life right now. ExBuyer, Mini Buyer, converting the penalty as well, the presidential penalty that we're sure Mireia will be ruining because she was right there. Somehow, some way, ExBuyer have done what was seemingly impossible, and they're headed to the final. And that's a great start for them. Now, their afternoon is just getting started because the Kings League side will be taking on Gigantes in one of our much anticipated matchups. And for Kunisport and Kunitas, their season, their split is done because the Kings League side are eliminated. This has been quite the shock.
40 minutos contra los Bullers son molto longos. Mario!
Very long
Mario!
40 minutes against Kunitas.
¡Hola! ¡Hola! Chavales, poco que decir yo, el mérito de ellas. La verdad que llegar a los shootouts, hacer lo que han hecho con la sangre fría de meterlo absolutamente todo, es de aplaudir.
Yo qué sé, tío, vamos a Madrid otra vez.
1 de 2, nos queda otra final, vamos.
They want to make it happen.
For the presidents, though, yeah, exactly. They've got some. They're not off the hook just yet. They can't just celebrate yet. They've got another big game coming up here pretty soon, and now it's time to move on to the second half of our broadcast, Spencer. Oh man, this is harsh to make her come and take this post-game interview.
Este equipo tenía que llegar a Madrid. Hemos hecho un split muy bueno. Hemos sido las campeonas. Para mí este equipo es campeón. Pero bueno, nos lo teníamos que jugar todo a un partido. Y quiero dar muchas gracias a toda la gente que nos ha apoyado en todo este camino, que no se ha bajado del barco. Y vamos a llevar este escudo a lo más alto en el siguiente split, os lo prometemos.
Jova, imagino que muy orgullosa del equipo y sobre todo de la capitana que tenéis.
Estoy totalmente feliz, orgullosa de estar en Cunitas. Se creó una familia. Tenemos un equipo de la concha de la lora. Blanca es la que lleva el timón del barco y estoy orgullosa de que sea así. Es la mejor jugadora del torneo, es la que más goles metió. El proceso que hizo Cunitas en todo este tiempo es increíble. Me queda un sabor amargo en este momento, pero yo sé que en el otro split vamos a dar revancha y Cunitas iba a salir campeón porque nos merecemos todo. Nos merecemos todo. Si no tiene que ser ahora es porque nos falta algo por aprender.
Poor Blanca saying this team was championship caliber all season long.
Y Kunitas es el mejor equipo
And
del
they just
mundo porque
couldn't
hay
come up
grandes
with the
personas y
win
formamos un equipo, que eso es lo más importante. Gracias.
despite having the rest yesterday. And hats off to Blanca for doing that interview. It's not an easy thing to do, especially after coming off a loss. But ExBuyer on to the final, to the Wizink to meet Ultimate Móstoles in a surprising final in the Queens League coming up on Saturday. It is time for the Kings League portion of the broadcast, so don't you go anywhere. We're going to take a little break here from Coupa Arena. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Faltan 40 días para el inicio de la Kings World Cup. Hemos anunciado presidentes de Brasil, Francia, Alemania, Arabia Saudí, Reino Unido, Bélgica, Italia y Japón. Ha llegado el momento de revelar el 10º equipo invitado. El nuevo presidente de la Kings World Cup es...
Hiçbir şeyden korkmam. Hele ki chat arkamda olduğunda. Beraber biz limon tayfayız. Dostlarımıza tatlı, rakiplerimize ekşiyiz. Mottomuz bu dünyada yaptıklarımız sonsuzlukta yankılanır. Şimdi bunu gerçekleştirme zamanı.
Ben Elren. Gelin Kings Dünya Kupası'nın ilk şampiyonu olarak birlikte tarih yazalım.
Herkese merhaba, ben Elren. Limon FC takımının başkanıyım ve Türkiye'yi temsil ediyorum. Umarım Kings League playofflarından keyif alıyorsunuzdur. Biz de geliyoruz, gümbür gümbür geliyoruz. Çok da heyecanlıyız. Tanıdık yüzler göreceksiniz, yeni yüzler göreceksiniz. Bu yüzden bizi takip edebilirsiniz. Son olarak eğer takımımızda yer almak istiyorsanız, yani Limon FC içerisinde yer almak istiyorsanız kingsleague.pro adresinden kayıt yapabilirsiniz, başvuru yapabilirsiniz. İstanbul'da görüşmek üzere. Gelin birlikte Meksika'da oynanan Kings League Dünya Kupası'nda birlikte yarışalım. Görüşürüz.
pasa, familia? Ya estamos aquí. Mirad con quién estamos, con Mama Buyer.
Estoy aquí, que he sufrido un montón. ¿Se me oye?
Sí, se te oye.
Vale. Sí, se me oye. He sufrido un montón y ahora nos queda un partido. Espero que todos los macarras nos esperen en Madrid. Allí estaremos cantando y brincando como locos. He sufrido como una loca.
Bueno, la familia Buyer ya está en Madrid, pase
Ya
lo que
está en
pase,
Madrid,
¿no?
pase lo que pase, ya tenemos un equipo, el de las chicas, ahora falta el de los chicos. Y cuando ya estén los dos será como la otra temporada, que entramos con los dos y al menos ganamos uno. Ojalá ocurra lo mismo.
¿Algunas palabras para la gente de Buyer que está nervioso por los chicos?
Yo creo que lo van a hacer. Ya empezaron ayer con una buena remontada y ahora solo nos toca ir para arriba. Así que mira, aquí tenemos al jugador de Móstoles. Uy, que este es muy bueno, me da miedo, ¿eh?
Cuidado
Menos
con
mal
este,
que los
sí.
nuestros tampoco están mal, pero bueno, ahí os dejo. Que se vea un buen partido ahora, que Troncos Móstoles es un buen partido para ver ahora. Os dejo con los chicos de Mao.
Muchísimas gracias, Mama Buyer. A disfrutar del partido que resta.
Grande, Mama Buyer.
Chat, aplausos a Mama Buyer.
Grande,
Hombre.
Mama Buyer. Veíamos ahí a Fernando Llorente.
Al Rey León, a
Cuidado,
Fernando Llorente,
el verdadero
sí,
León.
Interesantísimo, que no me salía, qué palabra tan complicada. Polo, volvemos a estar aquí.
Volvemos un día más. Ya el último aquí en el Cupra.
El último en el Cupra Arena. Qué penita para vivir los cuartos de estos Kings Playoff y para saber cuál será el rival de Aniquiladores en la Final Four, ¿no?
Exactamente.
Ultimate y Troncos.
Partidazo, tío, la verdad. Dos equipos que, bueno, llevan una temporada Ultimate mejor que Troncos. Troncos ha pasado por una mala etapa, pero bueno, los dos llegan con buenas sensaciones y a ver qué tal. Espero que esté igualado, al menos.
¿Estás nervioso?
No, para nada.
¿Estáis nerviosos?
Para nada.
Bueno, he preparado un juego por si alguien está nervioso para relajarse un poquito, ¿no? Porque cuartos de final, se juega quién va a Madrid, quién no. Pues hay que relajarse, así que
A ver,
os he
tíralo.
preparado un tweet que puso Ultimate Móstoles hace poco y tenéis que adivinar de quién es este tatuaje en el gemelo. ¿Qué jugador de Ultimate
Nivel
Móstoles lleva
fácil.
este tatuaje en el gemelo? Un
Buah.
león. Tiene que ser un
A ver,
emblema, ¿eh? de
me lo
Ultimate.
dices a mí. Yo creo
Sí,
que es
venga,
Ubón.
Polo.
Creo que es Ubón.
¿Es Ubón?
Creo que
Debo
es
decir
Ubón.
que es incorrecto.
Incorrecto.
No es Ubón.
Ubón, pero Ubón lleva
No
un
es-
tatuaje
sí,
de un león.
Es
Vale,
cierto,
llevan
pero no lo
varios,
lleva en
llevan
el
varios.
gemelo. A ver,
Mase.
No, otro triple.
Buah,
tírate.
pues ya no sé, el último.
Último
Bañuls.
intento. ¡Correcto!
Ah, es Bañuls,
qué
es Bañuls,
grande.
es Bañuls,
Era
es Bañuls.
Bañuls, chat. Así que, bueno, Bañuls hoy va a ser decisivo, ¿tú crees?
Esperemos,
¿Lo
esperemos.
hemos mufado o no?
No, no creo que lo mufemos. Ultimate va volando, Ultimate.
Pues venga, una porra para terminar.
Tío, creo que se lo va a llevar Ultimate, la
¿Sí?
verdad. Creo que sí.
Venga, pues a mí me gusta siempre ser el lado opuesto de la moneda,
Vas
así que
con
digo
Troncos.
que va con Troncos.
A ver, Fernando Llorente, lo estaremos viendo. Yo creo que
Oh,
viene muy bien
sí.
físicamente. Lo he visto hoy afuera entrenando y calentando. Y viene en una forma espectacular. Mira lo que fino está.
fino, ¿eh?
Mira lo que fino
Está
está.
en plena forma el tío.
Cuidado, a la que pille va a meter uno seguro.
Bueno, familia, aquí os esperamos en el bar de Mau para analizar todas las previas de los partidos. Gracias por estar un día más ahí.
A
Disfruten.
disfrutar, chavales.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Cupra Arena. It is quarterfinal time in the Kings League, and what a matchup we've got for you to start things off in our first match of 3 here. Before we head to the Whizzing Center, we are in Barcelona still as we await the other 3 semi-finalists with Aniquiladores awaiting their competition. It is Los Troncos and Ultimate Móstoles coming in to this quarterfinal matchup, and what a pleasure it is to be with you. I'm Dana Lucas, joined by Spencer Siegel, and Spencer, we are getting right into overdrive with this first matchup, and this is one of the biggest stories of not just the week, not just the playoffs, of the entire split.
Yeah, really interested to see what new additions can do to a matchup like this. I also feel like, Dane, I'm having a little bit of deja vu because I feel like we already called Los Troncos against Ultimate Móstoles today.
Exactly.
But that's because we did, and now this is an opportunity for Móstoles to go for the double, which would be the ultimate embarrassment tool over Los Troncos and Perchita. But they're going to hope, Los Troncos, that the Kings side can get the job done and make their way to the WeThink Center next week.
Well, for the second time in a matter of
aquí estoy con
moments,
Fernando Llorente. Chicos, llevamos rato
in a matter of
esperando.
hours,
Fernando,
DJ
con
Mario
ganas de
and
debutar.
Perchita
¿Qué tal? Sí, la verdad que sí,
going
con
at
muchas
each
ganas.
other,
Ya
and
llevaba tiempo queriendo venir
Fernando
y,
Llorente
bueno, Nada, aquí estoy intentando
Spanish football legend. Here he is. Here he is talking about him coming in to help his team any way he can,
no sé si eso tiene algo que ver con que hayas decantado por Móstoles.
Their spot in Madrid and take one step closer to the final.
Pero es gracioso, ¿no? Yo creo que
I don't know if it was coincidence or what it was, but it's pretty fun. It's pretty fun to be here. Yeah, the lion on the shirt, it seems to suit me well after his time in Athletic Bilbao. El Rey León.
La verdad es que no es lo habitual, ¿no? Normalmente siempre son verdes, pero al final es la misma superficie que otros céspedes verdes y aunque no esté habituado a jugar en esta superficie, pero con muchas ganas.
Yeah, never really, it's a bit different other than the obvious green that we're used to, but excited to try it out, excited to experiment, and hey, if he can have a big game, Spencer, then it would surely lock in a place for our ultimate Móstoles to be in Whizzing Center, not just in the Kings League side, but in the Queens League side as well. Little preview into the presidential boxes. Peshita, DJ Mario and 99977.
No, al final nuestro 13 ya sabéis que es de la mata, pero está el Formentera pasando por una situación complicada y bueno, pues es normal que quieran mantener a su jugador y no nos lo dejen ahora. Y nada, pues de la Bella, Coro, pues tenemos contactos aquí bastante interesantes como para que vengan jugadores muy top. Y nada, ya le hemos contado un poquito todo, ya ha visto todo. Imagino que será un jugador que venga a ayudarnos, que no saldrá en el escalado, que no saldrá en el lado, pero que el partido la 7 nos puede ayudar.
Fernando Llorente, let's just see how much he can help us. I would think that would be quite a bit, but hey, that remains to be seen.
No temo a nadie, es un partido más de la Kings League. Ya os he dicho antes al principio de esta tarde. Contento con llegar hasta aquí. Es que parece que
I've got my secret weapons that I've had all season,
estas rondas. Así de contento y con ganas de poder al menos irnos con un sabor de boca diferente y poder pues estar en Madrid. Ellos ya están en Madrid, Móstoles, ¿no? Con las chicas. Pues ahora a ver si podemos meter nosotros.
Let's see if we can get into Madrid. You guys are already there, ultimately Móstoles. So let's see if we can get our badge in the Whizzing Center as well. Those nice kits on the women's and the men's sides for los Troncos. I am very partial to those. Not picking any favorites in terms of who I want to win. But I do love the jerseys, I must say.
Yo creo que estos chavales 40 minutos rotando no debe tener problemas Troncos.
Mario, tío.
No vamos a tener problemas Troncos, he says. We're not going to have any Troncos problems.
En Málaga tampoco se notó. Tío, de verdad, tío. Es que no cuesta nada admitirlo, Mario, tío. Admite que probablemente estemos más cansados. No pasa nada, tío, pero…
A ver, no, pero
the rest that ultimate Móstoles have enjoyed over the last day.
Por 40 minutos rotando y que juegan 20 no están cansados.
Pero que la Queens, a bit more tired, but hey,
el equipo que no jugó
Queens League,
antes
we saw Kunitas get bounced out by ExBuyer.
Los de ayer pueden estar más cargados o se les puede subir más el gemelo con más facilidad porque han jugado ayer. Pero al final es un partido de 40 minutos rotando que obviamente sí va a estar más cansado Troncos, pero no
these guys are just arguing about fitness of their teams a little bit, and as he's arguing about the fitness of his team, munching on some risquetos, Perchita. Los Troncos, they came into the playoffs in 5th, Ultimate Móstoles in 4th, but Los Troncos really stumbled into the playoffs after losing 4 in a row before beating Kunitas in the final match day of the split to earn their 5th seed, and ended up beating El Barrio 4-3. It was tight in the end, but they were really in control the whole way. Ultimate Móstoles, they enjoyed a bye as they watched who they would play from afar, and now here they are taking on Los Troncos. Spencer's been a Los Troncos team that has been a bit shy around goal, especially one man, Edgar Alvaro, but he got his goal that he's been so desperately searching for yesterday. Does that just open the floodgates a little bit?
Yeah, there's a question of exactly how this game is going to play out because the two presidents. As we get a look at the draw, you can see both sides have been improperly partial to the sanction, and neither side has really been able to take advantage. We haven't seen a Joker come out lately. Let's see if that is something that maybe comes in to play. But, you know, when Los Troncos took down El Barrio, I think it opened people's eyes into this quarterfinal matchup that says, look, we're here to play, and Ultimate Móstoles said, okay, well, we're going to bring on a dude who knows a thing or two about football.
Yeah, who knows a thing or two about scoring goals. And those Troncos, they'll be hoping that their number 9 can do exactly the same thing here. The gold edition jerseys, I love them, I adore them. They aren't the easiest ones to read for Los Troncos as the green kind of blends in with the gold, but they are some gorgeous, sexy jerseys that I am hoping to get. I don't know, what's the next gift-giving holiday that's coming up here in the next few months? It's in August. I gotta wait till quite a bit of time, but hey.
That's only 4 months.
In Madrid, I can, that's exactly right. But here we go. The quarterfinals of the Kings League underway here from Cupra Arena. And listen to the noise here around the stadium. It is Ultimate Móstoles taking possession first. Aitor Vives defending for Los Troncos as he always does. And a quick shot by De La Vela. These are two teams, obviously, Ultimate Móstoles. They are incredible defensively, but when it's the 1v1, they prioritize keeping a clean sheet in these first few minutes, as opposed to really putting some of their top attacking talent on the pitch. We do have presidential penalties to come, so that'll be something to take a look at. Keep an eye out for as the match goes on. But Vives with a back-to-back possession, running at De La Vela as he approaches the area. That one was just wide, and De La Vela, he was trying to break on the other side, but DJ Mario calling from his presidential box for a little bit of calm. Victor Vidal coming off of his line. He's got 4 assists as he knows how to distribute from this little point of attack with the 3-on-2. A reconstructive surgeon in his day job, and on that left foot he just sprays it wide, and a bit disappointing there as his hands of gold go tracking back into the area. I'd say hands of gold in a couple different senses, as he is a keeper who's made 76 saves and only given up 14 goals. Manu Martin, and that one was just a bit tighter to target for Manu Martin, who he was a guy who really wasn't counted on during the split, but Marc Martinez, I should say, that's the keeper for Los Troncos, and Marc Martinez had a fantastic showing yesterday against El Barrio. Kept out an Alvaro Arce rocket that almost ripped his shoulder out of the socket.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept too, Dane, is that as we see a potential keeper out of position, that's a nice little flick through and a claim of a handball, which
calls for a handball, the referee listening into his earpiece. I don't know if I didn't see it. Spencer, did you see it?
It's way too finite for me to actually have a decent idea. But I was just going to say, we have the presidential penalty for this contest, but these two presidents didn't opt to do it for the Queens League.
Right. Very interesting there. Maybe just saving their energy, I suppose. I'm not sure what that is all about. On comes another attacker, another defender. It's Edgar Alvaro. The deflection goes just over the crossbar, and it'll be a corner. Nothing must have come from this right here.
No.
No, it's outside the area anyways. So, yeah. How long is it taking to see Fernando Llorente come onto the pitch? Obviously, he's looking very fit, very trim, which you can't say about every ex-pro that comes into the Kings League. Baños laying it off. That is a chance for De La Vela. And De La Bella stuffed by Martinez.
Era fuera. Bueno, va.
Martinez didn't play a single minute during the split. Got the call yesterday that he was going to be the starter for Los Troncos. And here he is again, playing for a spot in the semifinals. Great
Look
ball
out.
into the path of Alvaro. He's into the box now, cuts loose. Oh, great defending. Felio sprawling out, just allowing his defense to get back into position.
Now, this has been an end-to-end type of start. That's what we were hoping for.
Los Troncos, they want to see more and more goals go slipping past Ultimate Móstoles. It's been a team, Los Troncos, that has been very shy in front of the mouth of goal, taking on an Ultimate Móstoles team who gave up the least amount of goals in the split, just 20 goals in 11 matches. Impressive stuff. Verdu trying the back heel on the edge of the area. Quickly taken, perhaps, no? Ferres asking to take that free or the throw in. Instead, he will get possession taken from him quickly by Felio, and Felio turning on the Jets into the corner. Stopping in his tracks, trying to split a couple defenders, and, well, had a lot of work to do there.
This has been a start that I think both sides are still, we said this in the first game too, actually, between these two teams. Not so much in the second semifinal of the Queens League between ExBuyer and Kunitas, but Troncos and Móstoles, they're just going for the feel-out process right now. And this game has, as I said before, this has started as chess, not checkers.
No, this is the man, the Grand Master right here, Joan Verdu, getting into the area. Oh, he did have just enough space for the shot. Edgar Alvaro on the rebound. It was an acute angle shut down by De La Vega. And Alvaro sniffing, trying to pounce on his prey in the small area. Verdu, will he take it quickly? No, he won't.
Well, everything goes through him, and you always have to be looking for number 10 in green. He's always going to be on or around the ball, and he might not always score the goal, but he's usually involved in the play that leads to the shot on target.
He is the maestro, carrying the baton, leading the orchestra. Oh, Alvaro with the intended back heel over Vidal. That would have been real and spectacular. Fourth in the table coming into the playoffs, and that was enough to earn them a bye yesterday in the round of 16. Now here we are in the cuartos, in the quarterfinals. Uban, this is the man for Ultimate Móstoles. When he's got the ball at his feet, he is the magic man, much like a Verdu. He wears the number 10, and he deserves to wear the number 10. Manu Martin, let's just see how his shoulder is doing, because it did become a bit of a problem late on in that match against El Barrio after he made that incredible save on Arce. And look how important it ended up being. They won it by 4-3, so it was a cannon that was put on frame, and Martinez was able to make the save. Probably didn't sleep too well if he's a side sleeper. 8th minute here in the quarterfinals. Still looking for our first goal. Oh, there is the Lion King, Fernando Llorente. One of the things that really impressed me yesterday with Los Troncos was their defensive shape. They made sure to keep an eye on everybody that might be posing a threat, and now they'll have to keep their eye on this man right here. Let's see. Fernando Llorente debuting in the Kings League. Ball bouncing generously just for a moment. Sergio Sanchez had it poked away from him by Aleix. 3 Aleixes for Ultimate Móstoles, all number 4, 6, and 7. So If I just say Alish, I've got about a 50% chance of getting it right. Uban had it laid off the chest of Llorente, and his first incorporation into the match, and it wasn't terrible, setting up Uban, the top scorer for Ultimate Móstoles.
I mean, this is a man with pedigree, and there's a lot of pedigree on both sides. Of course, we talk about Verdu, we know what he's capable of, and then there's that man there, 39 years old. And the, of course, majority of his career at Athletic Club. But if you aren't as well versed in the history of a player like Llorente, just think goals. Think goals. That's all you really need to do. He scored a lot of them with Athletic Club. He scored several with Juve in Italy. He scored a few with Sevilla. He even went to England and did it with Swansea, with Tottenham. He's been all over the place. So this is great for the Kings League, and it's even better for Ultimate Móstoles.
Yeah, Ultimate Móstoles have to be salivating at the prospect of getting him right at the perfect time. And, well, here he is backing down Ian, taking a touch or two, keeping possession. 3 defenders drawn. Uban with the shot, deflected away from Joan Verdu, and hopefully he did not take anything that is going to affect his play as he put his body on the line to block that shot.
He might feel a little reverberation, but it's all part of the game. But let me ask you something, because we're looking for Llorente right now, and it's just out of his reach. We're into the playoffs, right? This is new territory for this split as opposed to the regular season. Is adding a player like Llorente fair?
You'd probably have to ask Perchita and Troncas. He didn't seem too pleased at the prospect of having to go up against somebody who is as freshly off retirement as Llorente and is looking as trim and fit as he is. But if it's fair, it's in the rules. It's in. You can't.
If
argue
wanted,
with it.
If Perchita wanted to come back and do something even more dastardly, he could have gone after Raúl García, who just announced that he'd be retiring at the end of the season.
Right. It would be a pretty quick turnaround for Raúl García, but a couple of ex-compañeros, Sorroche trying the long-distance effort that was just blocked and had the steam taken out of it. Victor Vidal off his line and into the rafters. How much will he play? That's another question. That's another thing we have to keep an eye on. Oh, bad ball from Ian, and taking over on the far side, it was Coro de la Vega and Llorente, players 11, 12, and 13.
Look at Verdu.
Turn from Verdu into the area, patiently looking for Alvaro. Great service, and Sorroche right into the lap of Victor Vidal.
Oh, Sorroche was in. That's got to be a better ball. I mean, I guess he does just about everything he could. He puts it on target, he hits it, he heads it down, but he hits it right at the keeper, unfortunately.
Well, how about the ball from Edgar Alvaro? He's known more for his predatory status in front of the face of goal, but they're playing the distributing role and going down. That was a chance to open things up for Los Troncos. Alex Marti slipped, I think, and he thinks maybe he was dragged down, but play on, said the referee, and a chance for Sergio Sanchez. Uban. Played wide, that is Marti. De la Bella. Masse. That's Laga, excuse me. Joe Verdu. Did he try to just catch Victor Vidal off his line right there? Trying the long-range effort. He is a specialist in those 1v1 opportunities late in the first half. Joan Verdu. Llorente loses out again, and Verdu running on the counter. Verdu keeping off Llorente, and Llorente. Nice work right there from the debutant for Ultimate Móstoles.
This is what you have to do. Some would say You can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him, and that's what they need to do with Verdú.
Oh, beautiful 1-2 into the area, and Sergio Sanchez couldn't take it off the volley and pinpoint it into a corner. That's great from Verdú. He's just ingenious, isn't he?
Yeah, it's good contact too.
Yeah. In these tight spaces and where things are so quick, it looks like the game just comes so slow to him, and it's such an advantage. Who was it touched off of last? Sergio Sanchez claiming Ubon got a piece of it, and the referee is going to agree. No, I think it was an offside. The flag went up, and that man right there, a keeper who played absolutely 0 minutes in the first 11 games, got to start yesterday, and he's keeping a clean sheet through a quarter an hour. Oh, one time from Soroche, and again, that is comfortable for Vidal as his second effort is right down the pipe as well.
Well, for a man who's a surgeon in his daytime, got to be able to get down and make those fine-tuned plays as he just did. Oh!
Llorente with his first real screamer of a chance there, and Martinez was there to stonewall him right on the line. A little flick on, that's all it took, but you can see his size already starting to show. We do say a lot of times that those balls in from the wings, the corner kicks, the throw-ins that are just begging for a header on, they sometimes are a bit more difficult in the Kings League because of the lack of space. When you got a guy with the goal-scoring ability with his head as Llorente, well, you just might open the door to those possibilities a few more times within the 40 minutes.
And we talk about 40 minutes, Dane, and we're coming up on 20 in this game, and that's a decent effort from Ian. The fact that we've almost played a full hour of football between these two teams this season, and Los Troncos don't yet have a goal, is a telltale sign of how difficult it's been to break through for Móstoles.
Well, that was in a stretch where Ultimate Móstoles went 80 straight minutes without giving up a goal. Back-to-back clean sheets against Los Troncos and Kunitas. They have been the most dominant defensive side. Llorente with a flick on at the near post and trying to put that in. I do think it was called back. Perhaps just rolled out of play there on the far touchline. Ian coming off of his golazo. It was the opening goal against El Barrio yesterday.
Nicely done.
Play on, says the referee. Llorente back to his feet. No stranger to doing his dirty work, and that's exactly what he's doing here in this 7-a-side quarterfinal, spot in the semifinal up for grabs here.
The former pros, I should say.
Llorente going to get a bit of a breather right now as we approach the 18th minute, and I don't think we're going to get any sort of buzzer-beating attempts here. Still looking for the opening goal after 18 minutes, and it is time to roll the dice, time to break this game open. What do we want? What do we need? What are we getting? Is it Spursito? He's had a quiet postseason after disappointing campaigns from both Rayo de Barcelona and King and Queens League. And
okay. Okay.
All right. So here we go with a joker being rolled. I think that's what I'm going to call it. Maybe a king, but the king being rolled here by Spursito. 1v1 with the keeper. Obviously, fitness comes into play. Aitor Vives coming out for Los Troncos. It is De La Bella again, so same sort of matchup we saw to start this quarterfinal match, and the sprint is on. Vives got it in the first minute, I believe. Will he repeat history here? Indeed he will.
He wins the ball, but he's going to keep it.
De La Bella tracking back. Vives stutter stepping and on the outside of the netting. Doing just enough, De La Bella and Victor Vidal. You can see the difference in how each president is. Oh, what? Getting the studs to it. Vives again. Vives! Just wide of targets, and he had Victor Vidal beaten, didn't he?
This is smart. Get your line change out there. Get the fresh legs going.
So who's it going to be? Planas and Feliu. Feliu returning on the Jets. He's a bulldog, kind of built like Gattuso, isn't he? And maybe a bit more pace than Gattuso as he tried to burn past Carlos Planas. Planas is going to put the bib on, of course. You can't forget that. Vives back on the attack, taking on Feliu into the area. Takes a shot to the side, step to the side. Still with it, Feliu with a intervening touch to steer it out into the near side here for Los Troncos, and they will take possession back. Who's it going to be? Edgar Alvaro. So Alvaro, skips around a defender, and Victor Vidal is there in the last line of defense.
Saying the best keeper in the league, but he might be the best Victor V that Barcelona's seen for quite some time.
Alvaro again, and it's going to be not a single second of stoppage time. So we are headed to the second half, and 0-0 despite plenty of firepower on both sides. We are going to the final 20 minutes looking for a winner, looking for a semi-finalist, looking for somebody to punch their ticket to the Whizzing Center. Shita, look at the nerves there, you could tell.
Sí, la verdad que Troncos ahí en el lado nos ha apretado mucho. Es quizás el lado que menos bien nos viene, la verdad. Hemos salido pues eso, a defender un poco. Ellos atacaban con Aitor, ahora con Edgar Álvaro. Cada balón que sale fuera se acaban ellos también. Y luego, bueno, pues un partido muy cerrado que se nota que el que gane pasa. Entonces, muy tenso todo, tío, muy tenso.
Very tense. I can tell from both presidential boxes that this has been some heart-pounding stuff so far.
Yo creo que esto podría ser una final. Bueno, fue la última final de la Copa.
This could have been a final, if you ask me.
Lo gran portero que es, y es que ha sacado 2 o 3 pies increíbles. Vidal con los pies también increíbles, así que
incredible, a couple of
partido muy igualado,
But it's been even Steven so far, and it's all to play for.
Sobre todo la de cabeza, hemos recordado a ese Llorente contra Portugal. Y nada, a ver si tenemos suerte, pero el partido se va a decidir por detallitos.
And this game will be decided by the details, and that is.
Suerte, chicos.
Gracias.
Ultimate Móstoles and Los Troncos will be trying to show here in the final 20 minutes. Some detallitos, some details that just break this game open a bit. It's been in the balance through 20 minutes. We've got 20 more minutes to come.
And just trying to make sure that all of their I's are dotted, their T's are crossed, maybe a J or 2 is dotted in there if you're looking at what these two teams are capable of. Anybody's game to win.
Back in play here from Cooper Arena, and who is going to take control out of the halftime break? Who had the halftime speech that's going to light the fire under their team? Alvaro backing off the defender, De La Bella standing strong. Victor Vidal scoops up the loose change in front of the goal. And let's not forget, Spencer, we've got a couple presidential penalties, obviously both secret weapons to come too. So it is going to be very hard-pressed that this game stays 0-0 for too long.
Well, both sides are clearly playing it very conservative, because it's not often that you see both the blue and the green arrow next to each other for both teams to start the second half. And that's what we have here today. Yeah. And that might increase the nerves a little bit, you would think, in Perchita and DJ Mario. They both have plays to make.
Oh, Verdu with a little dinky, tried it just to touch around Victor Vidal. It was a beautiful ball over the top into the path of Verdu, and he couldn't get it to go around Victor Vidal with those slick black boots on the number 10 for Los Troncos. Coro hasn't done much, but De La Bella, well, did it take a deflection? No, it didn't. And you can see Llorente thinking, well, what exactly was his intention right there? Llanas, the captain of Los Troncos. He has been El Capitan all split long. And, well, this is a team that's seen its ups and downs over their 11 games in the splits, and playing maybe their best football at the moment. Alvaro inside the post, rebound still loose, cleared off the line. It was picked out from Alvaro across the face of goal, and he couldn't have done much more than that.
I don't know if that took a touch along the way. I'm not sure if Vidal got maybe a fingertip or a fingernail to it, but that is the difference. This is a game of centimeters right now.
Verdu back in possession, back in control. Llanas on the bottom of your screen. Edgar Alvaro touches it back. This is now Orimi. Verdu directing traffic. Llanas again. Verdu. Look at the shape, look at the structure of this defense, but it was broken down with a slicing ball through from Verdu. And the ball across the face of goal was escorted out for a corner kick. That was the earlier chance from Edgar Alvaro. Victor Vidal off his line, and he was saved by De La Bella. Oh, well, just the outstretched handball, Coro, not exactly sure what he's arguing about there. He's lucky not to see.
Yeah.
Maybe a yellow card is quite obvious right there. Verdu, there's 3 men around the ball right now. I think there's only one that's really got any chance of taking this. Off the wall, Aleix doing his job, and it will brush against the rafters at the top of Cupra Arena. So, a throw in it come for Llanas. Don't really remember Olsen and Móstoles having any possession in this second half since we came from the break.
He might help that cause.
Yeah, exactly. Ubon, oh, that's a good bit of hold-up play right there. Holding off of Ian Gonzalez and getting the ball back. Winning possession for his side. Martí finding De La Bella. Ubon on the far touchline right in front of his own bench. Swings it wide to the near side, right under the bottom of your screen. It's Dani Martí. Martí getting it back here. He's got options in the area if he so chooses to play it. Los Troncos keeping the shape strong. Ian, beautifully done, taking control, and a late whistle, maybe provoked by the ultimate Móstoles bench over there behind the action. Yeah, you weren't gonna blow it, says the Troncos player.
Estoy comunicándome con ella. Estoy comunicándome. Planta.
It's Aitor Vives saying. 10 seconds later, you blow the whistle.
Well, he said that there was a communication that was taking place between the center referee and the assistant. I don't think that those Troncos players really believe that.
Well, I think for an innocuous foul like that, you make the decision and you stick with the decision. I don't think you need a VAR or anybody in your ear telling you every decision you have to make. Look at Llorente and Gonzalez fighting on the back. Oh, Llorente, it fell generously for Rubon. The whistle went and ended the attack. Look at Llorente, though. Good on Ian there to hold off Llorente. A big, strong, powerful presence in the box. And there is going to be... okay, so Pershita making the long walk down the stairs. You can see he's a little nervous, huh?
We have to say that the time has come and Los Troncos have seen enough when it comes to how Ultimate Móstoles have handled them in both the Queens and the Kings. And Perchita has taken a few penalties this season that make you second guess what football really is. So this one has to be on the money.
Well, he was just singing the praises of Victor Vidal at halftime. Can he beat him here from the spot? And he goes right down the pipe and takes it to the reconstructive surgeon and reconstructs a lead for his team here in the quarterfinals.
Well. That's the first strike. And that one because it was right there for him. I think in this case, Perchita did everything that he could have done. Just hit it hard and put it on target and see what happens, and that's why it goes in.
Well, he almost guessed two right, Victor Vidal, in his attempted save at that, but instead of picking a corner, it was awfully centralized, the location of that penalty. But it works out for Perchita, and Los Troncos lead 1-0 here.
DJ Mario all of a sudden absorbs some of the pressure of the presidential penalty.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Things have just kind of turned around in this second half. Llorente, well, that was never really going to trouble Martinez, was it? Will he come in and make a difference? He already has had a few points of note in the first half. Memorable moments. Ubon, diagonal ball, and that is going to fall momentarily, but picked away by Aitor Vives. And now Verdu. Verdu gets around one challenge and then plays it back. Martinez slowly over to Planas. Planas touches it up. Oh, that's lovely stuff there. Edgar Alvaro playing it square. Open for Vives, who started the action with a takeover.
Game has opened up.
Yeah, it really has. Beautiful. This is when you love to watch a little bit of Kings League, as this free-flowing football is really capturing our attention right now as we approach the half-hour mark in this quarterfinal matchup. Planas!
It still doesn't feel like Troncos have a secured lead just because of the penalty aspect, the secret weapons aspect that neither team has gone forward with yet.
Well, we knew it wasn't going to
be figured out
for long, but in the run of play, it's been very tense, very tight, and this might be a match that comes down to secret weapons and presidential penalties. We saw ExBuyer, they were dominated basically in 7v7, but they played their cards right, quite literally, and ended up beating top spot Kunitas for a chance in the final in Queens League. Llorente, oh, look at Ian. He has been tasked to keep an eye on the Rey Leon, and he's done a great job so far.
Joined the right team, didn't he?
You really did. I mean, that was part of the question pre-game. Is it a coincidence? He goes, oh. going down in the box. Llorente not petitioning.
He was already on his way down.
I think so, and fair play
he's not
to
arguing.
Llorente. No, not one bit. Just loses his footing right there as Aitor Vives also went down in the box, but no contact on Llorente. The former San Mames sensation, and now Mario has seen enough. DJ Mario going to come down and take the penalty here at the halfway mark. Might Móstoles just try to squeak one back and equalize before the presidential penalty? Wouldn't that be big? Pizarro, Feliu. Feliu had a head of steam behind him and was broken up by Planas, but this is going to be a chance for Martí, and Martinez pushes it over the bar. Penalty to come, and then a corner kick, and DJ Mario gets a good luck smooch from Noe.
Sometimes you need a little motivation. There's no motivation necessary for DJ Mario on this one. This has to go in.
Ooh, Martinez saying a little something to him as he puts that ball down on the spot, and DJ Mario with a deep breath. Oh, and he tucked it inside the right post, and it was maybe not you. There you go. He's got the C going as he equalizes here after a half of an hour in the quarterfinal.
This is brilliantly taken. There's absolutely nothing that anybody, Manu Martin or otherwise, is doing about that shot. Posted, and it's 1-1.
What a finish it was, and now how will that just turn the tides here in the final minute of play?
Excellently taken presidential penalty.
Llorente, really his first good chance on for Ultime Móstoles, and it took a deflection on its way to goal that just pushed it over the crossbar. Feliu again, you got the target in the box, and you know who exactly has the bullseye on his forehead. Oof. Planas trying to just face guard him. This one came in low and driven to the front post, but 7v7 has been talked about. We've been talking about it. It hasn't been the easiest thing to score in the open run of play. It's been the president who made the difference.
With the presidential penalties being the only goals that we've seen so far, I'm going to wait to make my point until after this corner.
Towards the back post again. Oh, coming in with plenty of steam. Martí was there. A body went down in the box and a whistle went.
We're going the other way. So you have the presidential penalties that have already been scored. This game outside of the two goals, without any goals in open play, has been played extremely even. I don't see one side better than the other at any point during this game. And so sometimes when, and this is football, right? Sometimes a team plays poorly and they're winning, or they play better and they don't have a deserved scoreline. In this case, it might just come down to who gets the better secret weapon.
Oh, Verdú might have got pushed from behind. He's pleading to the referee for the penalty. Will they go to VAR? He is waving it off.
No puedes protestar. No protestes, Edgar. Aguanta.
Edgar saying it's a clear penalty. Llorente got a touch. Was it enough?
I don't see it as a penalty.
Well, you don't see Verdú fluff his lines that often, especially from that spot. I think we are going to go to VAR.
Dime, Joan. Aquí. ¿A este? ¿A él?
Red card coming for somebody on the Tronquitos, on the Troncas. I think it's an assistant coach who has been sent his marching orders, so it's really not going to matter in the scheme of things, but Oh, things are certainly heating up, Spencer.
Yeah, so what we're saying is it's still even, and it could come down to who's got a penalty and who's got a different secret weapon that might not be a direct chance at goal.
So Roche in open space with the outside of the boot might have just forced that across the face of the center circle, and now all the way back, that was Eloy Pizarro. Oh, open mouth the goal now, and it's a chance! Oh, can you believe it?
Ocasiones está ganando Troncos, la verdad.
Victor Vidal gave it right to Aitor Vives, and look at that. De La Bella was in the vicinity, might have had it covered had it been on target, but Vives with a golden opportunity for the Golden Lions. Coro's been awfully silent today. De La Bella. Coro again. Llorente in space, turns and fires one right at Martinez.
Had that been a goal, we might have looked at it again for a potential offside.
No, it won't have to be reviewed after Martinez does his job and does it well. Oh, the little cañito Aitor Vives on Llorente. Holding up, checking his run. That is Alex Marti. A secret weapon to come, and it's going to be Ultimate Móstoles who play it first. Around the 34-minute mark, is it a sanction? Is it a double goal? You got to think it's one of those two.
Yeah, I would think.
Oh, that's cheeky. Right through the big wickets of Llorente, and what would you prefer right here? Sanction? Okay, so do you go for a defender? Maybe Planas.
Hay que apretar. Venga, el tiempo.
Maybe Verdu? Ian Gonzalez, he's done so well on Llorente, and that's a good call from Ultimate Móstoles, taking out Gonzalez for the next 4 minutes.
And you can see the frustration on his face. He wants to be out there playing, but the rules of the game don't allow him to do so. And we also haven't seen Troncos play theirs, which makes me think they might have a chance with a penalty or a shootout.
And if you're thinking that, you know Ultimate Móstoles is also thinking the same way. And so Roche got in there with his head and took possession over. Oh, Verdu with a rare mistouch. That's going to give possession back to Ultimate Móstoles. Coro, Marti, saved by Martinez again. How many times is this Palmerita going to come in and save his side after not playing a single minute in the 11 games of the split?
Well, this is high-level stuff now with just a few minutes to go.
A man advantage for Ultimate Móstoles. Gonzalez on the touchline. Los Troncos just trying to hold off so they can use that secret weapon right before the 38th minute, you could only imagine. Martinez, he'll be in no rush knowing that there's a man disadvantage. Alvaro takes it down, taken down in the box now. Took a heavy shot.
Nothing.
Take a heavy shot, but I don't think there was anything in the challenge. And Alvaro.
No.
He might be hurt. I can understand but I don't think there was much of a penalty.
Sí. Está para todo.
He might just be feeling the effects of it, and good to see him back to his feet. He's played well. Edgar Alvaro has not been rewarded for his efforts. But sometimes when you're in a goal-scoring rut as a forward, those chances like he had that he banged off the inside of the post just don't go your way.
No, es que se le quedan. Vale, que bote, ¿vale? Vamos. Perdón.
Well, what's going on here? Secret weapon, so yeah, I think it's going to be a shootout, Spencer, so interesting.
I see the frustration from DJ Mario, but I think he saw it coming too.
Yeah. No, I mean, whether it's right now, whether it's in a couple minutes, it was going to come, and it will be who else but Joan Verdú.
Madre mía, comodín, shootout y shootout ayer y hoy.
Ya.
Madre de Dios.
First shootout for Verdú, which is kind of hard for me to believe as I check my stats.
Big moment here.
It's Jinko Verdú with a first touch into the area, takes it around, but Víctor Vidal with a sprawling effort to dispossess El Mago Verdú. That was a golden opportunity for Los Troncos and Verdú. You expect him to at least put one on and challenge the keeper, but he was dispossessed. Coro to the front post, sent away by Planas, cleared out of danger. Los Troncos holding on now with a man disadvantage.
And now back to the ultimate Móstoles advantage with their man advantage.
Counter attack is on with Edgar Alvaro, running the break up the center of the park, getting it back. He almost got it. He wanted it back. He didn't get it back after giving it up on the 1-2. And Coro, Llorente lays it off. Aleix right there, rebound, no good. Llorente is still chasing, and he's full of energy, isn't he, Llorente? He's been everywhere he needs to be in terms of tracking back. You can see the strategy.
Also such a big body.
Yeah, he just wants to put defenders on his back and see what he can play, what's around him, and running into the area. De la Bella.
But, we also saw the reason that they took off Ian for Los Troncos.
Oh. And that's out to the near side for Coro. Coro, Aleix Martinez again off the line with a goal-saving, game-saving, one-handed save as he slaps it out for a corner. Alvaro working tremendously hard, but really he's just got no support at this stage of the game. And Aleix Lage with a chance to win it right there. I bet he thought he had at least taken the lead as it left his shoelace. Well, we've got golden goal action again. Spencer, and for a second straight game, will it go to a shootout? Will we have a late winner in regulation?
Well, we didn't get that in the Queens League semis this time, but something tells me that there's going to be at least one potential moment of magic today. It is that time for Troncos and Móstoles. Get your goal, go to We Think. It's that simple.
You could have your split ended in the blink of an eye. You could be in the semifinal with one touch of magic. And who is it going to be that's moving on here from Cooper Arena in the quarterfinals? Will we find out in the Golden Goal session? That remains to be determined. Both players going right after it, and we will play on, says the referee after a touch forward from Troncos, but Lage almost won it late on, or not won it, but took the go-ahead goal right before the 38th minute buzzer. Ubon.
How about this? The two goals in this game were scored by two people who aren't actually playing on the pitch.
They've had headsets on like as much as you and I have in this matchup, but they came down for 1 quick second and made the difference, and that's why we are in the golden goal. Who's it going to be, either in black or green, to make the difference? Look at DJ Mario. You can hear him, Pershita. He hasn't sat down, I think, since about midway through the first half. De la Bella, Udon wants it. He can strike it from there if you give him some space, but Aitor Vives is going to make sure not to do so. Interestingly enough, Llorente on the bench. Kylian Onarato being dragged from behind, and the foul did eventually come. Ian Gonzalez back on the back line for Los Troncos after spending 4 minutes in which Los Troncos held on despite being a man down.
Luego la metió una hostia al pobre.
You can see that Perchita is over this. He's over everything. He's just done, man. The nerves are too much.
Well, he's trying to avoid a second heartbreak of the day after Ultimate Móstoles qualified for the final in the Queens League to start us off here on this huge Monday from Barcelona. It's going to be Coro or De La Bella, excuse me. Dipping, but not enough, and Martinez saw it the entire way. 3 minutes of stoppage time. You just wonder if there might be 1 or 2 minutes added to that after the free kick. Llorente going to come on and try to play a late game hero role for Ultimate Móstoles. Scooped up by Vidal, and it's been exactly how Ultimate Móstoles wanted to play this game. Tense, tight, defensive, but Los Troncos hanging on, and that might just fall for goal! Acrobatic effort on goal, and Martinez again.
And just look at the reaction from Perchita. That reaction tells you everything. He's just so nervous, he doesn't even know how to react. What a save that is.
Sensational save from Martinez. Still not out of danger yet, Los Troncos. A throw-in to come. That is into Honorato. Dani Martí with the left foot off the volley.
Hemos apretado al final, está muy bien, está muy bien. Al final hemos estado mejor nosotros.
Well, you can hear Perchita, I think, saying that we've made it to the end and we've been the better side, but I don't know if he knows there's still another minute left to go. This thing could still end in golden goal time. Verdú. Los Troncos have had very little of it on this end of the pitch here in this golden goal session, but this might fall for Verdú, who was stretching for it as he was releasing some frustration out on the referee or the linesman. Half a minute to go before we are back into a shootout, and Los Troncos don't seem to be in too much of a hurry. Deep ball to Edgar Alvaro, just looking for a little flick on with the head to misdirect Victor Vidal. 10 seconds on the clock. Vidal. Oh, that's across the face of goal by Martí. And if he has made each and every save already today, that one was always going to be easy for Marc Martinez, who is going to have to be the hero again in the shootout, because that's exactly where we're going to determine the semi-finalist here from Cupra Arena.
No other way that these two teams should be deciding this. There weren't enough chances in the game, clear chances I should say, to determine a winner. They both defended very well. They both played this game as a playoff game with the idea that you win, you move on, you lose, you go home. And so it's deserving. It comes down to a penalty shootout.
Well, I think both of these presidents were looking forward to the whistle being blown, because that was very tense. I'm really proud of this team.
Ellos también, partidazo increíble.
We've had chances to win this game, and so have they, but
pero ya te digo, orgulloso de este partidazo y de este equipo.
We believe, we're confident, but hey, either way, whatever happens, I'm really proud of this team. DJ Mario looks like he's already lost. The
Both
body
like,
language.
both guys look like they're ready to accept defeat.
Yeah.
Nada, aplaudir al partido que han hecho todos es lo
Just
mínimo que
got to
tenemos que hacer.
applaud
Creo que en
the
el
game
partido
that both
normal creo
teams
que
have
Troncos
played
ha
so
tenido
far.
ocasiones más claras y más ocasiones que nosotros.
Troncos
Han
had
podido
a
llevarse
few
el
more
partido
chances, a
y
few
nosotros
more
con la
clear
sanción,
goal
sabiendo que
scoring
tenían penalti o
chances, but
shootout, hemos apretado. En el gol de
we
oro
knew
hemos
the
apretado,
sanction was
pero no ha sido
coming.
suficiente porque Manu
We-
Martín también es un porterazo, así que los dos mejores han sido
Manu Martín has just been
Víctor
incredible
Vidal
so
y
far
los
today.
presidentes sin fallar su
It's
penalti.
been a battle of the keepers so far, and that's what it's going to come down to in the shootout.
Gracias.
Qué pena que no sea esto la final, Panchita.
Ya. Te vaya partido tú.
Y Carlas. Carlas Planas.
So that's another decision to be made. As I check the stats here and just see who for Los Troncos has indeed made
Vale, ¿si os parece? Dejamos el negro a
a
Móstoles,
shootout
¿vale?
goal.
Rojo para Troncos. Vamos allá.
It was 3-0
Negro, chutáis
in
primero,
Los
chutáis
Troncos'
segundo.
shootout
Chutáis primero,
against
suerte, chicos,
Kunitas FC earlier this
Chuta
season. That was in the
primero, Móstoles.
fourth match day where they won after a 4-4 draw after 40 minutes. Ultime Móstoles, they won their opening match of the split over Rayo de Barcelona 2-0 in a shootout, but since then have yet to have a game decided from the center circle, and it's going to be Coro trying to set the tone for Ultime Móstoles. Martinez has been sensational all night long. Here comes Coro, takes a dribble to the left, sets it up, brings it wide, and then he tucks it home off a very tight angle on the left side.
Now these are the margins. How thin have they been all game? Look at when we get the angle with the time on the clock, how much time there is between the ball leaving his feet. We're not going to get a view of it, but it was a tight finish.
Edgar Alvaro now. He's the top scorer for Los Troncos. He would be who you want with the ball to try to equalize in the shootout, but Victor Vidal spreads himself wide and makes the save, putting Ultime Móstoles up here after the first round of shootouts.
Uno le han metido. De 12 le han metido uno hasta ahora. Venga, Laje, tranquilo.
It has been a busy day for Bershita and DJ Mario. And it's about to come to an end. How is it going to come to a close? Look at the move there, and with the outside of the foot, beautifully tucked home, Aleš Lage.
Oh, Aleix, take a bow with this little roly-poly. What a finish that is.
He knew what he was doing. He decided it before he even took a touch, didn't he? And now Verdu, the legend, the wizard, the mago, can he cut into this lead? DJ Mario is pumped up. And I don't think I'm going to translate what he's saying right there.
You can leave that one out.
He's going to give him a big fat kiss on the cheek. And it's again another killer for Ultime Móstoles in Uban. 2 touches into the back of the net. And Martinez hasn't been able to do anything about these 3 shootouts. It has been all Ultime Móstoles. And they now are just 1 save away. Can Victor Vidal do it again?
What kind of heartbreak this could be turning into for Perchita against DJ Mario. A day to remember.
Or a day to forget if you're Perchita. Soroche trying to just prolong that day a little bit more. Soroche, and it's Vidal, MVP! MVP! MVP! Ultimate Móstoles are going on to the semifinals in the Wizzing Center. DJ Mario returning to the capital with his both teams in hand.
And he's celebrating with them the way that only he knows how, the way he deserves to. Look at what it means to everybody headed to Madrid. That is a grinder of a win. Really, really put through the mixer today.
Llorente, he did play a big part. He didn't get a goal or on the score sheet, but his hold-up play was great. His tenacity, pushing back and working on the defensive end, really impressive. He's still fit, he's still got it, and heartbreak for Los Troncos. So that will set up a matchup between Aniquiladores and Ultimate Móstoles, the top seed in the semis, already qualified. They will be having a few more days of rest, obviously. Ultimate Móstoles having to play today, spared themselves from having to play yesterday. And what a round of shootouts it was for Ultimate Móstoles. They made all of theirs, and Victor Vidal stopped all of Los Troncos. Edgar Alvaro tried, Sorroche tried, Joan Verdu tried. Nobody could beat Victor Vidal. The celebrations, the smiles, the memories, that'll have to last a lifetime, but how long before they start focusing on knocking off the top team in the split in Aniquiladores in Wizzing Center on Saturday evening, Pershita? It's been an afternoon full of heartbreak for
gracias por el mensaje.
President
qué injusto el fútbol, tío, a veces, porque yo lo que ha dicho Marta también, siento que durante los 40 minutos creo que hemos sido superiores, hemos tenido ocasiones, palos, su portero es una auténtica locura, han ganado los shootouts, porque tienen un equipazo, y de esa enhorabuena, que disfruten de Madrid y nosotros pues nada, a pensar en el Mundial ya,
enjoy Madrid,
y que con este equipo no tengo dudas, voy a donde sea, voy a la guerra, no tengo miedo a nadie, ni a Llorente, ni a nadie, de verdad, creo que hemos competido, creo que nos hemos podido llevar el partido a los 40 minutos.
Don't have any reservations or fears of anybody after seeing the way my team came in and played against a very tough team, DJ Mario's team, and he will have us a few words as just waiting on a little sound check to make sure that the communication
va dedicado al chat,
on
que se me están diciendo que dimita, que piense en el siguiente split. Ha sido un split complicado pese a tener esa diferencia de goles. Se nos han ido partidos muy tontos de abajo. Lo primero de todo, ahora sí que sí, primero, darle enhorabuena a Perchita por el proyecto que tiene, porque, hostia, las chicas son un equipo que no tiene sentido. Los chicos hoy, normalmente no pasa esto, pero es que el 7 contra 7 creo que han sido mejores que nosotros. No lo suelo decir, pero es que es así. Troncos ha tenido ocasiones muy claras para habernos ganado. Así que enhorabuena a Perchita y a Violeta por lo que han hecho en Troncos, a todo el equipo de Troncos. Y nada, enhorabuena a los chavales, que estamos en Madrid. Vamos a jugar, espero que en casa con todo el mundo, contra Buyer y las chicas. Y a ver ahora los chicos quién, pero nada. Todo el mundo subió a la Mostoleta para Madrid. Vámonos.
Let's see everybody who was here today back in Madrid.
Hombre, hoy ha puesto en complicaciones a la defensa,
we
así
can
que puede ser.
continue the celebrations. DJ Mario has two teams heading to Wizzing. Queens League final. Oh man, and again it's the losing side. Gonna have to do the interview.
Imagino que para ti es difícil estar aquí, pero bueno, la audiencia ha decidido que has sido el mejor jugador de la final. Imagino que eso suma dentro de lo mal que estáis ahora.
Bueno, lo importante era estar en Madrid. Creo que el equipo ha hecho un buen partido. Sí que es verdad que hemos tenido ocasiones, pero no ha podido ser. Nada, felicitar a Móstoles por el gran partido que ha hecho. Y nada, a seguir trabajando en el Mundial.
But it's time to continue on, to continue thinking about.
Que hoy será difícil, pero ya desde mañana pensando en el Mundial.
What's up? What's coming? What's in the future? Yeah, we all wanted to go to Madrid. We all wanted to go to Madrid at the end of the week, but it's time to lift our heads and and think about the future. And well, they may not be going on, but it was no fault of that man right there. He did just about everything he could. It was the presidential penalties in the 40 minutes, and that brought us to a shootout, and even 43 minutes weren't enough to decide a winner. The shootout, though, it was all ultimate Móstoles. They went 3 for 3 in their attempts, and Víctor Vidal came up with 3 huge saves. That's it for the first matchup of these quarterfinals. Next up, ExBuyer, Gigantes. We'll take a quick break, take you to the Mao Bar.
¿Qué pasa, familia?
Have a little drink of our own and be back here for the second quarterfinal
Locura este
matchup.
partido apretado, al final goles de los dos presidentes y está decidido en las porterías. Víctor Vidal.
El ambiente,
sí, no, locura.
Yo estoy nervioso.
Hay mucha gente, me han dicho que hay mucha gente hoy por el Cupra, muchísima.
Sí, muchísima. Esto, lo que se está viviendo aquí hoy en directo es una locura, Polo.
Sí, sí.
¿Qué te parece si hacemos un poco de balance de la temporada?
Métele, va.
Hacemos un repasito. Desde el Bar de Mau hemos preparado un juego, otro más. Ya sabéis que nos gusta que participéis, chat. Y vamos a poner las notas de la temporada.
¿Notas?
Desde Rayo de Barcelona hasta Aniquiladores, que han quedado primero.
Así
que
vas a poner en un compromiso.
Polo, ya sabes que me encanta
Madre
ponerte
mía.
en un compromiso.
A ver,
voy
métele.
a ir equipo por equipo, a ver si tenemos el banner por realización familia, que está todo guapo ahí, las notas desde el Bar de Mau. Ahí. Mira.
Vale,
¿Qué te
vale,
parece ese
notas.
gorro de graduado,
Top.
Venga, Rayo de Barcelona, ¿qué nota le pones?
Un 4.
Pío.
Un 4,5.
El Barrio.
Un 5.
Uf, es profesor exigente, Polo, ExBuyer Team.
Un 7.
Troncos.
Un 7 también, por donde han llegado ahora.
Bien.
Sí.
Ultimate Móstoles.
8. 8,5.
Gigantes.
9.
Hostia, muy bien, Gigantes,
Sí.
Venga, Porcinos.
5,56.
Bien, no está mal. ¿Me dejo alguno? ¿Me dejo Aniquiladores? ¿no?
Aniquiladores, un 10.
Un 10. Kunisports también me dejaba.
Unisports, un 5,5.
Science.
Un 9.
Bien, y para ti el mejor equipo de la temporada ha sido…
Aniquiladores.
Bien. Bueno, son campeones de temporada regular. Ahora hay que ver si se…
Tienen que resolver
también.
la parte final. Les
Exacto,
queda
en
acabar
Final
de finalizar. A ver este partido, ¿cómo lo ves este? ExBuyer contra Gigantes,
Después de ver a ExBuyer ayer, los veo muy fuertes. Vienen con la flechita
timidín.
para arriba. Buah, es que tienen un surtido de delanteros ExBuyer. Fuad, Roger Carbo,
Han vuelto
Beguer,
fuertes, la verdad.
Juanma. Es que tiene una cantidad de
Te
delanteros
digo yo, pero se viene de sorpresa.
¿Sí?
Yo creo que se lo lleva Gigantes.
Venga, va. Tú apuestas por Gigantes,
Sí,
¿no?
no sé por qué.
Pues yo por ExBuyer Team.
Dale,
Que
a
gane
ver qué
el mejor,
pasa.
¿no? Que gane el mejor, familia. Os esperamos
Dale,
aquí.
chavales, a disfrutar.
En el Bar de Mau. Chao.
So the time has come. Quarterfinal number 2 of 3 on its way. This music always gets me a little bit, Dane. This music, I feel like I'm about to watch the Masters. I don't know why.
Get you jazzed up? Does it get you jacked up? Or I'm hoping so, huh?
Yeah, I'm already jazzed up. I don't need to be jazzed anymore. But I don't know. I just feel like I'm about to go out and play a round of 18. It's got that golf vibe to it.
Unfortunately for our audience, Jim Nance isn't coming in on the airwaves. But hey, Spencer, you're equal, if not better, to the big man Jim Nance in the terms of Kings League commentary. And here we got Roger Carbo. Going to be interesting to hear what he has to say after a return.
Bueno, como ya os dije ayer, por la persona que dijo algo ya sabe quién es. No creo que no tengo que hacerlo público. ya lo sabe y ya está. Entonces ya hemos hablado, él se ha dado por aludido efectivamente, porque él dijo un comentario que tenía ganas de encontrarnos con nosotros y ya está, ya lo sabe, ya lo tiene aquí y lo vamos a disfrutar todos.
Ahora ya en serio en lo deportivo, las chicas ya lo han hecho, imagino que tenéis la sensación de que faltáis vosotros.
Sí, faltamos nosotros, las chicas lo han hecho un trabajazo increíble, ahora nos toca a nosotros y vamos a hacer todo lo posible.
Queens League Club already going through, it's up to ExBuyer to make their way to the WeThink Center as well.
Todo el mundo tiene ganas.
Pues muchísima suerte,
Everyone's excited for it.
También para Gigantes.
I have to plead a little bit of ignorance, Spencer, because he was calling somebody out who just said that they wanted to go up against ExBuyer in this quarterfinal matchup. Roger Carbo saying, hey, you wanted it, you got it, my man. But I must plead a bit of ignorance, and I don't know who he was directing those comments to.
So, this is a matchup of personalities as well, we sure know. We've already seen from ExBuyer
todo en orden.
and
Por
Mini
cierto, tanta
Buyer,
historia
and
con esto
of
de
course,
Carbo fue Espinar, que dijo que
Gerard
por el
Romero.
momento que venían y que estas cosas estaban así, dijo Buyer y ya está, que le estáis dando un bombo al tema como si se estuviera acabando el mundo, ya está. Espinar dijo eso
solo
y ya
quiero,
está.
Solo quiero saber porque a ti te han dado más entradas para traer a gente.
¿Perdón?
Solo quiero saber porque a ti te han dado más entradas para traer a gente.
Ah, pues tú sabrás lo que has pedido.
Yo sabré no, porque a mí me han dicho hay 120 entradas para cada equipo y tú has traído 200, que se te ha olvidado quitar el mute y has dicho que tenías 200.
Puedes contarlas una a uno si quieres. Tú tienes 120 más 22 del femenino. Yo tengo 120. Si quieres las puedes contar en la grada.
Tienes 120,
si ya tienes cagoneta porque hay más gigantes en la grada que nosotros,
es simplemente igualdad.
Lo tienes claro. Venga.
Es simplemente igualdad.
Igual y por delante y por detrás. Venga, mira, hasta te han hecho, mira. Toma.
Ser de gigante es un sueño.
Ahí la llevas, disfrútala.
Porque aún no sabéis lo que es pisar un campo.
Pues es lo que tenemos, La gente humilde tenemos esto.
The WeThink Center, and of course, Gigantes, they still gotta get there, but ExBuyer, bros, they're saying that.
Pues mira, que yo solo por esto que estamos viendo esta noche aquí ya estoy emocionado, ya estoy contento, que creo que nos toca, si llega, llegará, y si no, felicitaremos como buena gente de deporte que somos a los profesionales, pero a mí nadie me va a quitar lo que estamos viviendo esta noche, que es una barbaridad, que son estas 100 personas, 120, lo que quiera Javi, que han venido para apoyar a Gigantes y para disfrutar de una noche que también merecemos algunas de estas y ojalá se nos pueda dar. Suerte a todos.
Mucha suerte, Gerard.
Gracias.
Y enhorabuena por la Copa Emoción.
Nice banter between the two, but yeah, it's all going to be played out on the pitch, and right now, Gigantes not being given much of a chance in those pre-match percentages.
La realidad y lo bonito es eso, conseguir el premio de que lleguen, tener esa presión que uno tiene de que el equipo femenino ha llegado, ya como un poco esa presión de sentir que, joder, estos meses de sufrimiento han valido la pena. Ahora confiar en el masculino, que todo el mundo sabe que venimos de momentos jodidos con lesiones. Ahora poco a poco, muy buen partido contra Unoca ayer. Esperemos que las sensaciones sigan así de buenas. Y a disfrutar del partido, va a costar mucho. Gigantes son un equipazo. Y oye, y confío en los chavales, que disfruten, que es lo bonito.
The Hermanos Buyer always know what to say, it would appear. And they've got their work cut out for them today because Gigantes come into this one as the 3 seed, getting the bye to this quarterfinal. They need a victory to make it to the WeThink Center, to the Final Four. In order to do that, they have to get past ExBuyer. And, well, ExBuyer had a tough season this year. 4 wins, 6 losses. And that was mostly because, as you might have just heard him say, a rash of injuries this season. They finished 9th. They managed to eke out a spot in the playoffs. And that was enough for them last week to be able to do the job, or I should say yesterday, to be able to do the job and move on beyond Unoca in very convincing form, by the way. 10-3 was the final.
Yeah, that was a real chance to see exactly how good this team and what the potential this team has, because without Roger Carbo, without Beguer, and then of course incorporating Faoud late in the season, and he has been really the addition of the split for ExBuyer, but for really any team in the Kings League so far. He has been fantastic, and it all came to fruition. We just decided to culminate against Kunitas FC, who took a 10-3 drubbing yesterday.
The second of our 3 quarterfinal matchups today between ExBuyer and Gigantes, and let the countdown clock begin. Pablo Beguer will be the man out there in blue and yellow. And
another team going with their second string, if you want to call it that, less played goalie in the regular season split, with Capi Gutierrez instead of Alex Romero for ExBuyer.
Two sides coming out. Who's going to get there first? It is Beguer against Marc Pelaz.
So dangerous,
One-on-one.
both of these.
60 seconds and an easy stop to begin. Segovia and Capi. Now here comes Pelaz. Head of steam, right-hand side, and out comes Capi.
It's a question. It's a question. Look at those eyes looking at the referee, the man in the middle, Marc Pelaz, begging to hear a whistle right there. Capi getting there just in time.
Tocó balón. Uf, pues.
There is not much in that, and actually, for the first time, I think I may have just heard ExBuyer agree that a call that otherwise would have gone more so their way is fair and just.
Fair play to him, and now we're going to see Carbo and Beguer at the same time, and that is a scary sight if you're Gigantes.
This ExBuyer team has peaked at the right time. Right now they need to defend. Pelaz is out there with Segovia. It's a quick fire blitz, and that leaves Pelaz free to try and get it past the keeper, which he can't do. A sprint to the ball, but he gets back to it.
Well, when you got these two attackers for ExBuyer, they don't quite excel defensively, and you saw right there, they just left it up to Capi Gutierrez to save them. Segovia can score. He's got 4 goals on this slate, the keeper.
But Pelaz hits the crossbar. He's going to get a second chance at it. Instead, it comes to the far side, and that's whipped across the face of goal. Nando Quesada, I think, may have grazed the post at best.
It must have, because if not, how in the world did Pelaz not just guide that home? Quesada, beautiful ball across the...
Oh, he did.
He got to it, but it was just too tight of an angle.
It was Pelaz who hit the post.
Oh.
Enter Fernando Velillas.
Oh, Velillas, one of my favorite players ever. He's everywhere on the pitch for ExBuyer.
Oh, and that's a nifty little pass, and an even niftier finish from Beguer. ExBuyer out in front.
Not on the pitch, 10 seconds before making an impact. Velillas with a cheeky little slip pass through a couple defenders, and Beguer, he didn't need to get much on it, just guide it past Segovia. And ExBuyer, they excel in these 1v1, 2v2s, everything before 6 minutes. They really do a good job putting their firepower on display.
We're looking at a potential offside, and you have to say, based on where the foot of Beguer is, it might be coming back.
Is Velázquez's foot behind the line as well? That's another thing to just take an eye at. And oh man, they're putting a heavy amount of pressure on the VAR deciders in the box. Look at that though from Velázquez. Also have to take into account the angle. It's a bit behind that line.
But we have the line as a visual aid. And even though our angle isn't precise, this image with the line helping us.
Still not clear.
We need to get the moment of the pass, of course, right here.
Vale, perfecto. Está el pie adelantado del jugador de ExBuyer. Déjame acabar la jugada.
You can see ExBuyer are not really putting up a fight in this one.
From that angle, it's hard to put up a fight. From the other angle, you might just think offside.
Yeah, and they're in agreement, ExBuyer. So again, a good show of sportsmanship here.
Es el pie,
So we stopped the clock.
They waited all slate to bring out their best personality traits, and ExBuyer now seemingly not pestering the referees as much as we've seen over this past 11 weeks. Oh.
And now it could come the other way for Gigantes, who had an opportunity, and there's a player down at the far post. Not sure if that was contact related or not. No, he's right back up to his feet. That's a good sign. Here's Pelad. Another player goes down. This time Pelad whistled for the foul as he bowls over Velillas.
You just get the idea, Spencer, that we are in store for quite the match. There's been chances on each side. That was a beautiful ball from the back and taken down by Pelad.
This is very different to the first matchup that we had just moments ago with Troncas and Ultimate Móstoles. This is a lot more attacking oriented into the middle for Velillas. It's seen away by Sergio Yuste. See, maybe it's a factor of not being at full strength yet, 7-on-7, but it's an open game thus far.
ExBuyer, I mean, they were in the driver's seat all of yesterday against Uno KFC, but it was still a taxing game for them. Gigantes, obviously, they had the bye through the round of 16, and now it's time for them to maybe try to take advantage of some fresh legs here in the quarterfinal.
All right, we're full strength. And for ExBuyer, means an opportunity.
Well, don't think Carbo is the only one who remembers what that one person he pointed out on Gigantes said about wanting this team, wanting this ExBuyer side in this position, in this matchup. And he says, you got us, come get us.
A lot of words get thrown around all season. Velillas from distance, that took a deflection.
Look at my boy Velillas again. He's everywhere. Watch him.
Oh, and it's nicely saved. Pelad has to get it out of trouble, and he may have just hit the rafters. He did. It's a throw-in for ExBuyer.
Oh.
Over the top, Big Ed. Unfortunate first touch for him.
Big Ed almost had one of the goals of the entire split on a rebound that he tried to overhead kick, and he just missed the target. A bit high at woodwork. Of course, that was in yesterday's game against Uno KFC, which it was already an onslaught, but that would have just added to fuel the fire.
I think some of the golazos that we get, also you have to take into account the moment, right? What does it mean in terms of that game?
Hashtag Carrasco.
Exactly, as we were going to say, that finishing touch for ExBuyer and Carrasco on the women's side in the Queens League is one of the best and most properly timed golazos that we've seen. 7 minutes down.
Fantastic finish that you'd be hard pressed to replicate, duplicate in any sort of league, any sort of level of football. Men's, women's, kings, queens, wherever you might be, it's a goal that'll get you off your seat and drop your jaw.
You might be wondering, Dane, which of these teams came out on top the last time they met. That was on match day 7. And that, too, was a similarly back and forth affair. One that included a late winner for Gigantes. Down goes Pelaz. He's back to it, and even though this game has been more open, we have not had anything to separate the sides. Both teams tightening up defensively.
Well, I think that opening goal that was just taken off the board for offside, it sort of sent shockwaves around, and both teams were like, all right.
And that's a big-time save. It needed to be made. Carlos Contreras is denied, not once but twice. Pelaz sticks with it. He's got several blue and yellow shirts around him. They need to get this clear, ExBuyer, and, well, they do enough with it in the end.
Contreras, he's one of those guys. He wears the number 9, but he's no stranger to going full in on some 50-50 balls, and just adds a little spice to these matches. He's got a, like we call it in Kings League America, a picante attitude that can just imbalance a team a little bit, especially a back four, which is an emotional side like this ExBuyer team. So let's see if he just tries to poke the bear a little bit.
It's been mostly Gigantes doing it on the front foot.
Where are we going to see Fuad? When are we going to see Fuad? That's a clear foul there from Juanma.
Fouls Frutos. Set piece upcoming.
Well, I mentioned the shootouts. There was no shootouts yesterday. We've had back-to-back shootouts over the last couple games. So let's see what we have in store. What does that mean, Spencer? It means we've had some awfully tight games here in the most important moments of the split.
Well, this game, along with the next one, we will not have presidential penalties. That did seem to make the difference in the 2 games that ultimately required shootouts.
It's going to be up to the players on the pitch to decide it. And, well, yeah, it's splitting hairs between who you would take before the game. And Gigantes, they really did have a very good late run of form that propelled them up the standings and that earned them their bye. There's Fuad right there. Fuad, what's an explosive, creative player.
Fuad trying to create, as you said, Dane, but creation has been hard to come by so far.
Yeah, both teams really strong in defense. You got Frutos and you got Juste, who are the lockdown guys for Gigantes, and they've been really the reason this team is in this position right now. Juste scoring a couple goals last week. Frutos, he's a rock on the defensive side. Quesada, the Capitan. They can hit you from all angles.
Quesada is just hanging out here on the near side by us. Now he's making a run into the middle looking for him. Nando Quesada has his shot blocked by Capi. Goes out for Gigantes corner. Gerard Romero approves.
Dani Perez, also a very solid defender in his own right for ExBuyer. He is the Admiral.
On the counter, can ExBuyer break? Not this time. I was going to say, Gerard Romero is probably pleased that today is the day that he can watch his team take part in the quarterfinals of the Kings League, because tomorrow he's going to be pretty busy.
You got to think so. You got to think so. But, yeah, make sure your job is done, the business is taken care of here today, and then you can worry about what comes tomorrow.
A rare ExBuyer attack sighting.
Didn't amount to much, though, did it?
Not yet. Here's the shot from distance. That's Pere Martinez, and that's a goal kick.
Well, all of the discussion, all of the arguing between who was getting the most tickets to this crucial matchup, and I would say it's just about 50-50. It's split right down the middle, as you see on your screen right now, the yellow side and the red side.
Oh, look out. That was a prime effort for Contreras. I would agree with you, Dane. It doesn't seem like either side has too much of an advantage. Now, ExBuyer trying to take the advantage on the pitch, slapped into the middle, although might have been an offside. Gigantes take it back anyway, and they're playing dangerously out of the back.
Yeah, you just got to be steady-handed, steady-footed right there with that ball that really put his defenders in a spot of bother, but dealing with it perfectly. Frutos in the back, and delicate footwork there from the center back.
Ayats has it taken away. This is Fuad. And again, not a lot of space for him to create from here, and there's about 3 Blaugrana colored shirts in his way. Here's a cross into the area.
Fuad with a debut hat-trick for ExBuyer a few weeks back, and he's continued to make an impact since joining this side. But Gigantes, they're just saying, come at us if you dare. Setting up in their structure, their defensive shape, and challenging ExBuyer to try to face them 1v1, eye to eye. Nothing going just yet. Whereas ExBuyer, they're pressuring a little bit more on the defense, those defenders, Frutos, Juste, and that might just open up some space. We've seen Gigantes create the lion's share of opportunities, and I think that's why. Instead of dropping back, trying to quote unquote park the bus, they're going after it and they're trying to break on the counter.
Gigantes probing. An opportunity to put the ball into the middle. It's run all the way through beyond Espinal. It's come back across. The imaginary flag will come up in this case.
Oh, some tic-tac-toe sort of stuff. Yeah, exactly. But there was some pinball action between one side of the pitch to the other, and the linesman had to stay minding his P's and Q's, but great call right there.
Well, I gotta say, through 16 minutes of football for this one, we thought it was going to be a little bit more open, and there were some chances in the first few minutes, but now, if both sides want to just go to the penalty shootout, we can just skip to that part.
Yeah, I was going to say, what is this, Kings League or Serie A? I mean, come on, what are we going to go to 0-0 every game?
Yeah. Don't ask about the Rayo Getafe game from this weekend. But yeah, exactly. Opportunity, that could be something. Is it, or is it simulation, or is it just nothing? Well, there's not a big protest coming from anybody on the ExBuyer side, including Martinez.
The thought was beautiful, though, wasn't it? He almost squeaks through a double team at the top of the area.
Gigantes have had the majority of possession in this game, but they haven't been able to create hardly anything. That was dangerous. Segovia is there to help clean up.
The pressure's bothering Gigantes right now. They've almost forced a couple of mistakes.
And that was nearly a mistake for ExBuyer to allow Ayats to come in from behind.
No, it's the risk you take, don't you? Pushing bodies forward, you open things up in the back, and Ayats was almost in.
And a big save from Kapi keeps the game at goose eggs.
Back-to-back chances there. What a save that was from Kapi Gutierrez.
Well, we're going to have a big roll of the die to determine how this first half comes to an end, because this game is screaming for some open space. El alcalde de la noche, mayor of the night, tossing it and finding 2v2.
All right. Gerard Romero did not look too pleased with the roll of the die right there.
Well, you want to park the bus, you want to set up defensively, and then the die comes up as a 2. Sorry, not happening.
It's going to open this match up for the next 2 minutes at least, and they've got to know that with Carbo, with Beguer, and with Fuad, they might just have the edge, ExBuyer, for this final stage of the first half.
Both sides will stick a keeper out there to begin things, but let's see who gets to it first. You got to win this mad dash, and it looks to be 50-50. And the first touch from Dani Perez appeared to have gone forward.
Did it go forward or did it stay stagnant? Maybe just a little bit of momentum carried it over that center circle, but oh, it's so tough.
This time, the Hermanos Buyer are in full disagreement. And if Gigantes come back to score here, you know we're going to hear it from them.
Of course, halftime is going to be very interesting. Oh man, you're just opening up the dink over the top right here.
And Pelaz sees it and scores it. And ExBuyer are behind. It's the opening goal. It's Mark Pelaz.
I get you want to cut the angle off, but Kapi was giving up a lot of space behind him.
They were playing a bit more geometry than anything else. This 2v2 does that. Let's see.
It's just so interesting to see how they defend.
ExBuyer's turn. Beguer feeds it. That's missed. Carbo will get it back. We'll also have to see how much added time we get in this first half, because these possessions come at a premium. Beguer can shoot if he wants to. Look at the positioning of the two defenders. Now it's Carbo, and he's skied and he slipped on his way. His plant foot slipped, and that's a big, big, big swing.
Well, he had the chance, and he just was trying to slide it over to Carbo. And Carbo had the chance of a lifetime right there to equalize, but I don't know if he slipped, lost his footing, but he skied it into the bleachers here, and that's going to do it. No stoppage time to come.
That's a break, you would say, for ExBuyer, who don't have to defend out that second possession of 2v2, but Pelaz, that's the one, and that's the difference at the moment. Halftime at the Cupra Arena in game number 2. And Gigantes take a 1-0 lead.
Completamente igualado, que al final no sé qué coño ve el árbitro ahí para darles el balón a ellos, el del saque.
And this is what they're complaining about, is why Gigantes got the ball to start.
Cuando lo hemos ganado nosotros. Son 3 palos y un paradón. Ese es el partido igualado que ve Javi. Nada. Si tú
¿Tú crees que el balón ha ido para adelante, Gerard?
Javi, no he visto la repetición y si tú consideras que
no ven nada,
Javi, si tú consideras que esta primera parte es igualada, yo te lo respeto, amigo, pero que me digas igualada cuando te hemos metido 3 palos y un paradón, yo creo que tenéis equipo para hacer mucha mejor primera parte de la que habéis hecho. Si tú crees que esa decisión… ¿Perdona?
El escalado lo habéis hecho mejor, ahí te
No, pero no el escalado, yo creo que la completo primera parte. Tú estás jugando un partido donde estás haciéndolo muy bien porque estás…
A ver cómo la tira para adelante, a ver cómo la tira para adelante.
Se le va para adelante, Joan.
El balón está pisado.
Pero
el balón está pisado. Seems to move forward just a little bit, no? What do you think, Dave?
Para mí simplemente, Javi, creo que vuestro tipo de partido que estáis haciendo no os ha salido, pero es un planteamiento espectacular. Esperar atrás y en la contra pillarnos. Pero hostia, no me digas que está igualado, porque creo que por un poco superiores. Queda mucho, pero hostia, vamos, va, que quedan 20 minutos.
No, si aún queda partido. Si 40 minutos contra ExBuyer son muy longos.
Oh, ya lo sé, Joan, y por eso estoy cagado. ¿Qué te crees? Venga, al fútbol, al vivo. ¡Vámonos!
They're both still clearly very nervous, aren't they? And why wouldn't they be?
Yeah, Romero saying his team was the better side. Javi saying, you know what, it was pretty equal. When you have one team saying it's equal, the other one saying it's better, you tend to believe the person who just has seen a bit more in their team. But that really doesn't mean much, does it, going into the final 20 minutes, because this one is very tight.
Well,
just the one goal that made the difference late on in that first half. How does ExBuyer respond here?
ExBuyer trying to bring both teams to the WeThink Center. The Queens are already there. The Kings have work to do. Down a goal. And they'll start on the ball. The 9 seed out of 12 this season, working through a rash of injuries to get to this point. And they are now 20 minutes away, but they need a goal.
Now, the unconventional try from Carbo, just trying to rifle one in and hope for any sort of deflection whatsoever, but it skies the pile and quickly out for a goal kick. But the sense of urgency, I think we're going to see immediately out of the break for ExBuyer.
Yeah, and they were pressuring the ball quite a bit.
Yeah. What Romero said about them sitting back and waiting for the counter, didn't quite agree with. They were looking for the counter, but they were trying to pressure. They were trying to force mistakes in that first half. Does that just cost them here as their legs start to get a bit heavy on the second end of a back-to-back series?
It's been a long road for them. What can they come up with? Well, a corner is something. Better than nothing. Martinez will take it quickly. Right back into the mixer. That's bobbled through, and Segovia probably didn't know if it would take a touch or not and just had to react quickly to it.
Yeah, exactly. He waits for that touch, doesn't he? But he knows that he's got… Oh, it did in the end take a touch, and I think it took a touch off of his teammates. Reacts quickly, though, and he is one of the top keepers in the league. 83 saves in the split, just 26 goals allowed. Quite the return for the Gigantes number 1. And 4 goals to his name to boot. A couple of them from right around where he's standing right now.
Don't forget, the secret weapon is going to be a part of this second half in one way or another. Neither side came forward with their secret weapon at the start of the half, so you would can pretty safely assume that it is not the jugador estrella, the star player.
Yeah, you're right about that. Again, in these tight matchups, I mean, we're so used to seeing some high-scoring, fireworks, sort of shootout games, and that's not what it's been like here. in these semis and quarterfinals of the King and Queens League.
Carbo is dispossessed. Back with it again, though. Roger Carbo off the post. Dane's face says it all.
Exactly. Had my jaw dropped right there as Carbo almost slipped that in. It took a dangerous hop like you talk about. Those little short hops that just trouble the keeper a bit. And usually these secret weapons are just minor details in a game that has a lot more storyline. But in the last couple of games, the secret weapons have been basically determining how things have kind of swayed towards the 40-minute mark. His first touch, Velias, was magic. It led to the opening goal that was taken off the board because of a slight offside by about a whisker. And that was at a point, Spencer, where we thought this game was about to open up and give us the goals that we've been so desperately waiting for.
Just wondering, wow, that's a nifty little flick, isn't it?
Oh, class, class, class.
Just wondering, if you're ExBuyer, do you wait for Gigantes to come forward with their secret weapon? Because it does seem these secret weapons can be somewhat predictable. It's something I'd like to look at and perhaps modify and change for future seasons of this sport, because I think it needs to be a little less predictable.
1-0, 0-1, I mean 0-1, it's still not time to just empty the bucket and play your cards on the table. I mean, you still got to go with the game plan a bit now. If Gigantes starts to get one more goal, two more goals, then you really got to start thinking about, all right, we need to get back into this game. But right now, Gigantes, they've got as much chance as anybody else to either draw this level or take the lead.
It's a hopeful ball that just takes out the ExBuyer sign up above the video board.
We'll be hoping to take him out in not just the video board, but in real life and here on the pitch as ExBuyer pressing and pressing, but just can't budge this unbreakable seeming defense.
Fuad returns it for Big Ed. Over the top it goes, headed down and put home. Juanma Gonzalez, 1-1.
Is that my boy Ben Diaz, who nodded it back on the back post? This is brilliant strategy, excellent build-up, and the ball to the back post is gorgeous. Juanma at his bounce and put on a platter in front of the goal, and the outside of the foot as well.
It had to be done, and Velias is a magician, and it's no more than ExBuyer deserve.
Yeah, no, the way they've come out here in this second half, they've been on the front foot. They've been the one pressuring, asking the questions of Gigantes, and that's exactly what this game needed. How does Gigantes respond now? Oh, boy.
Taken away, and somehow scissor kicked out of the air by Segovia to keep it from bouncing towards him. I'm not sure if he was put off or waiting for a chip or what.
Well, Big Ed might have just taken a bit too long to get that out from under his boots. It was a criminal giveaway in the middle of the park, and Big Ed, he smelled blood in the water.
The opportunity still there for ExBuyer to double this onslaught after getting one. They're very much on the front foot. They've looked the better side in the second half. Can they keep it up? Perez. Back to the top it goes with Martinez. They're trying to slip in behind. Here comes that pressure. And it is ExBuyer who retained possession.
You got to tip your hat to this ExBuyer team. I mean, playing on the second end of a doubleheader and pressuring essentially the entire pitch, looking to create those mistakes, and it's working out for them so far, isn't it?
See there, the 5th goal of this split for Juanma. Both secret weapons still in play. That still stayed in play, but it's seated as a goal kick.
Juanma had the final goal, a double goal in the 39th minute to really bury KFC yesterday and add insult to injury for Igor Casillas' team. This one just might bring his side to life even more than they already are. And look at the ExBuyer side, their patrons. 120 plus perhaps. Oh.
Out comes Segovia just to try and make something happen, and then there was a crash into the area. That's by Beguer.
Brilliant play from Beguer to turn and get around a defender. And he's in on the challenge on the other end.
On the other end, boy, it is getting very tense.
Look at this. That is just classy in tight spaces.
ExBuyer stays with it. How about this for a little dipsy-do? It's got to end in a goal right, but it won't. There's a claim of a handball. The ball is still loose. It's picked up by Perez, and eventually it ends up as a goal kick. We can take a second look at a replay, though.
Vamos a revisar lo que yo veo. Escúchame. Lo que yo veo en el campo es que está en dirección.
I don't want to see the replay of that. I want to see the replay of Beguer with the ball at his feet.
Que le dan la mano está claro, pero para mí está en dirección al suelo apoyada, por lo tanto, dejamos
What the referee is saying, is that he was supporting himself on the ground.
Puedes reanudar. Okay. Mano.
Let's take a look.
Muy bien, lo he visto claro.
It's pretty clear that that's...
Yeah, he called it in live action.
That's not...
And the replay confirms. Not many shots for each of these teams, really, through 30 minutes.
It's a poor clearance effort. But, almost punished, and instead it'll be a free kick from a dangerous spot.
Mira cómo que se tropieza. Yo que cerca de aquí, ¿no? Me he equivocado. Mira, con el taco, mira. Por ver un cordón no me lo parece. Mira el cabrón, mira. Mira lo que
Yo es que tanto no puedo ver. The shoelaces of the defender, but Diaz had it very clear. I don't even think he was looking at it really, but let's have a look here. Oh, he did. He did. He stepped on him. And if this comes to something, we know what to expect from the president's box here for ExBuyer.
And it won't, because Capi has come in once again to the rescue.
Look at Maya. I can't believe how close that was. It just flashes off the top of the crossbar. Quesada knew exactly where he was going and what he wanted to do with that free kick. I think he caught Capi maybe a little bit off guard.
So here we are at the 33rd minute, and nobody... Well, I spoke too soon.
Right on cue.
I spoke too soon. and they're both being utilized. But first, there's going to be a shot that skims over the crossbar. It comes from Big Air, and now is one of these the Joker, because they were both played at approximately the same time.
Right. Well, it's right around the 34th minute, Blue Spencer.
So here we have a penalty.
Tuyo, penalti es tuyo, Joan. Vale, pa casa.
But I believe this could be a Joker, which would then steal the penalty. It is the Comodín. It's the Joker for Gigantes.
What a call by you, Spencer.
And that means the penalty is awarded to Gigantes.
Me la pela una barbaridad. Vamos a ganar este partido.
Nostra Spencer right there.
Well, well, well. This could dramatically change the course of this game when it's been played on the margins. They steal the penalty card, and now it forces Copy to have to make a huge save.
This is huge. Let's get some ambiance in here, some crowd noise. This is a big moment.
It's a big moment, and the moment is met by Copy. What a save! Denying Quesada, and it's still 1-1.
Bien, bien, bien.
Es carta, digo.
Carta. Sí, sí, renovamos allí porque ellos se han robado el penalti.
What just happened here?
Well, they're going to bring the ball back to the point where it was put out of play, which was a goal kick. That's a huge save, and the ExBuyer brothers called it too.
The second saved penalty of Copy Gutierrez's splits, and what a time to do it. Late drama.
It could have potentially just saved ExBuyer's season, and now we're a couple of minutes away from another golden goal.
This is tense. I mean, you couldn't ask for better quarterfinals, more even quarterfinals through the first two matches of this eventful Monday afternoon into the evening.
Over the top, that's going to stay in play, and did it hit the post or did it hit Segovia? It's going to be a corner. I think he did get a touch.
He got his hand to it, yeah, exactly. He needed to, didn't he? Elias, look at him. The wizard, the magic man, the creator of the first goal for ExBuyer.
He's got that old man in the gym vibe who's just got more moves than you. That's a nice pass for Cardabo, and it really should have been put on target.
Class is permanent, my man, and he is living proof personified.
90 seconds before we get to a potential golden goal scenario, although a goal here for either side wouldn't quite be a winner, but it would be almost just as good as it.
Yeah.
ExBuyer have been the better side in the second half, but that doesn't mean anything now. High pressure continuing to cause problems.
Really shaky balls from the back for Gigantes, and you just wonder if that might be the thing that determines this game, as ExBuyer looks to get paid off for their efforts, really, since the beginning of the game. Oh.
Here comes a chance, a potential chance for a winner, and it's cleared off the line. Contreras got in the way, but ExBuyer get it back. The next shot is blocked. It's still with them. And it somehow still stays in play.
The number 9 who comes in and saves the day for Gigantes with a ball on the line, and their center forward in the right place at the right time.
We're 10 seconds from the end here, but ExBuyer still have a chance to put a shot on goal. It's got to come back in right now. It's got to go on target right now. And Dani Perez had a chance for it.
Perez sensed the throw-in coming quickly. Look at Contreras right there. He sniffs it out right at the last second. Last gasp defending. Easy for me to say in our fourth game here. That's going into golden goal. 3 of 4 golden goal situations. 2 of them have gone already to shootouts. Is that what awaits us here?
Golden goal time indeed. Seven on 7, and anybody who scores it now wins it now and goes straight to Madrid at the We Think Center. First touch has to go backwards, and who knows what touch that was, and it's still Perez running forward with it, putting it into the area. Segovia's there.
Sometimes you can just sort of guess if you're not getting there and predict the pass back, and that can, like you just saw, set a half chance to take on defenders.
Elias is out there, and he's making a surging run into the box. He won't be rewarded with that cross, but ExBuyer maintain their possession, maintain their pressure. We might get a minute or 2 added on, but probably not much more than that, I would guess. Out wide for Elias. What can he do with it? Just going to cede the throw. He'll take it. That's everybody to play together, the Hermanos Buyer. They have withstood the pressure. The Queens pulled off a huge upset earlier. This would be a similar level of upset. ExBuyer are a 9 seed. Gigantes are the 3. Roger Carbo. Taken away.
Quesada. He's been great, Quesada, today. How much time will be added? That is a question, but you just get a feeling maybe a minute more.
Lofted over the top! And Elias nearly came up with a spectacular winner.
If he makes that, it's just crown him now. Crown him now as the MVP, the king of the Kings League.
Two minutes added on. We're already an eighth of the way through that. Elias sticks with it. Got a foul throw.
We don't see that all the time.
It must have been.
Yeah.
And in this situation, with these stakes, possession was never really a real idea for Martinez.
Difficult to beat a keeper of Segovia's caliber from the center circle. It takes something really special, and Martinez showing wasn't quite in his bag.
Quesada, who missed the penalty that could have potentially put this in the books for Gigantes. We're going to be about 30 seconds away from a penalty shootout deciding who else goes to Madrid.
A third straight penalty shootouts after 0 penalties, or shootouts, I should say, all of yesterday. So we were making up for lost time, perhaps. Time for maybe one more push up the park, but that's about it.
This could be that push.
Oh, great defending there. And then Juste makes sure to give Beguer a little dap afterwards. I think great. It's been competitive, but it hasn't been too chippy. Both teams just battling.
Wait, for a second there, Capi was rooted to his spot. We're going to go to another penalty shootout.
Well. 3 straight shootouts.
It's been heart-pounding all evening, and it's not going to stop yet.
Well, we've talked about ExBuyer and their ability, their quality, especially when it comes to attacking, creating, and you would think that favors them going into the shootout.
Esto es increíble. El que diga que es una tontería es porque no ha visto un partido. Se me va a salir el corazón, se me va a salir el alma. Otros shootouts. Mira,
this is a dumb idea, the Kings League. Forget about that.
Y porque somos los mejores. Y porque
I mean, look at these two guys.
nos han sacado el comodín. Venga ya, hostia puta, tío. Todo me ha tocado hoy. Aquí estamos más vivos que nunca. Apóyanos.
Nobody has more energy.
Corazón y cojones. ¡Ah!
And that's real, true energy. They feel that. That's pulsing through their veins. You know it is.
It's their 4th game of the weekend, too. 4th game of the last 2 days.
Ganemos de alegría, porque este partido es el que luego la gente se acuerda de esto.
Pues enhorabuena porque la segunda parte ha sido de ellos y han sido superiores, han podido marcar ese gol y te podían haber hecho alguno más y ahora pues nada. Que tengan suerte y que pase el que mejor lo haga.
Gigantes are going to go first.
Mucha suerte.
Huge decision coming up right here, and yeah, who's it going to be?
Capi against Segovia. Segovia has been outstanding this year.
Remember, Capi, the 2nd-string keeper after or coming into the playoffs at least. He is the keeper that's played the least amount when you compare him to Alex Romero, but he has been brilliant here today and came up with really what, in my eyes, was the game-winning play, the penalty save against this man right there.
So here we go. It begins with Marc Pelaz. Gigantes first. Against Capi. And he cannot stop him. Pelaz puts it in the back of the net first, 1-0.
Well, it's calm from Pelaz because Capi actually guesses his move, stays with it, a quick trigger that slips under Capi Gutierrez and that puts all the pressure on ExBuyer.
Roger Carbó is above average when it comes to taking these shootout penalties. He needs to beat Segovia, which he cannot.
It's so hard when you take 2 touches and just try to slide it past the keeper. You got to make a move. The keeper has too much time to come off his line and cut off those angles. And you see right there, Segovia was not letting that ball through in any way, shape, or form.
Nando Quesada to make it 2-0. He hits the post.
Well, it was a better effort on that same sort of idea that Carbo had. And
Capi had guessed the wrong way, too.
Yeah, exactly.
So here comes your boy.
boy.
Villas. What kind of old man move does he have in his bag? Nothing this time. Another big save from Segovia.
That did look like an old man move, didn't it? Just one heavy touch, and on the second one, just tried to You made it easy for him, didn't you? You made it easy for him, for Segovia. You had only one way to go right there after that heavy touch. The tighter you keep it, I think, the better it is for you.
The pressure is on Capi now. Remember, the backup keeper from the last game, Manu Martin, could not stop any of the shots. And Capi gets Ayats to hit the post as well.
He tried to chip it. That is a shot, a chance that has plenty of huevos behind it, but it just didn't turn out the way Ayats was looking for.
But can ExBuyer come up with one? Because so far it's been 2 X's in their shootout stat sheet. Fuad hasn't missed yet this season. Until now.
Segovia is heroic. Who said the best keeper in the league earlier today? I can't disagree if they were talking about Segovia.
Carlitos, si lo mete,
oh boy,
la mitad hecha, por Dios, Carlitos.
He had the game-saving, goal-saving save late in the second half.
Carlos Contreras against Capi. Did he do enough? It goes wide.
This is wild, Spencer. I'm on the edge of my seat right here. Hopefully everybody watching from their living rooms or wherever they're watching around the world are enjoying this as much as we are.
No te puedo creer.
He had him beat. He had him beat. Of course, to keep his team alive.
Vamos Segovia, por Dios.
It's gotta happen for ExBuyer. Pablo Beguer, can he do it? Can he make one? Yes, he can, emphatically.
That was calm with the game, with the semifinal on the line. ExBuyer's top scorer, top assist man. And that was just smooth from the number 10.
Now ExBuyer shot first. I beg your pardon. Second. And it's 1-1, so it is now sudden death. Adrian Espinar. Gotta have it. And he does.
He had the game-winning goal. The game-winning goal against ExBuyer in the earlier matchup in the split, and now he tucks it home to take the go-ahead in the shootout round.
This is the moment. Juanma Gonzalez scored the goal in the game in the 40 minutes, but he's got to score the penalty shootout to keep ExBuyer in it. Juanma is denied, and Gigantes are headed to Madrid.
Are you kidding me? As tight as it gets, and Gigantes moving on. The 3 seeds to the Final Four in Madrid, the semifinal. And thanks to that man right there, down on his knees. But Gigantes fans should be down on their knees, kissing his boot. Jose Segovia, after that incredible performance.
He made a litany of saves in that penalty shootout, and he deserves every bit of it. They are headed to the Final Four. They've got a date with one of the 3 other teams, with Ultimate Móstoles and Aniquiladores making their way in. That is the second of the night in penalty shootout fashion, and you can see a very pleased and emotional Gerard Romero. They are headed to the We Think Center.
Oh, the love, the passion, the excitement, the tears of joy. You can see how much this means to both sets of presidents, and Well, in the end, XBuyer, you know they're hurting right now, but they're going to go and shake the hand or at least acknowledge Gerard Romero.
That's a great image right there. ExBuyer have been battling all season, and they'll be frustrated to have lost this one in the manner that they did, but they were resilient. They battled through. They got past a Joker secret weapon, had their penalty stolen from under their feet, still managed to save it, took this all the way to penalty shootouts, and came up just short.
Well, half of the Cúpula Arena is ecstatic, the other half heartbroken, as only one of these two teams are on their way to Madrid. Only one of these two teams have a chance to fight for the final still. They'll wait for Portinos, they'll wait for Science to play in the next game to figure out who they're playing in the semifinal.
Bueno, no tengo palabras para agradecer a este equipo.
I don't have any words. You gotta have,
lo siento, vamos a ser los llorones de la liga, pero llevamos muchos días trabajando y esta mujer lleva muchos días trabajando en todo esto, en preparar esta gigantada que son los mejores, y creo que merecíamos poder vivir la experiencia de una Final Four, y por eso quiero agradecer a todo el equipo, a toda la afición, a los que estáis en casa y en especial a esta mujer que seguramente sin ella sería una puta mierda. Gracias, cariño.
This beautiful woman, I would be absolutely nothing. And gigantes, look at this. Hey Spencer, tell me this Kings League is just joke around and nobody takes it seriously. I'll show you that image right there.
You hear from these gentlemen.
Ya lo he dicho, esto es una fiesta, la que hoy, pues mira, en los Shootout me ha tocado perder. La Kings es lo que es, hay días en los que te sale todo, días en los que esas pequeñas cosas pues no entran, como puede ser.
They're taking this one on the chin.
Yeah.
And they'll have the added element and the salvaging factor of being able to go to Madrid anyway with their Queens League team in the final.
Todas las putadas que nos ha tocado pasar en este split, las lesiones, simplemente esperar que la gente que apoya al equipo esté orgullosa, ser conscientes de la situación, alegrarme por Gerard porque creo que es de los presidentes más implicados junto con nosotros y los que más viven esta liga.
They've been able to accomplish to this point.
Nada, ya digo, orgulloso de mis chavales. Ahora pensar en la repesca del mundial, que ya sabéis que tenemos
about the World Cup as well.
Quiero mucho a todo el mundo y espero que os haya gustado el partido, aunque este no me haya tocado ganarlo. Y en la final a tope con las chicas.
Well, he needs to go and save some of his voice a little bit because they've had a rough couple of days here with a lot of yelling, a lot of screaming, a lot of emotion. And we've got one more match to go here in Cúpula Arena. Portinos and second place Science, 8 versus 2 to figure out and find out who Gigantes will be awaiting in the Whizzing Center. Don't go anywhere. We've got 40 minutes of football left for you, maybe even more the way things are going. But before we let you go, we're going to try and listen to the MVP and the tears flowing for Gigantes, for the Blaugrana. It's Marc Velar.
MVP, victoria y a la Final Four, enhorabuena.
Sí, la verdad, ¿quién lo hubiera dicho, que Gigantes estaría en la
Final
Four? La verdad que nuestro primer objetivo era clasificar al Mundial directo y una vez conseguido nos pusimos como objetivo llegar a la Final Four. Sabíamos que teníamos calidad de sobra y muy contento, la verdad.
Se viene ahora un Porcinos Science, será del que salga victorioso de ahí, será vuestro rival en semis. No sé si te quieres mojar, ¿a quién prefieres?
Hombre, a los dos, la verdad que a los dos les hemos ganado durante la fase regular, pero viendo cómo jugó ayer Porcinos, que les vi muy bien, yo igual prefiero a Science.
Os vais a quedar
but I'd rather Science.
Sí, la verdad que es increíble tener una afición como esta, es la mejor afición de la liga, sin lugar a dudas. Llevan ya muchas semanas viniendo aquí apoyándonos y la verdad que una parte de lo que hemos conseguido es gracias a ellos.
Behind us, cheering us on the whole way. That's really been the difference maker here, and the celebration continues, but there's still plenty more football to come here from Cúpula Arena. One more match, don't go anywhere. If you've been with us all afternoon, you know this is going to be must-see TV coming up here in the final hour from Cupra Arena.
Por aquí, familia, para analizar la última previa del Bar de Mau en el Cupra Arena esta temporada. Qué bonita es la Kings League InfoShops,
Qué locura,
Muy bonita, la verdad que un auténtico partidazo en la hora, ¿no?
Primera Final Four para Gigantes,
Qué emocionante al final,
Desde aquí saludo a la gente de Gigantes, Primera vez por ahí.
Felicidades.
Con Timidín,
Sí, no es nada fácil pasar del último a clasificarse a la Final Four.
¿Sabes la mítica frase que dije yo un día?
Sí, pero no sé si se puede decir. No pelar, no party.
¡Ay, cuidado! Bueno, se viene partido ahora también,
Se viene partidazo, y antes de eso queremos recordar que está quedando un cuadro de Final Four impresionante, ¿no? El Withing Center va a ser la leche. Selete, ¿tú qué partido tienes más ganas de ver?
Yo, el de Móstoles.
El de Móstoles, pues a todos aquellos que aún no tengan sus entradas para el Withing Center, que sepan que pueden comprar en la web de Kings League InfoShops, porque aún quedan asientos y se viene un espectáculo impresionante. Y nosotros vamos a hacer algo con Psycho, me han dicho, ¿no?
Cuidado.
¿Sí o qué?
¿Tú estás también? Buah, se viene el remix,
creo,
chavales, ¿no? Se viene el remix.
¿Qué podríamos hacer con Psycho, familia? Chat, os preguntamos, ¿qué locura podríamos hacer desde el Bar de Mau con Psycho? ¿Se os ocurre algo? Bueno, ya veremos, no queremos hacer más spoilers. Partido, Science Porcinos.
Locura.
Aquí me duele, pero voy con Porcinos,
Sí. Por la nostalgia, ¿no? Tú fuiste porcino.
Sí, porque por siempre porcino.
¿Y tú, Polo?
A ver, es un partido igualado. Yo creo que los dos, bueno, creo que Science viene un poquito mejor por temporada, así que voy a inclinarme con Science, aunque no me importaría que Porcinos ganara.
Venga, va, pues yo voy con Porcinos, Se ha escuchado un vamos ahí todo fuerte desde aquí detrás. Está siendo un día de muchas emociones, así que vamos por el último. Vamos a disfrutar de esta última ronda de cuartos de Kings Playoff. Disfruten, familia.
Dale,
Nos
chavales.
vemos. Chao.
¿Estamos ya? Sí. ¡Vamos! Escuchad que aquí va la primera, 1, 2, 3, ¡Porcinos!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the third and final quarterfinal matchup here from Cupra Arena. And if it's going to be anything like the matches we've seen already today, we are in for a treat. Dana Lucas back with Spencer Siegel. And Spencer, have you caught your breath over the last couple of minutes since watching heart-pounding, jaw-dropping stuff that we've seen all afternoon and into the evening here from Spain?
I've been trying to. I mean, we're here in Spain. We're not in the stadium today. It's unfortunate. I would prefer that we would be, but it's one of those days where the atmosphere supersedes the perception. Where no matter where you are, whether you're at home, whether you're in the stadium in the Cupra, this has been one of those days that we're going to remember for a while.
Yeah, wherever you are, we hope you're enjoying it half as much, at least, as we are enjoying it here from the comfort of our living rooms as well. But it has been emotional. It has been non-stop action, and we've got 40 more minutes to decide the last semifinalist here that is on their way to the Cupra Arena. Remember, both semifinal matches and the final match will be played on the 20th of April. So mark that down in your calendars. I'm sure it's already marked down. I'm sure you've had it booked for a long time. Hopefully some of you that are listening in will be at the stadium. And, well, one of these two teams are hoping, both of them are hoping, but one will be on their way to the Wizink this weekend. Will it be Nadir Lua and Porcinos, or will it be Science, led by Dani Linares? Eighth place Porcinos coming into today looking for an upset over Science. There is the Graf and Papa Graf.
Muy buenas, aquí estamos. Me gustaría saludar al presi de Porcinos cuando llega.
There you go. All right.
Look at the hand and hand coordination from the proud Papa looking on.
Es que
the Graf is waiting for Ivayanos to appear here for this quarterfinal matchup, and well, he's been called out by a couple of presidents that have just told him.
Bueno, ver, por hablar.
Is he just going to do this? Oh, he stopped. I was going to say he should do it the entire 40 minutes.
Que hable mi padre, yo no hablo. Yo estoy demasiado nervioso, va. Nada, pues la verdad que sí, pues la verdad que esta noche no queda otra que ganar. Y yo los chicos sé que lo van a dar todo. Es un partido muy difícil, lógicamente, pero confío en ellos totalmente. Y nada, a ver si la suerte nos sonríe. Y esta noche podemos ganar.
It's very nervous, and you know, we just gotta hope that luck shines down on us a little bit.
Sí, justamente se lo estaba diciendo hace un momento, que no nos daban ni mucho menos favoritos para
just
llegar
like what I just said,
a donde hemos llegado,
nobody
y bueno,
was really giving us much of an option to be favorites, but look what we got.
Y es un equipo, al final no son individualidades,
and we've got a team. We've got a team. We don't have just a couple of individuals thrown together. The work is shown, and the work is hopefully going to continue to show here, but it's going to be very difficult out of the Graf just at the last second. You aren't going to hear from Ivayanos. And pretty even. I mean, Porcinos, they've been in a good stretch of form lately. Got Pablo Hernandez back from injury. That was yesterday, and he had his handprint on the game against, who was it? What am I looking at here?
The game yesterday.
Kunisport, there we go. Just my notes letting me down a little bit, but yeah. It was Kunisport, and Nadir Lua came out and scored a couple early goals, and really that was enough to hold off Kunisport for the rest. I was really impressed with the defense, and let's see if that continues here against the Science team, who's got some firepower in Dani Linares and Jero Martin.
And there's a lot of firepower in both of these teams, but if we're going to continue the trend of what we've seen through the first 4 games this evening, it's likely that, you know, as they say, defense wins championships. So you got to lock it in.
It's the Kings League, though, Spencer. One of these games has to break open, don't they? I mean, you just got to figure that in the end, this competition is going to show its true face, and we know the essence of this competition, this tournament, this league. They aren't 1-0, 1-1 draws till the 40th minute. We need some action. We need some goals. Are we going to get it? We got 40 minutes to find out. Nadir Lua with a sprint, and I hate when the cage is late in opening.
It was late. It's tough.
It's always late. You got one job. Open the cage. What are you doing? Can't get distracted now. First quarter of the big game. You want to throw up a Hail Mary.
We have to say, of all of the matches today, by the way, best color scheme between the two teams.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
The orange and blue of Scions against the piglets of Porcinos.
Jero Martin going with a couple of step overs and getting around a defender, but just spilled it to Briones, and now Nadir stuffed. Nicely done, and it's going to be a chance on the other end. Here comes Science. Here comes Jero Martin. Back and forth we go. Free-flowing to start this. Oh, the final quarterfinal here from Cupra Arena on this Manic Monday.
Manic it has been.
Shots and opportunities on both ends in that early 60 seconds now. Another player for each team incorporated. Nadir tosses it back. This is Briones back in goal. Just couldn't keep hold of it, and that is Pablo Hernandez. It's another one of those jerseys, though, that isn't the easiest to read the numbers, the gold-plated numbers on the back. Terrible giveaway right there on a 2-on-1. Nadir dumps it off. Martinez slips it in underneath the crossbar, and it is Pablo Hernandez. Excuse me, where am I going with Martinez? Hernandez is right there.
Well, maybe, Dane, you're on to something. Maybe this is the game that opens it up. But in order to make that happen, these first couple of minutes have to produce a couple of goals.
That's exactly right. We saw one goal get taken off the board in the last game, and it really kind of set the tone for the rest as both teams sort of dropped back, focused defensively. Hernandez, though, opening up the scoring account. And will that open the floodgates? Briones. Three-man flat back for Nadir, who turns and shoots just wide of the targets and off of his line just in time. Perez.
Well, I've done a little bit of market research, Dane, and I've found out that Porcinos are amongst one of the most popular clubs that the Kings League has to offer so far, just in their branding themselves.
Well, I mean, the logos for really every team are great. The jerseys are great, but yeah, when you got one of the biggest influencers in the world, it always helps when jersey sales and bringing in a bit extra cash to the club, I suppose.
Forget the jerseys and the influencers and everything like that, my friend. I'm talking about an angry piglet taking to the pitch every single week.
Well, let's just see how honoré they are here today. They've got the goal. They should be content with that. They're up 1-0, protecting their lead 3.5 minutes in. Dumped off wide to Nadir. Takes a touch towards the end line. Flashed it across the face of goal, and it just skips past Soriano, David Soriano, who had a touch. If he gets any sort of contact at all, that could be a goal right there. Perez might have been in there with a very light glancing touch as it came through.
We'll say that one of the things that we've seen throughout the progression of the season is at the beginning of the year, when the teams are still somewhat new and haven't figured each other out as a team just yet, you see a lot more concessions within the first 5 minutes of the game. Now it's playoff time. Now everybody's got a distinct plan together, and this is why we've only seen 1 or 2 goals within the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Oscar Cole right there. He's got 4 goals in his last couple of games, had a hat trick in the final match day of the split before the playoffs. Got a goal last game against Kunitas Sports as well. He was the third and decisive goal. That was just after halftime. Porcinos, though, look at their movement on the defensive end. They won't mind just dropping back and letting science come to them. Everything covered, everything taken into account, and sent away by the goal scorer, Pablo Hernandez. Hanging up in the roof of the Cupra Arena and drawing a very weak throw-in from Science, but put back into the mix. Sent away by Oscar Cole. Santos tracking back. That's Nadir Lua, as a matter of fact, doing the donkey work on the defensive end.
Doing the what?
The donkey work, the stuff that nobody else wants to do. Carrying people up the mountain. Precious cargo on his back.
You, sir, are precious cargo. That's fantastic.
Science, how are they going to try to get into this game and just break the rhythm defensively of Porcinos? They've been in a good run of form so far. Well, actually, just dating back to the final playoff game, that first playoff game, I should say, they backed into the playoffs with 3 straight losses to ExBuyer, Kunitas, and Gigantes. So they were dealing with some injuries, some red cards. Yeah, right.
It was tough, and Scions came in hot, but this was the thing, and you talk about this with the Kings League España, you can talk about the Kings League Américas. A lot of these teams are so close in terms of talent level and then ultimately results that just a couple of games of a streak, one way or another, determines at the end of the season, because you only play 11 games, whether or not you're in the Final Four or not. And in this case, Porcinos had to work through some difficulties and ultimately had to get beyond that extra round to be here. And so they are playing on the back-to-back.
Might have just done them some good, though. I don't think they wanted to come off 3 straight losses and play Science. That win over Kunisport, who they looked the much weaker team, Kunisport, if it must be said, against Porcinos yesterday. That might have just shaken some of the cobwebs off, perhaps, and got them prepared for this game against Science, one of the top teams in the split over the 11 matches. And how does Science come out? So far, it's been a little flat from them.
And of course, we continue to ask the question, when did these 2 teams meet? Well, we already had one matchup between... Ooh. Easy now.
Mouth of goal was open. It just couldn't get under the legs of Pablo Fernandez, who was trying desperately to put an effort on goal.
We already had one matchup in the Queens League of a match day 1 meeting, and that's what we get here. Porcinos and Scions went to a penalty shootout on match day 1, a game that was played on the margins and won on the margins by Scions, 2-2.
Is that what we have in store? Recent history would certainly suggest that it's a possibility. 3 straight shootout matches here on this, as we've called it, Manic Monday. And Cárdenas going down, so too is it Linares down in the box, and a... well, yeah, that's pretty obvious there from Martín Montovani, who we're donning the captain's band. He was the one climbing the back of Cárdenas, but he's the one down, and both players taking a bit of time to get back to their feet. Montovani seems to be dealing with a serious problem right now. That would be devastating for Science.
Oscar, confírmame que está todo bien, ¿eh?
He is not a guy to sit and sulk on the ground either, Montovani, one of the toughest in the biz. He's grabbing the midsection right above his hip and panting on the ground right now.
Sí, l'he vist, com saltava. Sí, no he vist com saltava molt per sort, s'ha fet mal,
It's a concerning sight, obviously for Science, but for Montovani and obviously the Gref, who can't believe his captain is on the ground in the most important game of the slate, of the split.
Maybe it's hard to tell.
Pero tampoco puedes ir con todo sin tener en cuenta quién hay de defensa. No, si al final tú lo tapas, pero es porque entra con un avión y yo no lo veo tampoco. Yo voy a parar así, tío, y es que...
Cárdenas defending himself right there.
Ahí no tiene buena pinta.
Uf, this is...
Bueno, Montovani es un jugador súper importante en Science. Sí que es verdad que
He's an important player for Science, obviously, and he's not really the kind of guy who's going to sit and stay on the ground if he's going to come back up and back to his feet in just a matter of moments. And let's just have a look. I didn't see anything. I mean, we're not doubting that he took a shot, but it's really tough to see.
He came down. First there was a connection with one of the Porcinos players, and then it was the landing as well on the surface.
Holding his midsection, so he already kind of buckled over after the contact with Cardenas.
Well, that's a good sign.
So that's a great sign, but he's holding his ribs, around his ribs area, so... Whew.
Gracias. Gracias. Dado un codazo, ¿no, chavales? ¿Lo estáis poniendo?
Briones. Going to get us back in play here after a just a brief pause, and we will keep an eye on Montovani, obviously. You'll be just as likely as us to notice him on the back line for Science if he does return, because he's a big, powerful, attention-grabbing presence. But in the meantime, Porcinos going to try to attack and double their advantage here as we approach the 10th minute. Holding off defender, that's De La Cruz. Linares is going to have himself a day. So too perhaps Fernandez, and Fernandez couldn't shield off the defender to force a corner kick, but that may end up actually being a bit beneficial for Science.
Yeah, well, for Science right now, it's game on again, and you have to find a way, despite the fact that your teammate has gone down with what looks to be like an unfortunate injury, one that may keep him out for the duration of this game. Perhaps you have to get back into it mentally.
Kesty with a couple goals over the last couple of matches, and he just laced that one wide of the target. It was always sailing up and away, and here come Science again, just trying to recover. Took an early blow from Porcinos, courtesy of that goal that has given the boys, the Piggy Boys, what do you call them?
Well, Piglets would be one, but
Piglets, okay.
It's interchangeable.
These are looking like Iberico, acorn-fed piggies right now, as they have the lead and have at least a toe dipped in the semi-final at the Whizzing Center, but they know they've got a half hour to defend.
This has been a stop and start first half, especially with the injury.
Lopez laces one on goal, but Briones saw it the whole way and made sure he didn't spill it. Bit loose there in possession, and some cheeky play that might just draw a yellow card.
That's dangerous. You can't really get away with that in the Kings League. That's what the Kings League is not about.
Oh, well, an overhead kick that was, why not have a go, says Gio Ferino.
And that's what the Kings League is about.
Briones had to be on his toes, and Ferino saying to Cardenas, what do you want me to do? I had nothing else going for me, and hey, almost caught the keeper by surprise. One-touch targets practice for Agustito, and man, what a laser that was.
And this is just all about absorbing the pressure for Porcinos at the moment after getting that early goal.
Yeah,
carrying the load, doing the donkey work.
Exactly, and we haven't really seen them having to worry about not having Montovani because they haven't had to defend over the last couple of minutes. They'd love it if that was the case from here until the finish line. Did it roll out of bounds? Play on, says the referee. Gutierrez throws his body in the way. Quick throw in to come from Pablo Fernandez. took over the number 7 jersey from Albert Giner, who only played just a match for Science. 11 matches played for Pablo Fernandez. Just a goal to his name, though. I think right now Briones and Porcinos just want to take a bit of sting out of this match and take a little pressure off their back line right now. Bend, don't break is the policy, and a yellow card, that will help. Oy, oy, oy, oy, oy, oy. There's nothing. The referee was on top of that in a flash. That's Montovani back into the match, isn't it? He's got the cap. Yeah, it is indeed Montovani, so that's a sight for sore eyes if you're a Science fan. And does Guti go down just a bit cheaply? That's what Science is asking for.
It's easy to see that in slow motion and think that it's cheap, but when that's happening at full speed, those are some grown men out there doing their thing. So to me, that is a yellow card.
The Golden Boy goalie with the movie star looks. Dani Perez setting up his wall. It is Pablo Hernandez, the goal scorer, with a chance to maybe have one on target. He's going to lay it off to the back post. Nadir nods it across goal, and that was not dealt with well from Montovani. Maybe still feeling the effects because we don't see too many mistakes from the number 5 in orange too often. Soriano, Cardenas, Guti very cheeky with the ball at his feet. Another one of those guys like Velias, who you look at him and say, and then he breaks your ankles and takes you to the house. 1-2 played, and that was a bit behind. This is a chance for Gesti. Gesti with not much for numbers. Taken down, and ooh.
Yeah, nothing yellow. Nothing else beyond yellow. No yellow necessary there. It was a foul, but it's going the other way.
So Science continue to defend with a man disadvantage, but they do have Montovani back on the back line. That is the good news for the Graf. Great stuff again from Nadir Lua. He might try to take it on his own. Just got a bit too cute with it, but not out of danger yet. Science, back post. Who's there? It's Hernandez. Does he save it? Does he spare it? No, he doesn't.
Almost. Good effort.
It's a bit of a disappointing ball there from, I think it's Carlitos, isn't it? Carlitos there with the bleach blonde hair. And again, the jerseys, as you can probably tell from your screen, wherever you're watching from, for Porcinos, not the easiest to pick up on. And once they start sweating, they get a little tougher all the while. So sometimes you got to go with the individual haircuts from each of these stars. Alfonsera plays it square, moving the defense appropriately is Porcinos, and no way through really for Science when Porcinos have a chance to set up their defense and make sure everybody's in place. God bless Aribo. Got red carded in the final matchup. Returned yesterday. Oh, that was a half chance that almost turned into a pot of gold for Science. Gio Ferino.
Now we get to this point in the first half, Dane, where we're at the 18-minute mark in 60 seconds. And as we've seen, the randomness of the roll of the die has created the chaos already. And what we've seen mostly is anything 3-on-3 or below. So, I don't know, perhaps we're in store for a 4-on-4 or a 5-on-5. We hope not, but it could be.
we don't tend to cheer for anything, really. We're just lucky to be here and be able to commentate these games, but we really aren't fans of those high dice rolls. And
this isn't Yahtzee, man. We got to get the low numbers in.
We're not looking for for our double bonus Yahtzee right here. We want to keep it low. This is like the craps table, baby. We want ones.
Let's see it. I don't think you've ever played craps before, but yeah, let's see it.
I don't think I have either. I just know that snake eyes is a bad thing, and the ones, yep. Keep me out of Vegas, would you? Or take me to Vegas and take all my money.
Let's get a 1. I'm with you.
What do we got here? El Pobre, the singer, rocking the Portofino's pink.
This is a conflict of interest.
Yeah.
It is! That's what I'm talking about! Come on!
Making it rain on the craps table with a 1.
Snake eye.
So,
all right,
here we go. This is going to break
waiting for this one.
Game open, or at least it should. Cole had a hat trick, I think, in a matter of minutes in the final match day of the regular season of this split. I think he had 2 in this round and then came out and scored in the 21st minute as well. And the sprint will be nullified as the whistle did go.
Yeah, heard the false start, which would give it to Porcinos. And, well, here we go. Put it on target if you can, if you please.
Well, Oscar Cole is an expert at putting it on target, putting it on frame, putting it in the back of the net. Can he do it here and double the advantage for Porcinos? Oscar Cole rolls it out in front, and oh, that's disappointing.
They made you look really smart on that one.
Yeah, I built him up, man. I built him up, but nothing right there.
All right, let's see. This is what I like about this, is that it's cat and mouse and pig, to a sense that, you know, we've got we've got just a very methodical, slow build up, and now here comes Linares. Let's see what he's got.
No rush for Linares.
Easy.
Comfortable save, yeah, comfortable save for Linares, the top scorer for Science, who, to be frank with you, we haven't heard much of him or called his name much here in the first 19 minutes. He'll get another chance, though. Here comes Linares again. Linares on the second try, and Cole is there. It'll be a chase. That is won by Oscar Cole as he juggles his way up the park. Calm, cool, and collective, but all business here as he tucks it home on the left side. Beautiful placement from Oscar Cole, and now can he defend for the next half minute? Linares, Science needs something, and there they have it.
Not stopping that.
I mean, he was headhunting right there, Linares, and Cole didn't dare. Hernandez, he's got a goal to his name. He opened the account here, and he's going to have perhaps the final say, depending on stoppage time. Hernandez,
I feel like we'll get a minute.
Buries it, top netting. Hernandez knew exactly where he wanted to put that. Linares, no option for the save right there, but he does have an option to close this gap before the halftime break. That's what he does. Linares.
You said you wanted scoring, man. That's what you wanted.
Scoring.
You got it, baby.
Hernandez again, and one more chance for Linares. Perhaps he is looking for somebody to help him out in getting that ball back to him. Well, 3-2, potentially 3-3. Linares with the ball at his feet. Will he get the hat trick here in the final 2 minutes of the first half? Oh, sprawling effort saved by Hernandez. Who will get it? No, he won't. There we go. Hernandez has opened off the goal. Hernandez!
I don't think so. It's got to be from the center circle.
No, it can be from anywhere behind the center circle if the keeper is out of
if the defender is out of the goal, mouth the goal. But that is a wonderful finish to a thrilling first half. And Spencer, it's about time.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'm sorry, you're right, because he's not inside. It's very close. But he's not inside the penalty area, and so you can just clock it up from anywhere. That's a good observation on your part, my friend. What a finish, though.
Hernandez with a hat trick. Linares with a brace. Oscar Cole got one to start the 18 minutes. And look at how nervous these guys are.
Bueno, pues
¿Es
está
that
claro,
Daenerys
yo creo que en el
Targaryen?
primer tiempo
It is,
hemos
isn't
sido
it?
ligeramente superiores, pero ellos al principio en el escalado han aprovechado
Yeah,
su
no,
oportunidad
they
y
came-
aquí pues ya hemos visto
We
todo
came
lo que ha
out and looked
pasado.
a better team,
Les ha
but
salido mejor
then
y
they
Linares, pues ahí
they
en la
took their
última, pues,
chances
no podía hacer nada.
and took the lead.
Así que,
And hey,
pues nada, contentos con el rendimiento del equipo, pero lógicamente
we're
con
all
el
right with how the
resultado,
team has
pues, la verdad
performed,
que
but
nos
not
vamos
with the
mal. Pero bueno,
scoreboard. So let's
esperemos
see
que
if
la
we can turn
segunda
around
parte sigamos
in
apretando
the
y esto puede cambiar.
second half.
Nada, que yo creo que en el juego normal hemos sido no ligeramente, sino
Well,
bastante
this second
superiores.
half is going to be all about defending. I know we just saw.
Meter goles, pero hay que confiar hasta el último minuto. Es porcinos y hay que luchar para ganarles. Así que vamos a ello.
If you're Porcinos, you've got to find a way to lock in this 2-goal lead. Of course, the secret weapon is also going to be a factor.
Yeah. That is going to be, and that's one of the ones where, do you want a penalty if you're Porcinos and just trying to protect the lead, or maybe, try to protect this lead a little more and go with a sanction for a 4 minutes on the opposing team, because that would definitely help you out in keeping possession and limiting chances for Science.
Well, it's a good question from our perspective, but they already knew from the beginning of the game what they have. They know what they can use here. And if you do have a penalty to use, a lot of times teams like to wait until the end of the game to use it. If I'm Porcinos and I've got a penalty or a penalty shootout in my hand, I'm using it within the first 5 minutes of the second half to try and build up the lead.
Let's see if they follow your wizardly advice, Spencer. And, well, if they can't, then they'll at least have to try to put a priority on defending their own goal and keeping Porcinos from building upon this lead. It's just 19 minutes left in this match, and in a match that can be decided in regular time for the first time since the opening match here on this wild day to start the week. It's championship week here in the King and Queens League as we inch towards the Whizzing Center, inch towards the finals of both leagues. And, well, our bracket is almost complete in the semifinal for the Kings League. The winner moving on. Who will it be? Montovani. Really, really happy to see Montovani back. It's not anything you want to ever witness is a star player going out in a game like this, and their captain back patrolling on the back line.
You can see that for Science right now, it's all about pace.
How do they break down this disciplined back line of Porcinos that is always ready to trigger a counterattack? And Nadir Lua. Guti. Haven't seen much magic from him so far today, but if you give him just a pocket of space, he is going to punish you. Quick in on the one time, and Jacobo was late getting there. Nice idea. Juvenal Jogo watching stoically from the touchline of Porcinos' bench. Augusto for David Lopez, back to Lopez, and easily collected from Briones, who will accept those sort of services all evening long. Coming up on midnight here in Barcelona, in Spain. But the action carries on. Yeah.
Better from Scions in the second half. They've started to get themselves on the ball more, and they're not really getting into shooting spaces yet, but they're probing. And at this point, that's what you've got to do, because they haven't had any success in open play 7-on-7.
They're just knocking around the wall looking for the stud. And, well, will they find it here in the final quarter of an hour? Oh, that's well in. Oh, but he slips on his own, under his own 2 feet. Augusto carrying it on. That's a nice ball towards the back post. Jero Martin. Galvani Gestia, as a matter of fact, going to go chase it in the corner after it took a little deflection off of Soriano. Augusto. That was a semi-heavy touch that was really taken advantage of by Jacobo. Ball dropped back to the keeper, and Jacobo sent on a wild goose chase.
You can tell now that Scions are the ones dominating possession, and Filipinos are happy with that. They're okay.
Yeah.
Back to the 2-goal lead, trying to hit them on the counter.
They wouldn't mind having a bit of possession themselves, but they will drop back knowing that this 2-goal cushion at the moment is being protected. Linares. Augusto did that take a deflection. Corner kick to come. It will be Science setting up perhaps a bit of set play. Watch Montovani on the back post. It's something that Porcinos have probably seen in game tape or at least in live action. But Montovani on the back post is something that they look for, and here it comes. Just trying to shuffle it back. Oh, and it's Cardenas! Popping it into his own net after the build-up from Montovani on the back post, and Cardenas, not his first own goal of the split. And, oh, that is devastating for Porcinos.
It's a catastrophe.
Off of Briones, off of Cardenas, and into the back of the net to cut into this Porcinos lead. A secret weapon coming for Science, who feel like they've got the wind in their sails and they want a bit more. Goal.
That is an own goal that is potentially game-changing, because now I'm not sure what this secret weapon is. I mean, how could we know? But I'm thinking it might end up being something. If it is a penalty, it's played at the right time for me. If you're Scions, you say, okay, let's go try to find one goal. Let's get within one. Let's take that penalty. Let's level the game up and see if we can ride that momentum from there. They've already gotten the one. Let's see what happens when the ball goes out of play.
Kind of kick them while they're down, right? Well, after the own goal just kind of deflated Porcinos. Now they've got a chance, depending on what this secret weapon is, to really take control of this match. And 13 minutes to go. You can only imagine it's going to come down to the wire. Montovani and Linares going at the same 50-50 ball, and it ends up finding its way to Augusto. Sliding challenge Guti just in the nick of time.
Here we go.
Let's see what we got for a secret weapon. What are they holding? What's in the holsters? Science out. Ooh, all right. For Guti, there you see how impressive and how influential Guti can be.
Guti takes a seat, and Porcinos now have to weather this storm.
He will take his time as the clock continues to tick closer and closer to 40. Alfonsera, back post, cleared away.
By the way, Dane, I don't want it to get lost in the shuffle because it was a calamitous own goal. But your call of Mantovani at the back post was spot on, man. And I just didn't want that to get lost because you say that, you aren't a wise man. You say that you're not a thinking man. And yet, here you are coming up with one of the calls of the day.
Appreciate you, my man. Tip of the cap to you. And, hey, it was Mantovani who did all the work. He just made me look like a bit of a know-it-all, perhaps. And I will never assume the role in one sense or the other. That wasn't a terrible effort from Mantovani coming in for the header off of the throw-in from this near side. That Kiel will at least spare possession for Porcinos, and right now that's all they need. Easily taken from Briones. All the way back. $45 goals allowed in the split for Porcinos, and I don't need to tell you that is quite a bit in an 11-game regular season. So Science will be licking their chops, and
I think, wait, whose chops?
Science. Their chops.
But Porcinos, oh, never mind.
45 goals against, I do believe. 37 goals for Science.
Just saying, if anybody's chops are getting licked between these two teams.
It is the piggy boys, the piglets, as you call it.
It would be Porcinos.
Yeah, you're right about that. And maybe it's Science just looking to feast on those chops, I suppose. Can they pounce on the prey? They are wounded a bit after that own goal by Cardenas, but they're working with a man advantage as well. Science trying to, if they don't get anything out of this next minute and 40, it would be a bit of a blow for Science, knowing that Porcinos have that secret weapon in their pocket.
Well, and we'll say this too, that the secret weapon imposed by Scions after scoring the goal was really well timed because they were on the ball. They were dominant for the first 5-10 minutes, 5, 6, 7 minutes of this half. And then they got the goal, and having that man advantage allows them to stay dominant because Porcinos right now would love to just have a little bit of possession, but they can't keep it.
No, they can't one bit. And Briones was lucky to see that rebound cleared away. Not out of danger just yet, though. Here's Science back on the attack. Sent across the face of the area, but Nadir puts his body in the way. Pablo Fernandez, quick throw in, back to Fernandez. Nadir again. Oh, for me, he's one of the best in the league. Not just pushing forward, attacking goal, but defensively, he really does. What does he do? I was looking for the donkey work. I'll take it.
I was wondering where you were going with that, and I knew you were teeing me up, but I just couldn't figure out where.
It's all right. It's our first time on the mic together, my man. After a couple while, we'll be. Oh, this off the post, still loose and tucked in. Science have equalized with 8 minutes to go in this potential game that will send a team to the semifinals, and it is again Pablo Fernandez. Briones was lucky to have that bang off the inside of the post, and the rebound was not going to be anywhere but at the top of the net. Fíjate, take a look at that.
What a finish!
And Science taking advantage.
Tranquilo, dame lo que hay, Oscar. Sí.
It's one thing.
Hold on.
Let's have a look here. What? Offside. Okay,
this could
going to
VAR.
Wow. Cardenas. You can see him right there with his hands on his face, holding up his chin.
Tenemos dos tomas.
Guti.
Fuera de juego.
Oh, it's close.
Esta toma.
Tira para allá. Fuera.
You can't tell them not to look. It's a giant screen in the middle of the pitch.
Y ahora te ponemos la otra.
¿De acuerdo?
That's clear as day, isn't it?
Pretty clear. The only question would be, is he behind the ball? But even then, I just don't see it.
Are they going to take it off the board? It is officially taken off the board.
But what they need to do... What they need to do now, though, is add this time back on, because about 2 minutes have come off the clock.
I'm sure it will be accounted for. Somebody's in the referee's ear. We'll just have to wait and see if it is actually accounted for. That would be some sort of scandalous ending if those 2 minutes weren't added. But remember, that was a perfectly timed goal for Science, because they took the time down, tired out the defense, and then scored. Oh, is that inside or outside of the area? It is going to be outside, but Oscar Cole with a cheeky bit of movement right through the wickets of Montovani. A little cañito.
Escúchame, César, ¿cómo voy a saber que es gol si acabo de mirar la imagen fuera de juego? Venga, hombre. Es una tarjeta como un castillo. Vamos aquí, me revisan si es dentro fuera.
The amount I'm losing my vocabulary today, Dane. The amount of asking that these players are doing for their own selfish purposes is something else.
Well,
one's still asking about the offside from earlier. One's saying that this should be a yellow card and an expulsion. I mean, come on, play the game, people.
It gives you a little insight of the life of a referee, and it's really not an envious task or an envious job to have when you talk about what we've seen and what we see on a daily basis. But I love the camera. I love the idea, and hope to see it more in more leagues around the world. Cole drops it through, but that is cleared away by Science. Here we go. Back on the attack. It's Porcinos trying to just tick some seconds off the clock as we approach the 38th minute. They are not in the clear whatsoever. Science knows that if they get a goal before the 38th, they equalize. If they get a goal after the 38th, they take the lead. Outside of the foot, not exactly the touch he was looking for to try to beat the defenders, and Briones cleared away again, and you can see Porcinos defending with a bit of desperation right now, as they don't want to make any chances, they don't want to make any mistakes that might cost them their 1-goal advantage here in the final 4 minutes of this final matchup of the quarterfinals. Into the area, and the secret weapon has been pressed. The button is coming. The weapon is on the way.
And if it's a penalty or a penalty shootout,
you got to think so, right?
En esta, ahora, vale. Falta aquí.
All eyes on Coach Ejogo, and it is a shootout. Who is it going to be? I've seen Nico Santos take it. I've seen Nadir Lua take it for Porcinos. He's had 37 minutes almost to decide who he wants in this position, and it is going to be Nico Santos. Oh, Dani Perez chirping. This could put 1 foot into the whizzing center for Porcinos, and Dani Perez. Oh, what a save, what an intervention, and he read it the whole way.
That's a really poor penalty, it has to be said. He's too lackadaisical. He just takes his time on the ball, doesn't really go around the keeper all too well. It's leaving the door open. We're about to hit the 38th minute, and if Porcinos concede, that's it. They're not going to the We Think Center.
Yeah, this is shaky, this is nervy. One thing that we most likely won't be heading to is a shootout. If the scoreline ends like this in the next 15 seconds, Science might have something to say about that here in a last-ditch effort here before the 38th minute. Augusto Montovani got to put it on target, perhaps. Briones off his line. And we are into the final 2 minutes. Porcinos have protected their lead essentially all game long. Can they do it for the final couple of minutes? They can sniff the Wizink. But will Science break their heart here?
Well, when you play a regular season game and you're up a goal and you go into the final 2 minutes, it's one thing. But the pressure that comes with having to hold this lead to the end of the game with the Wizink Center on the line is something else.
And the pressure is certainly on the shoulders of Porcino. Science, they got to come out gunning. And if you're Science, I mean, where have the goals come from? They've really just come from those last 2 minutes of the first half. They've got to figure out a way to break down this Porcino's defense. It's been impenetrable so far.
All to play for.
And that they will, playing for it all here as the buzzer sounds, the sprint to the end line, the center circle, I should say. And possession will be won by Science to start this match. MVP, that's a tough call right now. I gotta lean towards Hernandez. Had a nice spell there in the final 2 minutes, but still a lot to play for, and an MVP performance could play itself out here in the final couple minutes. Pinball back and forth from one end of the pitch to the other, and Perez rolls it up to the far side. Plenty of space now. Tracking back is the Porcino's defense, and Nadir Lua.
Yep.
There was an initial claim for something, and then
está fuera del área igual. Está fuera.
It's out of the area. There was a handball potentially from Nadir Lua, but this is going to be a chance for Science, and Science.
A mi altura la línea, por favor, venga.
Jero Martin had a goal, the game-tying goal, the equalizer taken off the board for a offsides that was splitting hairs, and here he is with a chance again to take the lead. Oh, Briones spilled it, it's still loose, and Montovani, the captain, tucks it home, and Science take the lead in the 40th minute. Historic ending to this one, if it is indeed over. Science in the final minute of this quarterfinal. Can you believe it, Spencer?
Improbable, inconceivable, another tough deflection for Porcino's, and all you gotta do is roll it home. It's a double goal. Science take the lead, and they could be taking home the bacon.
Bravo, my man, bravo. Still 3 minutes to go. Is that what I'm seeing on the screen? Indeed it is. So Montovani,
this one's
who
not
went
over
down
yet, my
earlier,
friend.
not one bit, not one bit. They still
4
got
minutes.
a chance. 4 minutes now has been added. Hernandez on this near side. He is tricky, he is cheeky. He sprays it over to the far side. Oscar Cole, back to Hernandez.
Problem
Guti.
is, go on.
Santos. Oh, nobody in the box. Looking to pounce on that loose ball.
I don't think Porcino's have scored in this game at full strength 7-on-7. The first goal came in the first 5 minutes. The other 3 came at the 1-on-1.
Very true, very true. Let's see what Cole can do. Hernandez, he's the magic man. Cole again. He's been the hot hand, or the hot foot, I should say, over the last couple of weeks. With the ball at his shoelaces now. Into the area, looking for Nadir Lua. Guti tracking back. All hands on deck on the defensive end for Science. Here is Hernandez. Look at the grave trying to air himself out on the bottom of your screen. Disappointing there from Lua, and it's got to be a corner kick. Didn't expect that.
Oh, wow.
Lua didn't really seem like he was asking for it either, but Hernandez on the corner kick. Oh, well, it needed something special, and Oscar Cole, he just couldn't produce.
That's a good idea. That's a futsal play, essentially, is throw it to the top of the box and try to take it on the fly, but that's very difficult.
Montovani in no rush whatsoever. Dani Perez. Well won by Cardenas, who's got to get back now, and that will be a quick throw-in to come from Porcinos. 2 minutes left, less than that. Tick, tick, tick, tick, tick, tick, tick.
Chris Berman reference today.
There we go. Stealing all those guys' lives. They're not listening into this, are they? They might be.
Of course they are. I just didn't think
they knew how tense it was.
Paul Giblin wouldn't have given us that. We love you, Paul.
Cole keeping possession. Guti all the way back. Briones approaching the final minute of the stoppage time. Look at the nerves at the Porcinos bench. Hands on head time as they look to find the energy, the fuel, the inspiration for one final goal that would put them into the Wizink.
Have it.
Hernandez.
Oh, have it.
Fall for Lua off the top of the crossbar. And how did it stay out? Soriano. Oh, we had the Wizink and the semifinals at his feet. Goes top corner and he just couldn't keep it down. Can you believe it?
Nos queda medio minuto, medio minuto.
Listen to the graph. He is going nuts. His father is the voice of reason, the voice of calm right now. 20 seconds to go. Gutierrez! What a job! What a save it was! Sprawling out Dani Perez. Incredible finish right here. Oh! Again, it's Dani Perez! Stuffing Nadir Lua again! My neighbors are gonna kill me! This is the most wild finish. And Dani Perez, a heroic
escúchame. 10 segundos más. Están defendiendo. ¿De qué estás hablando, tío?
To come, perhaps. One last attack for Porcinos.
Si te metes encima, ¿qué haga? Escuchadme, 10 segundos lo que queda, punto.
10 more seconds.
10 segundos. 10 segundos. 10 segundos. 10 segundos.
It might be as well be 100 more minutes. Dani Perez is not looking like he's letting anything behind him here from here until the final whistle.
Well, it's pretty obvious we're going to get one more play as soon as we get this sorted out. And if you couldn't tell, it's going to be 10 more seconds.
Ooh, a little blow to the head, a little blood perhaps streaming down the back of the head of Jero Martín.
Quedan 10 segundos, ¿vale? Que entre alguien porque faltan 10. Juve, 10 segundos. 10. Entra otro. Vale.
The wildest finish of the wildest game. Of course, we saved it for last for you folks watching at home or wherever you're watching around the world. And does it have one last surprise we're going to see here on the throw-in? It's still loose. Gutierrez just tried to pop it up, but he popped it into the rafters. Another corner kick, another chance. I got to say, I understand Science's rationale.
Keeper's still up.
Into the box, here it goes, sent away, and Science are going to the Wizink Center after a dramatic winner late in the 40th minute. The second seed will meet.
Porcinos have been roasted.
Well, they led for 40 minutes, Spencer. And CCC, vamos a Madrid. That is the chant, and can you believe it? Briones spilled it in front of net, and it was tucked home off of a rebound.
Chavales, yo soy de Science y espero que vosotros también.
The Graf, with words to his fans, with words to those just watching neutrally, hard not to love this game, hard not to love this league, hard not to love what we just watched right now, what we just witnessed over this evening. Oh, Mom's watching off screen and she's crying right now.
Give us a hug, Mom.
We'll see you guys in Madrid. Well deserved. You fought till the end, Science. And obviously, it's gutting for Porcinos.
Wow, what a finish. What a 5-game slate.
Madre mía.
It has been a long and eventful evening. Don't ask me to recall everything that happened because it's just too much to take in, really. Look at the graph. He can't believe it. It was nearly a buzzer beater that put them on top of Porcinos heading into the 40th minute. And now,
es el partido soñado como presi, como espectador y
it's
como
the
todo.
dream. It's the dream match as a president, as a fan, as a football lover.
Que hemos conseguido remontar al final con un gol doble.
What a comeback it was.
Al final con la intervención de Dani Pérez. Es que de verdad no ha tenido sentido este partido.
Dani Pérez was incredible. I've never been as nervous and as emotional as I've been.
Nadie daba un duro por nosotros. Y hemos sido de los
Nobody gave us a chance to win.
Y ahora estamos en las semifinales del Wizzing.
And look where we've came, look where we are, and look where we're going. Thank you for everybody for jumping on this ship. And we're taking the ship to Madrid. We're taking it to the Wizzing Center.
Sí.
Dani Pérez, the hero for Science.
Bueno, lo de Dani Pérez no tiene nombre, ha sido increíble. Yo creo que estamos a 150 pulsaciones mínimo. Es que ha sido increíble, de verdad. Ha salvado el partido ahí a última hora, pero vamos, el equipo ha estado genial.
Our heart is pounding right now. We can't believe that this has been
y la verdad que felicitarles porque
the way that this final match turned out, and what a match it was.
De verdad es que ha sido el más increíble que he vivido con Science. Es que no tiene sentido.
Not everything. This is the most incredible thing I've witnessed with Science as the president, and
es una rivalidad muy grande. Lo que pasa es que no
and against Ibai,
pero bueno, buen partido.
Who isn't even here, but it's a great rivalry between each other, and a shame to not give him the congratulations and to say what's up to him after this incredible match that we just witnessed. Science saved the best for last, didn't they? And the Kings League saved the best for last for us here from Cupra Arena in the final match from Cupra Arena for quite a bit of time. We are off to the Wizzink, and then it's off to Ciudad de Mexico, baby. The celebrations only getting started for the Graf side. And Montalbani, who was down riding on the foreign cane, is now the MVP.
Sí, emocionante. Sobre todo que, bueno, te vas contento porque pudimos ganar y ya está, queríamos ese objetivo, estar entre los 4 primeros y estamos.
We knew our objective, we knew what we wanted to achieve, and here we are in the Final Four.
Copa a Science, esta vez vas a defender su camiseta.
Pues sí, es así, y lo hablamos con David, Presi, ahora ya estamos en la final, en la Final Four, así que ahí estamos.
We're in the Final Four, and almost by a miracle, but it's time now to focus on the semi-final game. Not before a little bit of celebrations, my man Montalbani. What a match we've had. What an evening we've had. It's a manic Monday. And some teams, they're going to sleep awfully well tonight. Other teams, they'll be ruining the opportunity that slipped through their fingers to get to the Wizzing Center. For those who are carrying on, we'll see them on Saturday. For those who have been eliminated, we will see them in Mexico come the end of May. If this wasn't enough to get you to tune in on Saturday for the 2 semifinals and the final, and I don't know what was, but boy, oh boy, we were treated to quite the evening. Spencer, I'm not even sure if you're still there. I've been just rambling on for the last 5 minutes.
I'm here, man. I'm here with you.
It was a pleasure to bring this game with you to the world, and I hope you enjoyed it.
Look at those scores, man. Look at that. 3 different penalty shootouts. The Scions finish at the end, And Ultimate Móstoles coming up with a big double over Los Troncos.
Well, there you have it. The final is set up for the Queens League. It'll be Ultimate Móstoles and ExBuyer. ExBuyer got bounced out of the Kings League, but Ultimate Móstoles carrying on Gigantes, Science, and Aniquiladores. So it'll be Gigantes and Science playing Ultimate Móstoles and Aniquiladores in the semifinal. Those will be back-to-back, and then we'll have the Queens final, and then boom, off to the grand finale. There we have our Queens League bracket. DJ Mario, the Buyer Bros will meet.
That's a good final.
Yeah, it's a great final, isn't it? Two deserving.
And then there's this.
Yeah, and then there's this.
Oof. Science, Gigantes, Móstoles, Aniquiladores.
What an event it's going to be in the Spanish capital. Whizzing Center awaits us, and we will name a champion. We will name a king and queen on Saturday evening. So make sure you set your chat calendars. You've already got them set, I know, but set your alarms, set your reminders, set whatever you need to, and clear your plans for the day. Spencer, it has been.
See you there.
Yeah, exactly, my man. I will see you there. But in the meantime, get some rest the voice, and we will be back here. Well, not back here in the Coupe Arena, but back with more King and Queens League action on Saturday. Take care, everybody, from Barcelona.